मादों को वापस लिया जाएगा.
Okay, so we'll continue on that thought कि RSS का कितना इसमें say होगा, what are the possible names that could come from their side when it comes to this new team, and also what follows in the Council of Ministers. Taking a very quick break. In another half an hour, we will have the Nabin team. Stay tuned.
BJP is all set to revamp its organization with National President Nitin Nabin set to have.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी.
सबके हिस्से धूप का टुकड़ा हमसे खेलेगा देश का मुखड़ा.
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ हैं सूरज, हवा और पानी. रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है.
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो. होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो. होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो.
The front lines of Kargil, the fury of Operation Sindhu,
So many attacks.
the chaos and cries of disaster zones, to fighter jet cockpits, and the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right, and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A second changes everything. A minute moves a nation. An hour becomes history. For 3 decades, NDTV has been there. For the moments that were unstoppable, unmissable, unforgettable. Today, the moment is ours. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters. New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, The stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's at stake? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, aise mat kijiye. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France, in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedic.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
the line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
All right, big news coming in. 2 more Air India pilots failed to clear preliminary drug test results. Of final test is awaited. Both the pilots have now been derostered pending a final result. Remember, Air India had ordered all of its pilots to clear drug tests. AI had ordered these tests after the Phuket Delhi pilot was found positive on marijuana. More than 300 Air India pilots have now been subjected to these tests. Let's cut straight across to Vishnu Shom to give us more details. Yes, Vishnu, over to you.
The details, Padmaja, and it's an important step taken by Air India. This comes in the wake of that Phuket to Delhi Air India pilot testing positive for the presence of marijuana in his bloodstream. Now, as far as these, it is as a result of this that Air India ordered all pilots to be tested, and that testing was to start immediately. Over the weekend and into today, at least 300 Air India pilots have been tested. 2 among them have failed their primary test and have been derostered, and that's important. However, a preliminary test and a final test result may vary, which is why they are waiting for the final result, which could take another 24 to 48 hours. So we'll have to wait and see what happens. Now, this is something that Air India has done voluntarily after the news that we've been reporting. Whether the Directorate General of Civil Aviation chooses to extend this to other airlines is something that needs to be looked at.
All right, for now, Vishnu, thanks very much for having joined us with that update. A quick break, more on the other side.
मनाएं स्वतंत्रता दिवस की खुशियां सैमसंग गैलेक्सी के साथ। अब खरीदे गैलेक्सी एस सीरीज केवल 73 रुपीज प्रति दिन पर और गैलेक्सी ए सीरीज केवल 50 रुपीज प्रति दिन पर।
सबके हिस्से केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो, होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो, होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. कोई जरूरत तो उसको इंटरव्यू देने की। गायकवाड़ साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए, लोग देख रहे हैं कर रहा है। Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude,
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
the line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV network. 3 decades of watching the world change. asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV, when it really matters. A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A second changes everything. A minute moves a nation. An hour becomes history. For 3 decades, NDTV has been there. For the moments that were unstoppable, unmissable, unforgettable. Today, the moment is ours. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV, when it really matters. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce,
Good afternoon. Thanks very much for joining us here on NDTV. I'm Padmaja Joshi, with me Vasudha Venugopal, and we are counting down to what will be the new team of BJP President Nitin Nabin. There is a high anticipation, a high level of anticipation that finally 6 months after he was made the BJP President, is he going to get his new team today, Vasudha?
Well, there's an expectation, Padmaja, that by 20th August is when the team is going to be announced. So this is, an understanding of what his team could look like. And this is going to be important because this will also decide the kind of response the party wants to put out by way of new appointments to not just the protests that happened in Jharkhand and in Jantar Mantar, but also to the Bankipur loss that the party witnessed.
All of that and much more we'll discuss over the next half an hour. Joining us will be Rahul Srivastav, Sameer Chaugankar and Sanjeev Srivastav, all people who will give us the inside track of what to expect. All of that and much more. Let's get you started with the headlines. BJP set to revamp its organization. Nitin Nabin set to get his new team. All eyes on who will make the cut.
Huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes after the Prime Minister, asks how can people of his own country be called Dimagi Naxals.
Row over Vande Mataram recitation at Congress headquarters also escalates. Complaint now seeks an FIR against Rahul and Sonia Gandhi, alleging obstruction. Delhi police set to probe the incident.
The National Testing Agency is under scrutiny yet again. NTA admits errors in UGC NET examination, has ordered a retest. Rahul Gandhi comes down heavily on the NTA, says students are bearing the brunt of its mistakes.
Vijay government completes 100 days in office, lists key achievements. Udaynidhi Stalin slams Vijay takes real government jibe.
High pilot fallout. Air India screening all its pilots for drugs. Now 2 more pilots have tested positive in drug tests.
Okay, the big political news break, and many people will be watching this very, very keenly. BJP set to unveil Nitin Nabin's new national team and what could be the party's first major organizational overhaul in nearly a decade, and comes on the back of a very turbulent period. Of course, they had the win in West Bengal. Electorally, the BJP has done well, but when it comes to the narrative, an oft-used word nowadays, in the narrative, is the party going to react what we have seen happening at Jantar Mantar, Jharkhand and otherwise, Vasudha?
That's right, Padma. In fact, the last time the party saw a major rehaul of the sort was 10 years ago with Amit Shah as the president of the party. Now the team is expected to bring in a generational shift, or at least that is what is the expectation. Youngsters, fresh faces, women are expected to be part of this new team, and some experienced hands are also going to be retained, is what we understand. But the focus is also going to be on data, social media, analytics, technology and AI. There's a possibility that these departments could also get a bigger organizational role. And Uttar Pradesh going to polls in 2027 is going to be key, because we are expecting faces from that state as well.
Absolutely. And you know, if you're talking about the breakup, this is the information that we have, and let's quickly bring in our guests on that as well. Rahul, because 33%, since the government is pushing the women's reservation bill, the Prime Minister, again, in his conclusion from Independence Day speech, again reached out to all the political parties and said we must bring in that 33% for women in Parliament. Is that now going to start at the level of the BJP organization as well? So total 39 posts, so 13 women expected in the new team?
Yes, I think if the BJP has to back what the Prime Minister did, because it was a political card the Prime Minister threw, that from the ramparts of the Red Fort, you challenge the opposition that if you don't do it when I'm telling you from the Red Fort, then when will you do it? That kind of situation, the BJP can exert pressure, can send out a bigger signal that, see, the opposition is not allowing us to implement that in Parliament. So this is what we are doing it in our own party. And this was a criticism that the BJP faced for a very long time. And now, like, you have that there is no Muslim face in the top decision-making bodies. Shahnawaz Hussain was the last one who was in the CEC. Now, in that regard, yes, that's one possibility that the BJP can look at. Again, I think, as you were saying earlier, the bench strength factor will be one of the things that
what are the possible names? If you're just to, just to discuss some of the names which are up in the air there, what are the few names of women who could find a place?
Again, if it happens.
Yes.
If I'm ready to hazard.
And like we said, always the caveats apply.
Yeah, put in all the caveats in place. I think none of the usual suspects.
Okay.
They do, because they have tested. They have to show this time, as I said earlier, the idea will be that we are listening, we are ready to make amends. We are giving somebody, you see, it's not a large team actually. You know, you've got 11 odd vice presidents and 7 to 8 odd general secretaries, national secretaries and others, and you've got a parliamentary board and election committee. And you have to create too many balancing acts. Now, so they will prefer to have not just a woman leader. They will prefer to have a woman leader who's a Dalit. Or who is young. So if then you start fitting those permutations and
or who's from a state where they want to focus next.
And the state. So the caste demography, the geographical demography and others, then the choice actually gets limited.
You know, some names that we've been discussing, Kavita Patidar you mentioned.
Yeah.
What makes you think that...
because these are the names that and you know, during the Parliament session, a lot of them actually came to meet the Home Minister. Now it strikes me that probably all of them are also there to sort of not lobby, but, you know, tell the Home Minister that, you know, maybe who types. So a lot of women had actually come. And let me ask this question to Sameer ji. Sameer ji, reward or representation पे BJP हमेशा काम करती है ना, जो भी appointments होता है, इधर किसी को इनाम देना या तो फिर representation के नाम पे उसको जगह देनी है. आपको क्या लगता है कि किनको मौका मिल सकता है? And who are these women that you think can make it to the list?
देखिए, मुझे लगा कुछ सरप्राइजिंग नाम वुमेन्स की तरफ से आएंगे. मेघा कुलकर्णी जो राज्यसभा सांसद है, अभी महाराष्ट्र से गई, पुणे से गई है, उसको ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लिया जा सकता है क्योंकि संगठन का पुणे में वो बहुत लगातार काम करती रही है. कविता पाटीदार है जो राज्यसभा सांसद है, उसको लिया जा सकता है. संध्या राय को लेकर चर्चा चल रही है जो भिंड से सांसद है कि उसको ले सकते हैं. राखी राठौर का भी जिक्र हो रहा है, जो महिला मोर्चा की अध्यक्ष है, भी राजस्थान की, इसको भी बनाया है, वो भी काफ़ी संगठन में एक्टिव है, तो उसको भी लिया जा सकता है। और मुझे लग रहा है कि नितिन नवीन को यंग भी, और जिस तरह से नितिन नवीन को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाया, तो प्रधानमंत्री मोदी ने सीधे सीधा मैसेज दे दिया है कि अब पूरा शिफ्ट हो रही है पार्टी, मतलब अब जो प्रोमिनेंट फेस है, जो दिल्ली की पॉलिटिक्स करते हैं, जो वेल नोन चेहरे हैं, उनसे बाहर जाकर हमको आउट ऑफ बॉक्स देखना है। और नितिन नवीन को राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बनाकर संदेश दे दिया कि नितिन नवीन अगर राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बन सकते हैं तो टीम भी उनके हिसाब से ही बनेगी और उसी हिसाब से बनेगी। बहुत ऐसे लोग आएंगे,
रीजनल लीडर,
बहुत ऐसे, बिल्कुल, छत्तीसगढ़ से कोई रिमोट एरिया में काम कर रहा है पार्टी का, वो उसको लेकर दिल्ली आ जाएंगे, मध्य प्रदेश में है या नॉर्थ ईस्ट में कोई आसाम में काम कर रहा है, उसको लेकर आएंगे। मुझे लगता है कि बहुत अलग टीम इस बार प्रधानमंत्री मोदी मतलब कोशिश करेंगे पार्टी की बनाने की।
When I was asking somebody about Harish Dwivedi, they said वो तो पूरे कार्यकर्ता टाइप हैं. So I think Amit Shah, the Home Minister, also likes people who are very कार्यकर्ता types. But Rahul,
one name which just popped out of nowhere in a discussion yesterday was Fangon Konyak. You remember the Rajya Sabha MP who said she's Rajya Sabha, right? And she had accused Rahul Gandhi of suddenly becoming very aggressive. Somebody mentioned her name as possibly being bought in. Sorry.
So Rahul, what exactly is the criteria for people making it to the organization list? Because there's a common thread amongst people that are liked by the PM, HM, and the larger leadership, right?
You see, trust is a criteria. Trust is a criteria. Profile is a criteria. I think one of the things which went against Ram Madhav at one time was that profile that, somehow Modi Shah duo like people who are silent workers on the ground. Bhupendra Yadav, for example. Bhupendra Yadav has never ever, I think, there is something very interesting that a lot of people who are good in the good books of the Modi Shah duo are those who were close to Arun Jaitley at one time.
Yeah.
Bhupendra Yadav, Nirmala Sitharaman, a lot of those people. Now, what have these people common between them? That they have kept a low profile, worked on the ground. You don't see Bhupendra Yadav giving multiple interviews, no flashy outings, nothing. He's very low profile. And that is where, I think that's what these two like. Because they have realized, I think even the Sangh actually, that's part of the Sangh thing, that they like what they do. Not, whether the Vyakti Vishesh nahi bada ho jana chahiye. Now, they already have a Narendra Modi.
Yeah.
So in that, I think, as he was also saying, you see, the BJP also will like to signal that we are a party in which a Nitin Nabin can become the president of the party.
Yeah.
That template also needs to be kept alive. Because, you see, I think people may not realize it. It is a very aspirational thing that somebody like a Nitin Nabin can become the president at the age of 46. Now, if you want to sow that kind of aspirations, then you can get younger people.
But Rahul and Padmaja, every time I talk to BJP guys, they take offense to Gen Z. They say, Gen Z mat bolo, youngsters bolo, ya young youthful energy. And they pointed out to Jaishankar. They said that Jaishankar 70 years ke hain, lekin he infuses a lot of energy. So apparently the Prime Minister also wants people who infuse energy, and it has nothing to do with age.
That day when we were discussing about Chai Adda, I said this, that the age group where the BJP focused was from college, start of college and later. They never looked at this subsection, and the BJP will actually like to paper over that, because the moment you start creating these subsections of age, then it's getting. So they have a ABVP, they have a Yuva Morcha, and they will like that to fit into the demographic this thing instead of having subdivision, but then it gets out of control.
True.
I think that's where Tejasvi Surya, one will have to wait and see what happens. Because you see, when he was brought in, people thought that he has a lot of promise. But over the last, say, 1 year, has he really worked? I think you may be in a better position to tell that, is he secure now?
See, Yuva Morcha,
are they very happy with
people
it?
remember Anurag Thakur's Yuva Morcha so much, but that's also because it was in the opposition, right? When I speak to Tejasvi Surya, I realize that what can the Yuva Morcha do when, youngsters have a certain amount of revolution? But I feel Tejasvi Surya in an organizational role will be much better.
वसुधा बता दो कि तेजस्वी सूर्या की ताकत तो BL संतोष है
जी,
मतलब BL संतोष तो चाहेंगे कि वो नेशनल टीम में है, उनको मतलब युवा मोर्चा का अध्यक्ष बनाया, जब टिकट की बारी आई तो BL संतोष ने कहानी BL,
and he's still one of the better speakers of the BJP, right, in the parliament. He's a
बिल्कुल.
And anyway, when it comes to Karnataka, that political landscape is very cluttered already. So you've already got B.S. Yediyurappa, you've got his son who's the state president. That doesn't leave much. And plus you're in opposition over there, so it doesn't leave much for him to do over there. So is there going to be a continuation in the organization, or is he going to then move into the cabinet or the council of ministers, which is the other interesting thing. Could we see, since we're looking at possible headlines, Sanjeev Srivastava, could we also see a possible headline where people are brought in from the government into the organization, not the other way around? There could be the reverse movement as well. Do you see that possibility? All right, we'll cut across to him in just a second. आपको ऐसा लग रहा है समीर जी कि कुछ सरकार में से कुछ लोगों को मंत्री को वापस ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में लाया जा सकता है?
ऐसा हुआ है क्या सर?
नहीं, ऐसा कभी मुझे तो नजर नहीं आ रहा कि मोदी सरकार में तो ऐसा कभी नहीं हुआ कि मतलब कैबिनेट से हटा
क्योंकि अगर आप बिल्कुल ही एक रीहॉल ओवरहॉल करना चाहते हैं, देन काउंसिल ऑफ मिनिस्टर्स में भी आप कह रहे हैं कि भाई देखिए अब हम बिल्कुल वी आर गोइंग टू स्टार्ट ऑन अ फ्रेश दिस थिंग.
ऐसा जरूर हुआ है, मतलब 2014 के बाद कि जिन लोगों को लगा था कि हम नेशनल प्रेसिडेंट बनेंगे या चीफ मिनिस्टर बनेंगे स्टेट में जाके, उनको जाके सीधे स्पीकर बना दिया, जिनको जाके सीधे मिनिस्टर बना दिया. कैलाश विजयवर्गीय, नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर, प्रहलाद पटेल ने इस स्टेट में आपको सीधे भेज दिया. मतलब अब 12 साल कैबिनेट मिनिस्टर कैलाश विजयवर्गीय रहे शिवराज सिंह चौहान के साथ. अमित शाह जी की 8 साल जनरल सेक्रेटरी रहे, राज्यसभा नहीं भेजा और सीधे आपको एमएलए बना के सीधे कैबिनेट, वहीं जहां 15 साल पहले आप अर्बन डेवलपमेंट था, वही 15 साल बाद आपको अर्बन डेवलपमेंट मिनिस्टर बना दिया. तो कुछ भी पॉसिबल है, लेकिन मुझे इसकी संभावना कम नजर आती है कि कैबिनेट से किसी को ड्रॉप करके ऑर्गेनाइजेशन के अंदर भेजा जाएगा. भूपेंद्र यादव मुझे लगता है कि अभी कैबिनेट में रहेंगे, ऑर्गेनाइजेशन में तो जनरल सेक्रेटरी वो रह चुके थे, अभी सेंट्रल इलेक्शन कमेटी में है, देवेंद्र फडणवीस के साथ वो है, तो उनका भी आने की संभावना नहीं. अब धर्मेंद्र प्रधान का इस्तीफा हो गया है, तो मुझे लगता है कि धर्मेंद्र प्रधान को पार्टी संगठन में इस्तेमाल करेगी. संगठन के आदमी है, संगठन में उन्होंने बहुत इलेक्शन.
आपको लग रहा है उनको संगठन में लाएंगे?
निश्चित रूप से मुझे लगता है कि उनको लिया जा सकता है, लेकिन जनरल सेक्रेटरी नहीं लेंगे. हो सकता है उनको पार्लियामेंट्री बोर्ड में लिया जाए, क्योंकि अब उनको कहीं आपको वैसे भी ओबीसी आते हैं, तो उनको मुझे लगता है कि लिया जा सकता है. वो उड़ीसा से आते हैं तो उनको ले सकते हैं. तो देखना होगा किसको लेता है, लेकिन गवर्नमेंट से कोई आएगा, मुझे इसकी संभावना कम नजर आती है.
Rahul, when Amit Shah became the party president, I remember covering that very intently because he created 19 new departments, and departments like library and documentation, all these things also came up. And he also started projects. One was Swachh Bharat. He also started something called Har Zile Mein Ek Karyalay Banega, right? So that's something that he began. Do you expect these large-scale changes to happen this time, or it could also be some minuscule changes, maybe just the office bearer's announcement and not really, the party speaking the language of the government?
See, I think this change, if it happens today, is going to be the foundation. I think there may be offshoots definitely, because you see, if you see the new voter, not just the young voter, but the voter who is going to vote in 27 in UP and in 2019, it's, I think, a slightly restless voter we are looking at, which is not satisfied with ordinary old traditional templates like Meri Jati Ka Bana Diya. I think they are also looking at that the way things are, they are changing, and how the government indicates that it is changing. I think in that you can look at changes. You see, the BJP has made changes in the past when Tavre and others were brought in between. So the party is open to changes. I think, yes.
Was that the best set of general secretaries? When Dharmendra Pradhan, Bhupendra Yadav, all these 9 general secretaries, it looked like a very strong team.
I think that is what I said earlier, that they created good general secretaries. They created. Bhupendra Yadav was a young lawyer who came into the party fold, worked with Arun Jaitley, was a spokesperson slowly, and then Amit Shah picked him up and threw him in Bihar, and it went bad. Yes. But they persisted with him. So they were into creating, there is a lot of criticism, but BJP has that mechanism where they create leadership. So I think that's what they will be aiming at, and then put in programs, as you're saying, give them responsibilities, help them, put some wins under their belt, and that's how you create leaders of tomorrow. Right now, I think Nitin Nabin must be in a slightly uncomfortable space, having lost Bankipur. So you have to put confidence back for him. Give him a good team, which will look forward, give him something to prepare for, create aspirations, because otherwise the BJP has to remain different at the organizational level from the rest of the other dynasty. If you give any signal that you brought a big-time dynasty into the system at a crucial position, there might be criticism. So I think a lot of factors will go in when this team is announced, if it is announced.
आशीष शेलार एक नाम है जो महाराष्ट्र से आ सकते हैं दिल्ली में,
Okay. Some of the key appointments that are going to be made today, let's quickly take you through that. There are going to be 38 national office bearers, up to 13 vice presidents, up to 9 general secretaries, which is really where all the legwork gets done. Most of the work, the heavy lifting is done by the general secretaries. Very consequential position this, one general secretary organization and up to 15. And that is where the coordination between the RSS and the BJP takes place. And up to 15 secretaries, one national treasurer. That really is going to be the makeup. These are the organizational appointments that we are talking about. Let's talk a little bit about Uttar Pradesh, because when we're seeing representation, it's not just about the Mahila and Yuva, it's also UP and how much, given that we are going to have election there in the next 5 to 6 months. Some key names that you're hearing from Uttar Pradesh, we were talking about Bhola Singh earlier.
And Harish Dwivedi, one of them would get accommodated is what we've been told. And also the national office bearers list is going to be huge, right? Because there are national vice presidents. National vice presidents usually, Rahul sir, correct me if I'm wrong, the vice president, what does that post do? Is it usually to accommodate people? Is it usually to people who are on the verge of retirement? Or is it just, it's not an executive position, right? So how do you differentiate between the general secretaries and the vice president? What is the most important thing in the list that we should need to be looking for?
See, the general secretaries are the DCPs.
Yeah.
They go into the field and they're responsible for their area.
They meet the Adhyaksh at least once or twice a month, right?
Yes.
Because Adhyaksh is always meeting the general.
They have got structured this thing. See, vice presidents have a larger role. And I think somebody like Amit Shah, as a, in a part of a team, in a team where you have got Bejant Panda, you will, if you say that people close to retirement, I think he will take offense.
Yeah, not at all, yeah.
He will take offense.
Vasundhara vice president hai.
Yeah,
Jay Panda is an exception
Vasundhara
there.
will be
Jay Panda having delivered UP and also Delhi.
And Vasundhara will say neither tired nor retired. But the fact is that they play a wider role.
Yeah.
They play a much wider role. You see, we have been seeing Bejant Panda moving around in states, most of the states. It's also a position where you prepare leaders. Like you have got from Nagaland, Chuba is there. M. Chuba is there. That's the kind of representation that a state like Nagaland has somebody in the president's, the party president's team. That's the kind of signaling you do. Then it is a good, respectable, face-saving kind of a place where you tell Vasundhara Raje that, okay, you are there.
Yeah.
And you may not be the leader of opposition. You may be very unhappy that you were never considered for the chief ministership, and
Right.
So then you accommodate.
So you have the national executive, then you have the national council. National council has like more than 1,000 people. National, executive has around 200, more than 200 people. Then you have the parliamentary board, which is around 12, and then you have the general secretaries. You have the vice president. Then you have the Rashtriya Mantris, right? The secretaries.
And election committee also.
And the CECs, yeah.
And the morchas.
And the morchas. And the departments.
Yeah, the departments.
So it's a huge one. Sameerji, when it comes to the morchas, do you see them changing this time? Because morchas keep getting added, right? Is there a new morcha or a new department that you think can be added this time? I'm told that there'll be a specific department to look at data and analytics, जो states में already हो रहा है, so that, social media and IT don't get clubbed into one.
देखिए, जब नितिन गडकरी अध्यक्ष बने तो उन्होंने तमाम मोर्चे बनाए थे. फिर अमित शाह जब राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष बने तो उन्होंने काफ़ी मोर्चे कम कर दिए. तो उन्होंने कहा था जो अननेसेसरी मोर्चे उनको सबको हटा दो. तो अब देखिए, अब अल्पसंख्यक मोर्चा तो कोई बहुत महत्व नहीं है. भारतीय जनता पार्टी में अल्पसंख्यक मोर्चा बना दिया है. उसके बाद SC मोर्चा है, ST मोर्चा है, किसान मोर्चा है, अधिवक्ता मोर्चा भी नया बनाने का चल रहा है बनाने का. तो अब क्या किस तरीके से किसको बनाते हैं, इनके अध्यक्ष कौन है? वो
लीगल डिपार्टमेंट तो है ना सर?
नहीं, लीगल डिपार्टमेंट है, लेकिन अब अधिवक्ता अलग बनाने का प्लान कर रहे हैं कि लीगल डिपार्टमेंट और लीगल इश्यूज को देखेगा. अधिवक्ता का अलग बना दो.
So there's a legal department, there's an election commission department.
नमन मिश्रा ने जिस तरह से किया, तो भाई अब ऐसे लोगों को भी देखने के लिए कोई डिपार्टमेंट होना चाहिए कि ऐसा वो मतलब ब्लंडर ना करे. तो मुझे लगा कि तमाम तरह के होंगे, लेकिन अब जो बाकी कमिटीज भी है, जैसे ऑफिस मेंटेनेंस कमेटी है, फिर ऑफिस बनाने की कमेटी है, फिर संपर्क कमेटी है, उसमें भूपेंद्र यादव उसके इंचार्ज है. संपर्क कमेटी भूपेंद्र यादव देख रहे हैं. बाकी पूनम महाजन है, पीयूष गोयल बड़ी बड़ी कमेटियों के में, अरविंद मेनन है कि जो पूरी इंडिया में लैंड खरीदी जा रही है बीजेपी ऑफिस के लिए, उसके इंचार्ज अरविंद मेनन है पूरी. तो बड़ी कमेटीज भी बनी हुई है. तो वो बहुत मतलब उसमें 2-4 आप अगर छोड़ देंगे जो प्रोमिनेंट है, बाकी का बहुत ज़्यादा कोई मतलब है नहीं. कमेटी का बना दिया और ये तो मतलब पोस्ट है कि कुछ नहीं है, तो आपको काम दे दिया है कि अब ये कमेटी में काम देखो. तो मुझे लगता है कि वो कमेटी बनी रहेंगी, उसमें कुछ चेंजेस जरूर होंगे उसके अंदर. जैसे कैलाश विजयवर्गीय है, वो अब कमेटी से बाहर हो जाएंगे. पीयूष गोयल है, वो मिनिस्टर हो गए तो वो बाहर हो जाएंगे. नरेंद्र सिंह तोमर थे, वो बाहर हो जाएंगे. पूनम महाजन है, वो बाहर होकर दूसरी कमेटी में आ जाएंगी. तो चेंजेस होंगे, जिनको रिस्पॉन्सिबिलिटी बदल गई है. कोई बड़ा चेंज मुझे लगता है इसके अंदर नहीं होगा, मतलब कोई नई कमेटी बनेगी इसकी संभावना नजर नहीं आ रही। उन्हीं कमेटी में नए लोगों को जिम्मेदारियां दी जाएगी।
But central ministers are part of various committees, so Piyush Goyal or somebody can continue, but I don't think of great significance.
But right now, I think the main focus is all going to be on who gets to be in the parliamentary board, number one, and who gets to be the general secretary. And if there is any change in the general secretary organization, which we have decided more or less seems unlikely as of now. But since we are speaking of Uttar Pradesh, some names that I was just reading online, which is, since you were talking about Harish Dwivedi, Dr. Mahendra Singh is there, Amarpal Maurya, Ashok Kataria, Anup Gupta, Santosh Singh, Vijay Bahadur Pathak, and Ashwini Tyagi. These are some of the names, and like Shrikant Sharma was also being mentioned. So fair equation here of the different castes as well. So you've got from the Dalit community, Bhola Singh was another name that you were mentioning, people who are members of parliament. So interesting names that are doing the rounds. We'll keep our focus on this. A very quick break. More on the other side. Don't go anywhere.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला,
सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से। धूप का टुकड़ा, धूप का टुकड़ा हमसे खेल गया, हमसे खेल गया देश का मुखड़ा।
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ हैं सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters. 3 decades of watching the world change. Of asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV, when it really matters.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
A second changes everything. A minute moves a nation. An hour becomes history. For 3 decades, NDTV has been there. For the moments that were unstoppable, unmissable, unforgettable. Today, the moment is ours. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV, when it really matters. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How
Welcome back. This is Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. We have some breaking news coming in. Congress student wing has staged a stir over the protests that have been emerging on the UGC NET exam being cancelled. That's the latest that we have for you. The NSUI cadres are now protesting. This after the NTA on Sunday announced the retest for 3 papers of the UGC NET examination, which is for English, Commerce and Sociology, following complaints about several errors in these papers.
After the irregularities regarding the UGC NET paper examinations of 3 papers, English, Commerce and Sociology, the NSUI, the Congress student wing, has let out a protest right outside the National Testing Agency's headquarters here in the capital. This is the NSUI workers as well as the NSUI president present as well, tussling along with the security forces present here and the police forces right outside the barricades of the NTA office, not letting the student workers here to proceed inside the NTA office premises. And the protests are regarding these irregularities in the question paper. There were typographical errors in the question paper, faulty notes in the question papers as well, repeated questions from the last year as well. And these are the visuals that we're showing you right now from outside the NTA office. Let us see if we can get in a word from one of the protesters here. This is, right here the tussle is going on between some female student workers and female police officers as well. And the crowd here is growing unruly at this point. आप हमें अपना नाम बताएं कि इस पॉइंट पर मुद्दा क्या है प्रोटेस्ट का, यूजीसी नेट पेपर में भी इरेगुलरिटीज जो हुई है उसके बाद।
देखिए, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार सत्ता में आई है, पेपर लीक की सरकार बन के सामने आती रही है। एनटी जैसी नेशनल ठग एजेंसियां जो एक के बाद एक पेपर लीक कराती रहती हैं, हर पेपर में धांधली की घटना सामने आ जाती है। इन्होंने अभी जनता मंत्र में छात्रों की आवाज की गूंज देखी, इन्हें जैन जी का आक्रोश देखा, इन्होंने अपना एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का इस्तीफा तो करा लिया, लेकिन सिस्टम अभी भी उसी तरीके का है, अभी भी विफल सिस्टम है। इसके लिए एनएसयूआई प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है। हमारी मांग है कि प्रदीप जोशी का इस्तीफा हो और एनटी जैसे ठग एजेंसी को तत्काल प्रभाव से बैन करना चाहिए।
So clearly here the students are demanding for the NTA director Pradeep Joshi his resignation and for the paper setters also to be held accountable. The visuals here outside the NTA office are getting hostile here between the protesters of the NSUI and the police forces. They've managed to lodge themselves up on the barricades here, and protesters here also trying to stage a dharna. They're being of course let out by the police forces present here and the CISF forces too. So this is the current condition with respect to our education system in the country. This is only 3 months shy after the NEET undergrad paper leak.
Now, the UGC NET exam has come under scrutiny after NTA admitted multiple errors in 3 question papers. The agency has ordered a fresh examination for English, Commerce and Sociology after an expert committee flagged factual, typographical, language and translational errors. The committee also found repeated questions and issues with the wording of questions. Meanwhile, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV, NTA official assured that there will be no mistakes in the retest. Rahul Gandhi, leader of opposition in the Lok Sabha and senior Congress leader, has slammed the government over the issue and said, and I'm quoting him here, there should be action against NTA leadership too, and students are bearing the brunt of NTA's mistakes. Congress student body has staged a protest against NTA. As you can see, we just brought you those visuals over the cancellation of examinations.
So where is Mr. Joshi? These are the people who refused to let go of Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan for so many months. Lakhs of students across the country had to protest. Then very reluctantly, apparently in interest of anti-national forces not coming together, he resigned, not for the children's future. And then they replaced one with another. That time only I told you that it is old wine in new bottle. Nothing is going to happen. Mr. Joshi is also as incompetent as Mr. Pradhan. This is a proof of that.
Dimagi Paidal, they are running the government, they are at the helm of the all affairs, playing with the life of the students. Now it's very difficult, once you prepare for examination and examination, if get it postponed, if get it preponed, or if it get leaked, that gives a lot of mental harassment to the students, and it becomes very difficult to gather the same energy to reappear. And exactly the same thing happened in ReNeet also. Even after ReNeet, 3 girls in Maharashtra have committed the suicide. So this government has become a bomb for the students. This government has become a bomb for the development.
The controversy over the UGC NET examination centers on a series of errors that raise concerns about the quality and reliability of the question papers continues. According to findings presented in court, the papers contain multiple factual inaccuracies. Now, what we're also learning from these exams, you have 3 subjects that are under the scanner, is there's typo errors, there are grammatical errors, there are other errors as well in terms of factual errors. Also, the names of scholars have also been misspelled. Previous questions have been repeated. All of this in the paper, and this comes after the NEET exam row, the massive protest that happened over it, and we're seeing an error yet again with 3 subject papers. There will be retesting also that will be conducted, raising questions over whether adequate quality checks are in place before these exams are conducted. Tanushka joining me live on the story. Tanushka, huge embarrassment for the NTA yet again. There were promises made, we will not let such an incident take place again, and within weeks we're seeing what we are on air.
तो आप चाह रहे हैं कि ये दोबारा परीक्षा इंग्लिश की ना हो? मैं नहीं चाहता। एनटी को लेकर बड़े सवाल खड़े होते हैं पिछली बार के दौरान बहुत सारे।
Tanushka, can you hear me?
Yes, Vedika, what we're seeing, yes, I can. What we're seeing right now is definitely a test of credibility that the NTA has been put into, and I'm being joined right now by these students who have appeared for the UGC NET examination. These are the people who are at the heart of the issue. Tell us your name and where are you from? What is your demand at this point from the NTA looking forward?
So my name is Simran and I am from Bihar. Here in Delhi I am for exam preparation. So I don't want any re-NET exam. I just want that NTA take accountability from the next time. They are not going to do these mistake of repeating these PY questions multiple times. So this is my...
We also have an educator here with us who coaches students for the UGC NET exams. Tell us your name and also why not re-exam? We understand English has had repeated questions, but sociology and commerce have had faulty errors.
Ma'am, I am Dakshita Singh. I am an English educator of UGC NET examination at Textbook Organization. मैं यहाँ पे students को represent करने के लिए आई हूँ. The grievances that we have here, these are because ये जो हमारा re-examination हो रहा है, this is unfair, this is biased, this is absurd. क्योंकि ये re-examination जब sociology के case में हो रहा है, there is a controversy around the examination of paper leak. But English and commerce के case में there is no such controversy. And सिर्फ और सिर्फ PYQ repetition का मतलब ये नहीं है that they are supposed to conduct a re-examination. Right. Also, it is impacting their future, it is impacting the assistant professor examinations, the vacancies, the PhD admissions. There are many other factors and they are not being compensated.
Right. So these are the voices that we're getting here from the ground to you regarding the UGC NET exams. This is only 3 months after the NEET undergrad paper leak, and now we have another examination issue with a massive national level examination. Back to you.
Tanushka, do stay with me while we also tell our viewers that the NTA has admitted to the errors. They have said, and speaking exclusively to NDTV, they have said this, and I'm quoting them here, received complaints over multiple errors. Errors were found in 3 papers. The errors affected the quality of papers. Questions could not simply be dropped. The papers did not meet fairness standards. Fair and error-free examination is essential. A retest is necessary to ensure fairness. Now, those are some of the statements by the NTA which which comes under the scanner yet again, given what we have seen, another 3 papers now in for retesting. Just imagine the pressure on students as well when it comes to such examinations. Through the year, they've been studying, and then you have a glaring lapse yet again. Going back to Tanushka. Tanushka, we've heard from the NTA, but the point here is there's more transparency required. We've had a minister also step down. We've had massive protests just recently, but the lessons haven't been learned clearly.
Precisely, Vedika. This is, we reported on this right when the UGC NET exams had happened, and I'd spoken to candidates and students telling me that the sociology paper had spelling errors and that the English paper had repeated questions. That time round also, when we spoke to NTA officials, what I was told was that typographical errors are common and repeated questions also come about in examinations. This is, the kind of outlook that NTA officials at this point round have with respect to such massive national level exams. And even now, why have we come to a point where a re-exam has been called for? Why was this situation needed to arise in the first place? Why not have paper setters set papers in accordance with the norms that are also feasible for the students, so that they don't have to go through the pains for re-examination? These students have prepared for these exams for 6 months at least. Not all of them live in Delhi but come to Delhi for coaching. Their costs of living here, the costs of coaching, all of this math goes behind a national level examination only for it to be conducted again. This definitely raises questions in terms of NTA's credibility. We have heard from NTA officials again today who spoke to me saying that they will ensure no mistakes happen again. But why is there room for error yet again after the capital and the country was held after the protest that just happened with NEET exam and the CBSE exams as well? Back to you.
All right, thanks for joining me live there. Let's just quickly tell our viewers that this is not the first time that we're seeing this controversy erupt. The UGC NET retest order is the latest in a long list of exam controversies involving the National Testing Agency. This time, errors in question papers have forced a retest for 3 UGC NET subjects, but like I said, it's not an isolated incident. We're talking about 2025, the JEE main exams as well. So 12 questions dropped over errors. 2024, the CU, ET, UG and CSIR NET exams were postponed over logistical issues, while NEET PG was postponed amid concerns over exam integrity. UGC NET 2024 was cancelled altogether over integrity concerns, and NEET UG 2024 was rocked by a paper leak, with 1,563 candidates given the option of a retest. The question now is whether these are isolated lapses or signs of a deeper problem in the way India's biggest competitive examinations are being conducted. Moving on now, a fresh political confrontation has erupted between the states of Tamil Nadu and Karnataka over the killing of 3 alleged poachers from the state of Tamil Nadu. In a forest in Karnataka, the 3 Tamil Nadu residents were killed in an encounter in Karnataka, following which the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister has strongly condemned the incident. Vijay has questioned the circumstances surrounding the killings. He also stated that the explanation given by the Karnataka Forest Department is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Karnataka government has rejected the allegation, saying a judicial inquiry into the incident is already underway. The issue has now escalated into a political face-off, with the DMK also stepping in. The party has demanded a CBI inquiry.
There is already a judicial inquiry that is happening, and I'm not sure if the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is aware of the facts of the case. So I'm sure if he's aware, he might change his stand on that. But whatever it is, it's a matter pertaining to Karnataka, and I would request anybody else refrain from commenting on that without knowing the facts.
Definitely, it is a wrongful doing. How can the Karnataka forest officials kill 3 people when they are not involved in any kind of poaching or something? They were taking rest. But they being Tamil, the Karnataka Forest Department had killed them. There should be a severe punishment for those people, officials. The central government should intervene, their agencies, CBI should investigate and book them and put them in jail.
My colleague Deepak now joins me live on the story. Deepak, You have Tamil Nadu, you have the TVK government, you have the DMK government crying foul, but then Karnataka says wait for the probe report. What details can you share with us?
Well, Vedika, we're here in Ground Zero to really find out for ourselves what has transpired and why the standoff right now is taking place between the two states. I'm standing in a small village. This is near Hannur Taluk. This is in Chamarajnagar district in Karnataka, very close to Mysuru. Bordering these villages, of course, are the Kaveri Wildlife Forest Ranges. And here I'm at a small church where the 3 mortal remains of the people who were shot dead in this encounter have been brought. And you can see hundreds of people from the village and nearby villages have all turned up here for the final rites that's taking place at a small church. Family members are completely distraught. Whoever I've been speaking to, Vedika, they are saying that these were farmers. People to earn a living here need to graze cattle. They were just taking, the cattle towards the forest, and they, landed up spending the night there. And in the morning, they were encountered, and the entire thing was staged, managed by the forest officials to really put deer meat there and, have weapons. And they say the forest officials never even showed the body to the locals before taking it far away from here to a hospital. I have some of the locals here with me. Could you tell us, do you live in the same village where these 3 men, used to stay? Tell us what exactly happened.
Yes. We live in the same village, and they are our relatives. And Peter is my brother. He is my close relative, and he is my brother.
Tell me what exactly happened that day.
We were in Bangalore. I got a call from a village stating that 3 have been died, shot dead. And later I checked with all my friends and one of my brother, and they told me that it is sure they are dead and they have been encountered. The report says that they started firing. Initially, our fellows started firing, and they encountered and they shot dead.
What are the people saying? Because the forest officials are saying that they were carrying country-made weapons. They were trying to poach wild animals, and that's why when the forest officials found them, they asked them to surrender, but they didn't, and they started firing at the forest officials. That's when they had to really fire back at them.
No. What they are saying is it's all full cooked up stories. So nothing like that has happened. They have gone to search their missing cattle. While getting back, it was darkened, so they could not get back to village. So they stayed there only. So these people, they have intentionally fired at them, and they have shot them.
What about the meat that was found with them, the deer meat?
It's all cooked up stories. So if they have found the meat...
What's the demand then you have from the government?
No. If they have found the meat, where is the skin? Where's the skin? And people don't carry their meat in bags. Here locally we call it as chilla bags. No, we don't carry that in chilla bags. But how can they say that? And they are saying that they have found 2 country-made weapons. No, it's not like that. If they have found it, so they should release it on Saturday itself. They haven't. So they took 3 days time to cook up the stories. They have found 35 kgs of meat. Where was that on Saturday?
So the locals are raising pertinent questions. Why did it take a couple of days before the forest officials and the government came out with the explanation that they have now? They're saying the entire story is cooked up. There were a couple of days of protests as well. Even now you can see the solidarity with which hundreds of villages have turned up. The pressure is mounting with the Tamil Nadu government as well, making this now quite political, with questions being raised about how the government has really handled this. So we'll really have to see whether we've seen the end of this or whether the drama in this will only escalate. Back to you, Vedika.
All right, Deepak, thanks for joining us live. We, of course, will keep coming back to you. There's a claim and counterclaim going on between the 2 states over this incident. But more news coming in. This is breaking news. Air India's pilot drug testing drive has flagged 2 more pilots in the initial screening, with confirmatory test results still awaited. According to sources, both pilots have been de-rostered pending the final test outcome. Senior Managing Editor Vishnu Shom now joins me live. Vishnu, just take us through the details of this testing. How many of these pilots were tested over the weekend? What other details can you share with us? What should we expect in the coming day or 2?
Well, all of this comes in the back of a lot of reporting that we've done in NDTV following the Phuket to Delhi flight, in which the pilot in command tested positive for the use of marijuana. He failed 2 consecutive urine tests. Now, after that, the Air India voluntarily decided to test all of their pilots. And as I understand it, more than 300 pilots have tested over the weekend up till now. What we do know is that 2 pilots have not cleared their preliminary test, and there is a secondary test which the results of which are still awaited. It could take another 24 to 48 hours. But this becomes important because it's part of a cleanup process within Air India. And it needs to be seen whether this is something that's going to be voluntarily adopted by other airlines or is going to be mandated by the Directorate General of Civil Aviation. Until such time as they clear their test, the secondary test, assuming that the secondary test isn't the first, doesn't match the result of the preliminary urine test, these pilots that I referred to, 2 of them have been derostered by Air India.
I quickly also want to understand where the investigation stands when it comes to the 2 parallel investigations that have been on. You and I have been talking about it here on Breaking Ground as well. Of course, to do with the pilot and the consumption of marijuana, and also with the hydraulic systems failing on that aircraft.
Well, those continue. And, as I understand it, Airbus, which is the manufacturer of the aircraft, has submitted a preliminary report to the AAIB, that's India's accident investigator. They are expected to perhaps submit more documents. I would hope that there is a speedy process towards an outcome over here, because unlike Air India AI-171, in which 260 people were killed, and 1 year down the road, we still don't know what happened, one would hope that there is transparency, and we do know what exactly took place. As you rightly mentioned, there were 2 problems on the Air India flight from Phuket to Delhi. There was a very serious hydraulic concern, which resulted in a momentary lack of control for the pilot. The co-pilot at that time was flying, and then after the aircraft landed, the pilot in command failed 2 consecutive tests where he was found with marijuana in his bloodstream. Now, whether that presence of marijuana in his bloodstream influenced his actions in the cockpit in any way is something we don't know. But there is no further clarity on where these investigations are going. The digital flight data recorder has been transcribed. They've gone through it. Various experts are looking at it, but we really need to know what exactly took place.
Vishnu Shom, thank you so much for joining us here on That Breaking Story. Vishnu, of course, will keep you up to speed with all the latest when it comes to the probe into the Phuket-Delhi flight, what this means for the pilot, and on the hydraulic systems that failed as well. Now, a new twist to the story, which is that 2 more pilots have tested positive in the initial drug test. Of course, the confirmatory test is pending in terms of the results. On that note, we're sipping to a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. I'll be back with the headlines, top stories here on Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. Stay tuned. The ruling BJP is all set to revamp its organization, with National President Nitin Nabin said to have finalized his new team. Huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes after the Prime Minister.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाह मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला, सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से, धूप का टुकड़ा, धूप का टुकड़ा, हमसे खेल गया, देश का मुखड़ा।
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ हैं सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे.
A second changes everything. A minute moves a nation. An hour becomes history. For 3 decades, NDTV has been there. For the moments that were unstoppable, unmissable, unforgettable. Today, the moment is ours. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
To the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister.
This was supposed to be a test of students. Instead, it has become yet another test of the National Testing Agency, the NTA. After the NEET fiasco, after months of questions, protests over the credibility of India's competitive examination system, you would think the lessons had been learnt. They clearly have not. Now the NTA has ordered a retest for 3 UGC NET subjects after its own committee found misspelt names of scholars, unclear book titles, badly worded questions, and even non-standard terms being used for established concepts. These are not minor printing errors. These are errors in the very questions students are being judged on. And the NTA itself admits these papers did not meet the standards of a fair and error-free examination. So thousands of students who studied for months, paid fee, traveled to exam centers, sat for the test, must now do it all over again. The English, Commerce and Sociology papers will be reconducted on the 9th and 10th of September. And this comes after UGC NET was cancelled altogether last year over concerns over the integrity of the examination that had been compromised. The question is simple. How many chances does the NTA get to get an examination right? Because after NEET, this was supposed to be a lesson learnt. Instead, it looks like the same story is being written all over again. The script reads the same. And as NTA tells NDTV, there will be no mistakes now. For students, that promise is beginning to sound painfully familiar. This now is becoming more of a credibility test for the NTA than an examination for the students themselves. I'm Vedika Sood. These are the headlines we're tracking on Breaking Ground at 1 p.m. Huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes after the Prime Minister, asks how can people of his own country be Dimagi Naxals. BJP hits back, says Prime Minister's remarks have forced Dimagi Naxals to come out in 24 hours. Row over Vande Mataram recitation at Congress headquarters escalates. Complaint seeks FR against Sonia and Rahul Gandhi, alleging obstruction. Delhi police set to probe the incident. The NTA is under scrutiny again. NTA admits errors in UGC NET exam, orders retest. Rahul comes down heavily on testing agency, says students bearing brunt of NTA's mistakes. Congress student wing stages stir in the national capital. Air India drug testing, 2 pilots test positive, final result is awaited. We have some breaking news coming in. This has to do with the story from Bhopal. In the high-profile Trisha Sharma death case, the CBI has filed its charge sheet in a Bhopal court, marking a significant step in the investigation into the woman's death under suspicious circumstances in Katara Hills on the 12th of May. Trisha's husband, Samarth Singh, and her mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, have been accused of dowry harassment and murder. Sources say the court will now begin the scrutiny process to verify whether all key documents have been submitted, including the FSL report, the second post-mortem report, the dummy test findings, and voice sample analysis report. Only after this verification is completed will the court take cognizance of the final charge sheet. The case has, of course, drawn widespread attention, and this development brings the investigation a step closer to the judicial proceedings. The CBI has filed charge sheet in this case. That's the latest that we have for you. Anurag joins me on the phone line. Anurag, a big step when it comes to the probe in the Trisha Sharma death case.
Yes, Vedika. Trisha Sharma, a resident of Noida, died under suspicious circumstances on the night of May 12, 2026 at her in-laws' residence in Katara Hills, Bhopal. Her in-laws had described the death as suicide, but her father, Navniti Sharma, accused her husband, Advocate Samarth Singh, and her mother-in-law, retired District Judge Giribala Singh, of dowry harassment and murder. And now the CBI has finally filed its charge sheet before a Bhopal court. And as you said, the charge sheet will now undergo verification and scrutiny. The court will take cognizance of the final charge sheet only after rechecking whether all required documents and evidence have been submitted. The court is also examining whether the charge sheet includes, all relevant documents, including the FSL report, the second post-mortem report by AIIMS Delhi, and the dummy test report and the voice sample report. And after verification and scrutiny, the court will decide on taking cognizance on the charge sheet.
All right, thank you for joining us live there. There is a controversial statement by a Congress MP that has emerged now. This is on the Vande Mataram row. The Congress MP has said, "I will not sing Vande Mataram, never sung it before, never will. And this is Imran Masood who has spoken out, and he has said, "I have the right to follow my religion," and goes on to then say, "Go ahead and promote Vande Mataram if you want to. What difference does it make to me? I will do only as much as I want to, and I will do that."
अरे भाई, तुम्हें अब वंदे मातरम का प्रेम हो रहा, करो ना, करो, हमें क्या फर्क पड़ रहा है? हमें जितना करना है हमें उतना ही करना है, हम करेंगे। मैं तो कहीं तक भी नहीं गाता था और कहीं तक भी नहीं गाऊंगा। आ गई समझ में आपको? बस खड़ा हो जाऊंगा, नहीं गाऊंगा, बिल्कुल भी नहीं। मेरा संवैधानिक अधिकार है, मैं अपने धर्म का पालन करूंगा। वंदे मातरम की पूरी हिस्ट्री पढ़ लीजिए पहले, उसके बाद फिर मुझसे बात करिएगा। ये कहां से आया था और किस तरह लिखा गया था और क्यों लिखा गया था, पूरा पढ़ लीजिए, उसके बाद फिर मैं बता दूंगा। ये लोगों में जो गलत नैरेटिव बनाया जा रहा है, ये ठीक नहीं है। आप मजबूर नहीं कर सकते।
My colleague Jainendra now joins me live on the story. Controversial comment there by the Congress MP Imran Masood. Jainendra, is this a dare of sorts? Jainendra, can you hear me? There seems to be an audio problem there with my colleague Jainendra. We'll try and reconnect with him, but that's a Congress MP who's made a controversial statement on the Vande Mataram row. This comes, of course, at a time when there is a huge political face-off between the BJP and the Congress over the flag hoisting that took place at the Congress headquarters, where the BJP alleges that Sonia Gandhi didn't want the entire national song to play out, something that the Congress has defended. But that face-off, of course, taking another turn with an FIR also that has been registered, and the Delhi police will be probing the incident. But now you have the Congress MP Imran Masood making this statement. I'm going to try and connect with Jainendra once again. Jainendra, Imran Masood making that controversial comment. Should one see this as a dare?
कांग्रेस एमपी इमरान मसूद इज विद अस। इमरान भाई, जो वंदे मातरम को लेकर आपने बयान दिया है कि आप वंदे मातरम नहीं गाएंगे, इसको लेकर विवाद हो गया है, क्यों आप वंदे मातरम नहीं गाएंगे?
अरे भाई, मैंने कब मना करा कि मैं सम्मान नहीं करूंगा? सुप्रीम कोर्ट की गाइडलाइन है। सुप्रीम कोर्ट ने 98 में डिसाइड कर दिया था कि किस तरह सम्मान की क्या होगी। आप गाइए, मैं सावधान खड़ा हो जाऊंगा। मेरे पे पढ़ना भी नहीं आता, मेरे पे बोलना भी नहीं आता। और दूसरी बात, भारत के संविधान के अंदर मुझे मेरा धर्म मानने की आज़ादी है और मैं अपना धर्म मानूंगा। मैं अपने इबादत के तरीके को आप पे नहीं थोपूंगा और आपका इबादत का तरीका मुझ पर नहीं थोपा जा सकता। बिल्कुल स्पष्ट है। बस इतनी सी बात है, इसके अलावा कुछ भी नहीं है। अब इसको आप कुछ भी बताते रहिए, क्योंकि आपको एजेंडा चलाना है। बीजेपी के लोगों को इसको एजेंडा बनाना है। बीजेपी के लोगों के लिए छात्रों की पिटाई एजेंडा नहीं है। बीजेपी के लोगों के लिए छात्रों के साथ जो जाती हुई वो एजेंडा नहीं है। ये नैतिक साहस उनमें नहीं था कि 20 दिन देश के सारे सांसद विपक्ष के बैठ करके संसद के बाहर धरना दे रहे हैं और आप में नैतिकता होती है, एहसास होता कि आप देश से माफी मांगते, आप में नहीं है। आपको एजेंडा दूसरा चलाना है। अभी उठा ले वंदे मातरम।
बात एजेंडे की नहीं सर, वंदे मातरम तो देश की आजादी का नारा था और उसको लेकर अब जब नया नियम बनाए कि 6 स्टैंजा गाना है, तो आप
सुनिए, पूरा होने दीजिए ना। हमें आप नियम कुछ भी बनाते रहे, कल को आप कह देंगे हमें नमाज नहीं पढ़नी, तो नमाज पढ़ने से खारिज कर देंगे क्या आप हमको? संख्या बल के आधार पर आप हमको नमाज पढ़ने से थोड़ी रोक देंगे कि आपने संसद के अंदर संख्या बल के आधार पर कुछ भी बना देंगे? संविधान के अंदर जो संविधान की मूल भावना है, मुझे मेरा धर्म के धार्मिक आज़ादी मिली है, उस धार्मिक आज़ादी को आप नहीं छीन सकते। और ना मैं आपके कहने से धार्मिक आज़ादी को अपने धर्म को छोड़ूंगा।
आप ये कह रहे हैं कि सम्मान करेंगे, जब गाया जाएगा आप सावधान की मुद्रा में होंगे, लेकिन
निश्चित रूप से
लेकिन गाएंगे
नहीं
पूरा नहीं, या 2 स्टैंजा?
नहीं, मैं तो खड़ा हो जाऊंगा। सावधान,
2 स्टैंजा
सावधान, बस।
लेकिन ऐतराज क्या है इमरान भाई? ये तो देश की इबादत की बात है। इसमें
अल्लाह के अलावा मेरे यहाँ सजदा नहीं है, नहीं करूंगा मैं। आप सम्मान करूंगा और पूरा एक नया विवाद, एक नई बहस छिड़ जाएगी। लेकिन जो मेरे ऊपर ही आप आरोप लगाने की कोशिश कर रहे हैं, उन्हें पहले आनंद मठ पढ़ लेना चाहिए।
उसमें क्या प्रॉब्लम?
बस उसी में, वहीं से तो आया ना, पढ़ लीजिए उसे, फिर मुझे बता दीजिएगा।
नहीं, आनंद मठ का जो हवाला दे रहे हैं, मतलब उसमें क्या आपको क्या आपत्ति है?
अच्छा, आप पढ़ लीजिए ना, मुझे मेरी आपत्ति मत पूछिए, आप पढ़ लीजिएगा।
आप लाइव है, दर्शकों के लिए भी
मैं बता, देखिए, आनंद मठ में जो कुछ लिखा है, आनंद मठ में जो कुछ लिखा है, वो कोई भी इंसान, मैं समझता हूं कि जो ये फैलाने वाली बात कर रहे हैं, वो नहीं चाहेगा कि वो हो। क्योंकि ना, हम लोग नफरत वाले लोग नहीं हैं। हम लोग धार्मिक स्वतंत्रता वाले लोग हैं, जो अपने धर्म को, आप अपने धर्म को माने, मैं अपने धर्म को मानूं।
BJP's Mr. Bhandari joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhandari, how do you respond to what Mr. Masood has just said?
Madam, he is just taking forward what he has learned from Srimati Sonia Gandhi. Even Srimati Sonia Gandhi insulted Vande Mataram by attempting to stop it. And after that, Rahul Gandhi said in an audio, in fact, in the conversation, that he will not sing it. So it's aptly clear that the Dimagi Naxal mindset which the Honorable Prime Minister spoke about, the Congress party, by disrespecting Vande Mataram, is reflecting it. And we are not surprised. This is why Congress today has become the front of the fringe. And let them take it to the people of the country. The people of the country respect the national flag, sing Vande Mataram, and they know that Congress, by not doing so, has insulted the patriotism of 140 crore Indians.
All right, Mr. Bhandari, thank you for sharing your view there and your response to what Mr. Masood has said. The political row over Vande Mataram has intensified. BJP has stepped up, like you can see, its attack on the Congress, demanding an apology from the top leadership. The Delhi police said that an inquiry is being conducted into the complaints of the alleged Vande Mataram insult row. So far, 3 complaints have been filed against Sonia Gandhi, with complainants seeking an apology and legal action. The BJP has demanded that an FIR be registered and has threatened to approach the High Court if action is not taken. Yesterday, protests were held across several states, from Jammu and Kashmir to Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and Rajasthan. BJP workers took to the streets holding protests, candle marches and torch rallies.
India has witnessed yesterday about the actions of the Congress party. The Congress party has been a chronic opposer of Vande Mataram. Yesterday during the flag hoisting ceremony which was being conducted in the national office of the Congress party, during which Vande Mataram was played, Srimati Sonia Gandhi interrupted the event, and we have seen, the nation has seen that she was obstructing and instructing her party cadres to stop the Vande Mataram. This attracts penal action.
आज़ादी के बाद पहली बार ऐसा हो रहा है कि 80वें स्वतंत्रता दिवस के अवसर पर वंदे मातरम को मान्यता एक तरह से लाल किले से लगाकर पूरे देश में उसको अपनाया गया और वंदे मातरम पूरा अपनाया गया। लेकिन दुर्भाग्य से कांग्रेस ना इंदौर में पूरा वंदे मातरम गाती, ना उनके नेता वहाँ दिल्ली में उसके प्रति सम्मान व्यक्त करते हैं। हमारे लिए वंदे मातरम आज़ादी के दीवानों के समय से आज भी अत्यंत श्रद्धा आस्था का केंद्र है। पूरा देश आंदोलित है कांग्रेस के व्यवहार कारण से। कांग्रेस के लोगों को माफ़ी मांगना चाहिए।
नहीं, क्यों पर्सनल हम इसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोल सकते। वंदे मातरम हमारे देश की जान है, जन गण मन हमारी प्राण है। हम उसके बारे में कुछ नहीं बोलेंगे, कल हृदय में रखेंगे इसको।
Mallikarjuna Kharge, Sonia Gandhi and Rahul Gandhi, when they refused to stand for the entire national song being sung, it should be looked as an insult on our motherland, on the soil of India, on soil of Bharat, and every citizen who lives and breathes in India. It's an insult by the Congress party, and the BJP strongly condemns it. And as nationalists, we are standing together today condemning the Congress, and we are demanding that an apology being met out to all the 140 crore Indians who are deeply hurt by the Congress's actions.
Leaders of the national movement decided that the first two stanzas of Vande Mataram is highly inspiring. That need to be sung everywhere. And it was Rabindranath Tagore who sang it in the All India Congress Committee session in the late 1930s, if I remember correctly. What is the problem with the later part? There are references to gods and goddesses of a particular religion. India is a secular democratic republic. Upholding a particular religion through references like this, that goes against the spirit of the Constitution.
Who have not done anything for the freedom struggle, their political mentors didn't even hoist the flag for 52 years. The BJP is just interested in weaponizing these things, the national song, the national anthem, everything they want to weaponize. So whatever it is, there is absolutely, they can file how many other cases they want. We don't need any certificate of Desh Bhakti from these people.
The Dimagi Naxal remark has now turned into a full-blown political face-off, with the BJP and Congress trading sharp attacks over Prime Minister Narendra Modi's Independence Day speech. Reacting to Modi's warning against what he termed Dimagi Naxals, former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responded by declaring himself to be proud of being a Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses against the opposition. That triggered a strong BJP counter as well. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Rejig called Chidambaram's remark unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that Prime Minister Modi had not called opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who back Maoists and reject the constitution. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad also hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statement shameful and irresponsible.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह ने 13 अप्रैल 2006 को कहा था, मैं कोट कर रहा हूं, It would not be an exaggeration to say that the problem of Naxalism is the single biggest internal security challenge ever faced by our country. और 31 मार्च 2026 प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने उस चीज को जो डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह समझ गए थे, मगर जिस विवशता के चंगुल में जकड़कर और नक्सली दिमाग वालों से भरी हुई सुपर कैबिनेट यानी एनईसी के द्वारा उनको कुछ करने नहीं दिया गया था, यदि वह कार्य सिद्ध करके दिखाया तो प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। मगर देश का एक ऐसा गृह मंत्री है जिसे इसमें गर्व का अनुभव नहीं हो रहा है, उसे इस बात में गर्व का अनुभव हो रहा है कि वह दिमागी नक्सली हैं। तो मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह सही हैं या आज के आपके स्वघोषित दिमागी नक्सली चिदंबरम साहब? हम यह कहना चाहेंगे कि संयोग देखिए कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने स्वतंत्रता दिवस पे बोला था और आज नाग पंचमी आते आते ये जितना दिमागों में जहर था वो सब पूरे दिमाग से उजागर होकर उन्होंने खुद स्वीकार कर लिया कि हम क्या हैं। तो मैं सिर्फ अंत में यह कहना चाहूंगा कि माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी ने जो संकेत दिया है यह बहुत सहज और स्वाभाविक है। इसके लिए किसी को दिमाग पे जोर लगाने की जरूरत नहीं है, सिर्फ आंख खोलकर देखने की जरूरत है, उसे दिखाई पड़ेगा कि दिमागी नक्सल कौन है।
दिमागी नक्सल जो कांग्रेस पार्टी है, जिसमें चिदंबरम साहब कल लगातार आप कह रहे हैं कि आज तो उन्होंने कहा है कि मैं दिमागी नक्सल वो हैं, और एक वो आदमी है जिसमें दिमाग ही नहीं, इसलिए वो नक्सल नहीं है, वो राहुल गांधी जी हैं।
Sarcastic tweet, and we should understand that the language the Prime Minister used in the from the Red Fort is unacceptable. He called Dimaki Naxals, those people who are having socialist mindset, who believes in a socialist society, who believes that the wealth of India should not be given to few of the rich people in India. Who he has termed all of them as दिमागी।
जब किसान आंदोलन करे तो किसान खालिस्तानी हो जाता है, अब दिमागी नक्सल हो जाते हैं छात्र, जो न्यू जेनजी जिसको बोला जाना है। इस तरह का भाषा प्रधानमंत्री जी को शोभा नहीं देता है और लगातार इस तरह का बयान कहते हैं, कभी अर्बन नक्सल बोलते हैं। मतलब जो इनका सच सामने ले आए या इनसे सवाल पूछे या अपने अधिकार के लिए लड़े, ये इसको आतंकवादी, नक्सल, खालिस्तानी सब बता देते हैं।
And here's the remark made by Prime Minister Modi on the 15th of August that has led to this face-off between the BJP and the Congress.
वर्षों तक देश की सत्ता में माओवादी सोच के लोग गलियारों में अपनी जगह बना करके बैठे थे। सरकारी कमेटियों में सलाहकार के रूप में भी ये माओवादी सोच ने नीतियों को प्रभावित किया था। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जंगलों में हमें हथियारी नक्सलों का खात्मा बुलाने में, उस संकट से देश को मुक्त कराने में सफलता मिली है, लेकिन हथियारी नक्सल तो गए, लेकिन दिमागी नक्सल, ये दिमागी नक्सल मौके की तलाश में है, हिंसा अराजकता के वो रास्ते खोज रहे हैं, समाज को गलत राह पर घसीटने के लिए भांति भांति के दांव कर रहे हैं। इन दिमागी नक्सलियों को पहचानना होगा, इन दिमागी नक्सलियों को आइसोलेट करना होगा और राष्ट्र को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाने की मुख्य धारा की ओर देश की युवा पीढ़ी को जोड़ना होगा।
Jainendra now joining me live on the story. Jainendra, just tell us more about the FIRs, the complaints that have been filed against the Gandhis at this point, trouble mounting for them, the Congress of course pushing back, saying that we sang the entire Vande Mataram, the national song, during the event.
Yes, but the main problem of Congress and Gandhi family is not legal. The legal issue will be tackled appropriately, but the main issue is political, and Congress is being cornered on two fronts on this Vande Mataram Rao. On one hand, left parties in Kerala are targeting Congress, that Congress have left its tradition, and the whole Vande Mataram song was recited at Congress headquarters. On the other hand, right-wing groups and especially...
Yes, bringing in what the Congress is saying now about the Prime Minister's remarks on the 15th of August, you have two intense face-offs between the BJP and the Congress.
Yes, so on the urban Naxal remark made by Prime Minister, Congress criticized the remark on the 15th itself and said that it shows the desperation of Prime Minister, and Congress alleged that actually Prime Minister is trying to label Dimagi Naxal all opposition leaders and especially the youth who are agitating against the government. So Congress party is targeting Prime Minister, and we all saw yesterday that former Home Minister P. Chidambaram took to social media and claimed that he is proud to be Dimagi Naxal. So it is being joked about the Congress, and many leaders are trying to make fun of the Prime Minister's remark, and Congress had clearly rebuffed the term, and Congress is trying to paint that Congress is trying to say that actually Prime Minister Modi is trying to label the whole opposition as Dimagi Naxal because he is very desperate as the youths are agitating all over the country.
All right, thanks for joining me live there. Well, NDTV's Vasudha Venugopal, political editor, has spoken exclusively to the Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rejig. Here's what he had to say about the controversy.
Minister's mention of Dimagi Naxals has made a lot of people think. The opposition is saying that this is an attempt to shun criticism down, and they're saying that, this should not be done, while the Prime Minister has also announced a lot of things for youngsters. How would you summarize what the Prime Minister was intending to say?
I think everybody should welcome Prime Minister's address, especially when he says that the armed Naxals are almost extinct. During our government, Modi ji has made a very clear statement that the armed struggle of the Naxals, which is basically against the Constitution of India, must be put to end. And Home Minister Amit Shah ji had clearly stated on the floor of the House that the armed Maoist movement is almost done. They are no more a threat to the nation. But however, some intellectuals who propagate the Maoist ideology, the Naxalism, they are still available in some of the urban areas. That is what Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji had referred to. So every genuine Indian citizen should welcome Prime Minister's remark, because this Maoist and this Naxalism, it is extremely dangerous for India's unity and integrity. Because this Maoism and Naxalism is basically the same. They don't believe in rule of law or the constitution. They believe in their own system. And their ideology is the power grows from the barrel of the gun. They want to throw the legitimate elected government and install their own the jungle Raj. So basically, when you call somebody as Dimagi Naxal, means those brains, those people who support separatism, who always stand for the Maoist and the Naxalite movement and their violent activities, they protect them. And those who support this Tukre gang, those who want to cut the chicken neck and separate Northeast from India, and those who support separatism in Jammu and Kashmir, those who are against Article 370 to be removed. So if you are supporting 370 article, if you support the Maoist movement, if you support the separatists, then definitely you are Dimagi Naxal. So that must be handled. And we are not saying that we will shoot down. We will handle and take down through our ideological battle.
In news just coming in, the Karnataka Congress's back-to-back attacks on RSS. Now, the next one that they have issued, and I'm going to quote the person here, is after 1,000-headed venomous snake jibe, the Karnataka Congress chief, BK Hariprasad, has likened RSS to the Taliban. Hariprasad has said, and I'm quoting Hariprasad here, no difference between Taliban and the RSS. Listen into those reactions coming in. Another jibe after the first by Kharge.
Okay. There is no difference between, because it is an unregistered organization. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Taliban, all these organizations are unregistered. There is no difference between Jaish-e-Mohammed, Taliban and RSS, because all the three are not registered in this country.
ಈ RSS ಅನ್ನೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಒಂದು 1000 ಹೆಡೆಗಳಿರುವಂತಹ ವಿಷ ನಾಗರ. ಆದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಜಾತಿವಾದ, ಕೋಮುವಾದ, ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಇದು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬುವಂತ, ವಿಷ ಕಕ್ಕುವಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾಗರ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶನೂ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾವಂತರಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಈ ಜಾತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ RSS ನ ಹೀನ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. RSS ಅವರು, BJP ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್ ಸೇನೆಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂತ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಅವರು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ನಾವು ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬಿಡಬಾರದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
Only 1,000 more. I don't think it's a 1,000-headed snake. There are millions of people across whom they have brainwashed, whom they have let loose to sow seeds of discontentment, to sow communal seeds, and it is evident. It is extremely evident. You please see their history. The problem is nobody has read their history properly. Zero contribution with respect to nation building, but 100% contribution to create chaos within the country.
Joining me live, Ritu, 3 Congress leaders, making these big, bold claims. A face-off between the RSS and the Karnataka Congress continues. Priyank Kharge backing what Yatindra Siddaramaiah has already said. Not the first time that Kharge is involved in a face-off with the RSS. How is the BJP in the state responding to these remarks, controversial remarks being made by Congress leaders?
Of course, you see the way this controversy has been there here in the Karnataka, we do see how that the BJP, of course, at times have decided to be silent about this whole matter because they do not feel there's an importance to react to everything that the IT Minister and the Law Minister Priyank Kharge is doing, whether it's in the terms of writing the letter to the RSS or for that matter, bringing in that new bill about the utilization of the government premises as well as the private properties as well. So yes, on one side we have seen their silence, on the other side we have seen at times how that the BJP has been very aggressive in reacting and responding to all that the Congress is been saying and also been doing as well. For that matter, of course, BJP strongly believes that no matter how much that the Karnataka Congress leaders go on to speak about the RSS, the RSS chief and their activities, this is just going to make them stronger as well. They cannot curtail what the RSS is as an organization who has always been in the forefront whenever the nation has required, is something that the BJP has been arguing. Even at this point in time, you see the BJP strongly believes that even in the past, whenever Indira Gandhi had tried to ban RSS, for that matter, it has only gone on to become more stronger that way. So that has been something on the BJP's end. But of course, the Congress remains to be quite clear about their thoughts on the RSS. Back to you.
All right, so that's the latest, is the Congress versus the RSS at this point in Karnataka. Not the first time that you're seeing a political face-off where the Congress has taken on the RSS. A fresh political confrontation has erupted between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka over the killing of 3 alleged poachers from the state of Tamil Nadu in a forest in the state of Karnataka. The 3 Tamil Nadu residents were killed in an encounter in the state of Karnataka, following which Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Rejig strongly condemned the incident. Rejig has questioned the circumstances surrounding the killings. He also stated that the explanation given by Karnataka Forest Department is unacceptable. Meanwhile, Karnataka government has rejected the allegation, saying a judicial inquiry into the incident is already underway. The issue has now escalated into, like I said, a political face-off, with the DMK also stepping in. The party has demanded a CBI probe.
That is happening, and I'm not sure if the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is aware of the facts of the case. So I'm sure if he's aware, he might change his stand on that. But whatever it is, it's a matter pertaining to Karnataka, and I would request anybody else refrain from commenting on that without knowing the facts.
It is a wrongful doing. How can the Karnataka forest officials kill 3 people when they are not involved in any kind of poaching or something? They were taking rest. But they being Tamil, the Karnataka Forest Department had killed them. There should be a severe punishment for those people, officials. The central government should intervene, their agencies, CBI should investigate and book them and put them in jail.
Deepak now joins me live from the village where the bodies of those Tamil Nadu residents rest for now. Deepak, I'm trying to understand this. You have the DMK, of course, wanting a CBI probe. You have the Tamil Nadu government questioning the circumstances under which these deaths took place, and you have the Karnataka government saying, let the probe be underway. We will bring you the report when it is ready. But of course, this has not stopped it from fueling into a huge political standoff between the states of Karnataka and Tamil Nadu.
Well, yes, it has become a big standoff. One is between the locals and the forest department, and the other, now the Tamil Nadu, the government are really reacting to this matter, of course, has riled up a few feathers. Karnataka, the ministers, of course, are saying that this is a matter which is internal in nature. Whatever investigation needs to be done, it will be done here, and Tamil Nadu government doesn't need to interfere because this is the people of the state of Karnataka. But the question that the locals here are asking is that these were farmers who were grazing their cattle. Why were weapons used to shoot them? They're also saying that even if firing had to be done in any form, it should have been done in non-vital parts, and the kind of injuries that they have sustained clearly shows the intent to kill by the forest officials. Now, they're also questioning why only it was after 2 days that the information about the weapons and the meat has come to the fore. Let me take you through the scenes that we are witnessing here at this village in Chamrajnagar. We're outside the church where the mortal remains, of course, have been kept, and the prayers right now are underway. The family members are expected to come out. We, of course, spoke to a few of them earlier as well, who are all questioning the intent of the forest department, the intent of the police here, and they're saying that they're cooking up this entire story, which, of course, is being vehemently denied by the forest minister, by the government, who are right now maintaining that these were poachers who were trying to kill wildlife, and they attacked the forest personnel first with country-made weapons, and it was only in retaliation that shots were fired again. So it's a back and forth that's really happening. There's a demand for a CBI probe. There's a demand for a judicial inquiry. We'll really have to see how the government really responds to these sort of demands. And even as right now we are looking at the entire village here descend into a pall of gloom, there is a lot expected in terms of accountability here. We had local legislators who are also here with us a little while ago. We'll try and get in a word from them as well as we continue to bring this ground report to try and understand what exactly led to this tragedy. Back to you.
Deepak Bupana, thank you so much for joining us live. Deepak will bring you the latest even at 2 o'clock today when there will be a special show from the Southern View. Moving on now, we bring you news coming in. This has to do with TMC MP Abhishek Banerjee. He has moved the Calcutta High Court seeking an urgent hearing after his personal bank account was allegedly frozen. According to Banerjee's counsel, HDFC Bank informed him of the freeze but did not specify the reasons behind the action. The TMC leader has told the court that the account was frozen shortly after the Supreme Court granted him permission to travel abroad. The development comes days after the ED, the Enforcement Directorate, froze 3 bank accounts linked to the Trinamool Congress in an ongoing probe. I have my colleague Shreshi joining me live from Kolkata. Shreshi, bring us the details. What is Banerjee's counsel stating and claiming in terms of the bank account being frozen?
Well, while there is no clarity whether the bank account has been frozen by the Enforcement Directorate in the ongoing investigation or the police, which is also carrying out parallel investigation into certain allegations that have been made against Abhishek Banerjee, he moved the Calcutta High Court for an urgent hearing, stating that his HDFC personal bank account had been frozen and there was no reason cited by the private bank administration from where he holds his accounts. Earlier, the Enforcement Directorate Directorate has, frozen 3 bank accounts linked to the Trinamool Congress in the ongoing investigations under the Prevention of Money Laundering Act. However, the High Court has granted permission to Abhishek Banerjee to file the matter, which is likely to be heard tomorrow. But of course, this comes as a big development just days after the Supreme Court gave him a clearance to travel abroad. Now his personal bank account has been frozen in certain investigation, which is yet to be clarified by the bank itself. Back to you.
Shrishi, thanks for joining us live. We, of course, will keep a track on all the developments when it comes to this claim being made by Abhishek Banerjee's lawyer. Moving on now, the UGC NET exam has come under scrutiny after the National Testing Agency, the NTA, admitted multiple errors in 3 question papers. The agency has ordered a fresh examination for the subjects English, Commerce and Sociology after an expert committee flagged factual, typographical, language and translation errors. The committee also found repeated questions and issues with the wording of those questions. Meanwhile, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV, NTA official has assured that there will be no mistakes in the retest. Rahul Gandhi, senior Congress leader, slammed the government over the issue and said that there should be action against NTA leadership too, and students are bearing the brunt of NTA's mistakes. The Congress student body has staged a protest against NTA over cancellation of the exams. Those protests took place in the national capital.
So where is Mr. Joshi? These are the people who refused to let go of Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan for so many months. Lakhs of students across the country had to protest. Then very reluctantly, apparently in interest of anti-national forces not coming together, he resigned, not for the children's future. And then they replaced one with another. That time only I told you that it is old wine in new bottle. Nothing is going to happen. Mr. Joshi is also as incompetent as Mr. Pradhan. This is a proof of that.
Dimagi peddlers, they are running the government, they are at the helm of the all affairs, playing with the life of the students. Now it's very difficult, once you prepare for examination and examination, if get it postponed, if get it preponed, or if it get leaked, that gives a lot of mental harassment to the students, and it becomes very difficult to gather the same energy to reappear. And exactly the same thing happened in ReNeet also. Even after ReNeet, 3 girls in Maharashtra have committed the suicide. So this government has become a bomb for the students. This government has become a bomb for the development.
Bringing you some disturbing news from the state of Bihar, a stampede at the Ashokdham temple in Lakhisarai has claimed at least 7 lives, with several others injured. According to officials, an electric pole and wires reportedly fell overnight, obstructing the path and triggering rumors of electric shocks. Panic then gripped the area through the large crowd, leading to a stampede-like situation. The Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary has expressed deep sorrow over the tragic incident and also said that necessary instructions have been issued to the administration for the proper and expeditious treatment of the injured.
एक बिजली का पोल भी स्टेशन का ही कहीं सामने में वो गिर गया राइट साइड में, तो जो पुरुष का क्यू था उसके राइट साइड में पोल था, उधर गिरा तो पुरुष सब भगदड़, मतलब एक अफवाह फैल गया कि बिजली गिरा है, हालांकि वो केबल वायर था। तो लेफ्ट साइड में महिलाओं का क्यू था, उसके ऊपर प्रेशर बढ़ा, महिलाएं एक के ऊपर एक सब गिरते चले गए क्योंकि वो खेत था। अभी 7 लोगों की 7 महिलाएं हैं।
लखीसराय के अशोकधाम में तीसरे सोमवारी के दिन अचानक भीड़ काफी बढ़ गई और एक अफवाह फैली कि बिजली का तार गिर गया है, बिजली का पोल गिर गया है, करंट आ गया है, जिसके कारण भगदड़ मची और उस भगदड़ में कई लोगों की मौत हुई है। मैं सभी मृत परिवारों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ।
हम लोग बात भी कर रहे हैं सारे प्रशासन से, लोग हॉस्पिटल में भी बात हो रही है और अभी पीड़ित परिवार के यहाँ जा रहे हैं। और इस तरह की घटना दुखद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये घटना दोबारा नहीं दोहराई जाए। क्या कारण रहा है, क्या कमी रहा है, इसको हम लोग देखेंगे। इस पर कार्रवाई भी होगी।
मुआवजे का ऐलान कर दिया गया 4 लाख रुपए सरकार से।
देखिए, मुआवजा तो एक फॉर्मेलिटी है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी हमारी बात हुई थी। किसी की ज़िंदगी चली जाती है, वो मुआवजा से भरपाई नहीं हो सकता। फिर भी जो हो सकता है उनके इलाज से लेकर के बेहतर व्यवस्था बनाने का हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे।
जो दोषी होंगे उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
निश्चित तौर पर पूरी समीक्षा की जाएगी ताकि भविष्य में इस तरह की घटना घटित नहीं हो। आपको जानकारी है कि यह सुविधा में 2002 में इस तरह की हुआ था। आज मैं 5 बजे सुबह में उठ करके अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से, लोगों से बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो वहाँ चलता है शिविर कमरियों के लिए, उसको लेकर करके, और सारा सामान्य था। 6:30 बजे के बाद ये घटना घटित हुआ है। तो निश्चित तौर पर इस घटना पर थोड़ा हम और संज्ञान में विशेष डिटेल में लेंगे।
Slip into short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आग और मसाला, सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से। धूप का टुकड़ा, धूप का टुकड़ा हमसे खेलेगा, हमसे खेलेगा देश का मुखड़ा।
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ है सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
A second changes everything. A minute moves a nation. An hour becomes history. For 3 decades, NDTV has been there. For the moments that were unstoppable, unmissable, unforgettable. Today, the moment is ours. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV when it really matters.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, "Maybe not." Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
To the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, calling those remarks of P. Chidambaram unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and rejected the Constitution. We also have BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statements shameful and irresponsible.
चिदम्बरम साहब जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं और देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने कहा, मोदी जी मैं भी दिमागी रूप से नक्सल हूं। इसका मतलब क्या है? मिस्टर चिदम्बरम, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दिस utterly irresponsible comment you have made? आप तो बड़ी कड़ी अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा, किस संदर्भ में कहा, आपको पता नहीं क्या? प्रधानमंत्री का तात्पर्य यह था कि आज नक्सलवाद और माओवाद को मोदी जी की सरकार और अमित शाह की दूरदर्शी नीति के कारण समाप्त कर दिया गया है।
यार पी चिदम्बरम जी, अब उनकी रिटायरमेंट की एज है, पर मैं एक ही प्रश्न उनसे, उनकी पार्टी से करूंगा। जब वो होम मिनिस्टर थे बनेंगे नहीं, उनके टाइम में सबसे ज्यादा, अगर आप रिकॉर्ड निकाल के देखेंगे, नक्सलाइट माओवादी सबसे ज्यादा सक्रिय थे, तो उस टाइम थे, पूरा हाथ इनका उनके साथ था। और जितनी किलिंग झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा, महाराष्ट्र, आंध्रा, जितनी किलिंग उस टाइम हुई है कभी नहीं हुई, इसलिए ये तो ना ही बोलें अच्छा है।
And now listen in to what Prime Minister Modi had said when he targeted what he termed as the Dimagi Naxals from the Red Fort, warning that while armed Naxalism has been eliminated, those harbouring the ideology are still working to spread violence and discord. The Prime Minister called for identifying and isolating them and steering the youth towards the mainstream. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
वर्षों तक देश की सत्ता में माओवादी सोच के लोग गलियारों में अपनी जगह बना करके बैठे थे। सरकारी कमेटियों में सलाहकार के रूप में भी ये माओवादी सोच ने नीतियों को प्रभावित किया था। मेरे प्यारे देशवासियों, जंगलों में हमें हथियारी नक्सलों का खात्मा बुलाने में, उस संकट से देश को मुक्त कराने में सफलता मिली है। लेकिन हथियारी नक्सल तो गए, लेकिन दिमागी नक्सल, ये दिमागी नक्सल मौके की तलाश में है, हिंसा अराजकता के वो रास्ते खोज रहे हैं, समाज को गलत राह पर घसीटने के लिए भांति भांति के दांव कर रहे हैं। इन दिमागी नक्सल
Welcome back. A 6-year-old pug has been crowned the world's ugliest dog of the year. Ginny Lu, who was rescued from the dog meat trade in South Korea before finding a home in California, took the top prize at the 50th annual contest in Santa Rosa. Here's a report.
Ginny Lu, a 6-year-old pug, just won the ugliest dog of the year at a contest in Santa Rosa, California. Ginny Lu was rescued from a dog meat trade in South Korea before finding a home in California. Ginny Lu, an owner, won $5,000, a trophy and a trip to New York for taking the top spot in the world's ugliest dog contest. The contest isn't aimed at poking fun at funny-looking dogs, rather raises awareness and encourages pet adoption while celebrating dog beauty in all shapes and sizes. The contest is in its 50th edition this year, and many come to participate from around the world. Ginny Lu was the runner-up in 2025, and this was her 4th attempt to win the top prize. With her bulging eyes and hanging tongue, this beauty loves to snuggle and barks at her own reflection in the mirror. Here's hoping Ginny Lou continues to redefine the definition of beauty in the dog world and serves her reign with dignity and grace. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV.
With that, it's a wrap on this edition of Breaking Ground. Thank you for watching. My colleagues will be up next with Southern View in moments from now. Stay tuned to NDTV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। होम फल से रैप करो क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो अनरैप करो।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Daikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए। Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद हर रोज।
to the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used, Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, calling those remarks of P. Chidambaram unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and rejected the Constitution. We also have BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statements shameful and irresponsible.
चिदंबरम साहब जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं और देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने कहा मोदी जी मैं भी दिमागी रूप से नक्सल हूं। इसका मतलब क्या है? मिस्टर चिदंबरम, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दिस अटरली इररिस्पांसिबल कमेंट यू हैव मेड? आप तो बड़ी कड़ी अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा, किस संदर्भ में कहा, आपको पता नहीं क्या? प्रधानमंत्री का तात्पर्य यह था कि आज नक्सलवाद और माओवाद को मोदी जी की सरकार और अमित शाह की दूरदर्शी नीति के कारण समाप्त कर दिया गया है।
यार पी चिदंबरम जी, अब उनकी रिटायरमेंट की एज है, पर मैं एक ही प्रश्न उनसे, उनकी पार्टी से करूंगा। जब वो होम मिनिस्टर थे बनेंगे नहीं, उनके टाइम में सबसे ज्यादा अगर आप रिकॉर्ड निकाल के देखेंगे, नक्सलाइट माओवादी सबसे ज्यादा सक्रिय थे, तो उस टाइम थे, पूरा हाथ इनका उनके साथ था। और जितनी किलिंग झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा, महाराष्ट्र,
A very good afternoon to all our viewers. Thanks for tuning into NDTV. This is the Southern View. For the next half hour, we take you through the top stories that's making news in the southern part of India. Joining me on this broadcast are my colleagues Ritu Rajpurohit from Bengaluru. I'm joining you from Chamarajnagar, very close to Mysuru, where 3 men have been encountered by the Forest Department. We'll of course take you through those developments. We'll also be joined in by Vijay from Tamil Nadu and Ashish from Hyderabad. But first up, the story that is right now creating a lot of question marks and also has led to a standoff between Karnataka and Tamil Nadu is the death of 3 people in Chamarajnagar districts in the Kaveri wildlife range, where forest officials claim there were poachers who are out there with country-made weapons trying to poach wild animals. They were caught with these weapons is what they claim. They say deer meat was recovered from them. Locally, protests have erupted. Locals are saying this is all a made-up story. And meanwhile, the politicians in Tamil Nadu, including the Chief Minister and several other opposition leaders as well, are questioning how this has happened under the watch of the Karnataka government and are demanding accountability and a central investigation. I am right now reporting live from the church where the mortal remains of these people who've lost their lives has been kept. A pall of gloom has descended upon this village where hundreds of people have gathered in mourning. They've been protesting. They are demanding the resignation of the people who ordered the firing. They're demanding suspension and action against the erring forest officials. And you can see all of them here waiting now as the mortal remains will be taken out of here to the burial ground nearby. I have a localite here as well with me. Before I go and speak to all of these people, I'm going to very quickly bring you the political reactions that have been coming in and how, there is a lot of blame game that's right now happening. After we listen to those reactions, I'm going to speak to the family members to get their perspective as to what they believe has happened. Let's listen to these reactions first.
In the judicial inquiry that is happening, and I'm not sure if the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is aware of the facts of the case. So I'm sure if he's aware, he might change his stand on that. But whatever it is, it's a matter pertaining to Karnataka, and I would request anybody else refrain from commenting on that without knowing the facts.
Definitely, it is a wrongful doing. How can the Karnataka forest officials kill 3 people when they are not involved in any kind of poaching or something? They were taking rest. But they being Tamil, the Karnataka Forest Department had killed them. There should be a severe punishment for those people, officials. The central government should intervene, their agencies, CBI should investigate and book them and put them in jail.
So Karnataka government says this is our issue, our people will solve this. Tamil Nadu government is coming into the matter and they are questioning the killing of the Tamils. But what do the locals feel? I'll get a perspective from them. The forest officials are saying these 3 men were out there to poach wild animals. They were carrying country-made weapons. They put out photographs of that. What is the information that you all have locally? What exactly happened that day?
Sir, actually they are farmers. Whenever we are feeding to our cattle is different. There are different kind of varieties are there. Okay. So everyone have 10 to 20 cattle. So every day we will get them into the forest for a feeding. That time it got missed. So our people went for on search. But actually what happened over there is it's a murder. As which was happened for Tamilians in 2009 in May 18 in Sri Lanka. As like we considered ourselves as a Tamil genocide. Because before 10 years.
But what about the photographs that the forest department is putting out with the country-made weapons? They put out other knives, they put out other weapons that were being carried in the bag. They're also showing a bag full of deer meat.
Sir, actually what they are showing now, after the encounter, the police has the authority to the marjoring. So they have to go into the forest. They have to do it immediately. The first day press report, the forest didn't hand over any materials or anything. Today they are giving the different media showing. So some are showing like 20 kg, 22 kg, 33 kg, and they also submitted the report to the court. That also is a different. So there is a contraindication of complaints. And this is not a one incident. Almost the 5 incidents have happened. Tamil people, same Tamil community people, same Padiyachi people are affected. Hence our leader, Dr. Anbumani Ramadas and Tamilaga Vichikkalagam are supporting us.
I'm not going to go into the political side of it as to who's supporting or who's not. I'm trying to get a local's perspective here from the family and the close people who've seen this. Tell me, what's the demand that you have right now from the Karnataka government, from the forest department?
See, whatever the incident happened from the forest department, those who are accused this incident, those who did it, they should be punished as per the law, first thing. Second thing, each family, the government has to minimum should give for each family 2 crore. And for each family, they have to give a government job. And also, government has to take care of the children for studies.
But I'm just trying to understand, because the forest department on its side is putting out its claims that country-made weapons were there, meat was found. What's the evidence to prove that they never had country-made weapons? What's the evidence that there is locally?
Sir, this happened in the forest. Okay, it is not in the village. Okay, so this forest, the people, what happened is, they should prove, see, whatever they are telling, that is only going to the media.
The forest officials should prove what they are trying to say.
Yeah, now they are proving it. Here what happened is, the forest is their control. The incident happened in there. At that time, nobody was there. No one was there. So now they can prove however they want it.
Okay. So the locals are saying that the forest officials, of course, are making up their story because the region comes under their control. More importantly, yes.
We don't know whether they took from their farm to near to. It's not a 5 kilometer inside. They were there. They might have taken from the border of the forest.
Okay. So the people here, of course, have their own apprehensions about what the forest departments had to say. With the demands for accountability, the demands for action against any erring officials growing, we'll really have to see how the government really responds, especially with politics, of course, playing out quite thick and fast over the matter. We'll keep a close track on all the developments on this story, but the family at this point in time, of course, is in a lot of pain because they've lost their loved ones and they want answers at this point in time. We'll keep a close track on all the developments here. Moving on to more news. In the latest now, Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar is all set to meet Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Rejig. This is expected on Thursday, where the meeting of several leaders from the south, especially the Chief Ministers, is going to happen in the Southern Conference that's going to be held. But mind you, Chief Minister Rejig was supposed to come to Karnataka, meet the Chief Minister in Vidhan Sauda. that meeting had to be called off with protests that were taking place over the Kaveri issue. And it seems like finally this meeting between the two chief ministers of the southern states, Karnataka and Tamil Nadu, is going to happen, especially with a lot of issues that have right now been, really escalating between the two states, be it Kaveri, be it the Mekedatu issue, and now the death of, three the people in Karnataka who are Tamil-speaking people. And this also probably could become a topic of discussion. I have Vijay joining us on the broadcast as well, who will of course tell us a little more about this meeting. Vijay, yes, this is a larger meeting that's going to take place, but also on the sidelines, the two chief ministers are going to sit and discuss various issues, is what we've been told. Do we have anything that's on the agenda? Do you have any sort of information regarding this?
Deepak, as we speak, we have only limited information. Like you mentioned, Southern States CM are going to be part of Southern States conference, which is going to be held in the outskirts of Chennai near Kovalam. It is going to happen in a private resort. That's what the initial informations are referring to. And it is going to be chaired by Union Minister Om Shah. Remember, in 2022, similar Southern States conference held in Kerala district, where former Chief Minister M.K. Stalin was Kerala State, where M.K. Stalin was also part of that meeting. Now, as this meeting is going to happen, D.K. Shivakumar is likely to have a meeting with a one-on-one meeting with the Tamil Nadu Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay. Like you mentioned, many crucial discussion will be part of this meeting. Like you mentioned, there was a scheduled meeting where Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay himself revealed he liked to meet Karnataka CM D.K. Shivakumar over Meghadadu issue, but however, due to some advices from other seniors, the meeting got postponed. So amid Meghadadu and Kaveri water issue and this recent 3 deaths in Karnataka forest region and also delimitation issue will also be part of this crucial meeting between both state CM. Very especially Kaveri water and Meghadadu issue will be a key focus point agenda in the between two state chief ministers, Deepak.
Yes, we'll of course have to see what all comes for discussion. Vijay, it's going to be a very closely watched meeting, and the issues that will be discussed, we'll keep a close track of those developments. Meanwhile, there's more news from Karnataka. It seems like the politicians in Karnataka continue to make statements about the RSS, and it is becoming a big standoff. My colleague Ritu will take you through more details on the story.
Thank you, Deepak. As you said, of course, the RSS basically has been now described as the 1,000-headed venomous snake by none other than the former Chief Minister Siddaramaia's son, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, who also, is a Congress MLC from Karnataka. Now, he's, of course, made this controversial statement where he's gone on to say that RSS is something which is completely of casteism. It's also a communal organization and a Manuwad organization. And a poison that this particular organization spits also goes around to be spreaded in the society, which is really not good for the society, something that the Yatindra Siddaramaiah has said. But viewers, it's not only Yatindra Siddaramaiah who's made this statement, but also you have the KPCC chief, B.K. Hariprasad, who's also made a similar statement, who's also compared the RSS with the Taliban, Jaish-e-Mohammed, and various other organizations, stating that these are organizations which are unregistered for that matter, and is really not good for the society. So yes, B.K. Hariprasad, for that matter, has also backed what Yatindra Siddaramaiah has said. Now, Yatindra Siddaramaiah, providing a clarification over his statement, has also reiterated that he stands by what he has said, and also what B.K. Hariprasad has said is also all correct, is something that they have said. But this, of course, has really not gone down well with the RSS, coming out with a different argument altogether with the Congress leaders who are continuously making these statements here in Karnataka. So first, let's just listen into what these political reactions really are.
ಈ RSS ಅನ್ನೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಒಂದು 1000 ಹೆಡೆಗಳಿರುವಂತ ವಿಷ ನಾಗರ. ಆದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಜಾತಿವಾದ, ಕೋಮುವಾದ, ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಇದು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬುವಂತ ವಿಷ ಕಕ್ಕುವಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾಗರ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶನೂ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾವಂತರಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಈ ಜಾತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ RSS ನ ಹೀನ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. RSS ಅವರು, BJP ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ ಸೇನೆಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಂತ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಅವರು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ನಾವು ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರಲ್ಲಿ ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
There is no difference between, because it is an unregistered organization. Jaise Mohammed, Taliban, all these organizations are unregistered. There is no difference between Jaise Mohammed, Taliban and RSS, because all the three are not registered in this country.
I say only 1,000 more. I don't think it's a 1,000-headed snake. There are millions of people across whom they have brainwashed, whom they have let loose to sow seeds of discontentment, to sow communal seeds, and it is evident. It is extremely evident. You please see their history. The problem is nobody has read their history properly. Zero contribution with respect to nation building, but 100% contribution to create chaos within the country.
RSS एक जातिवाद है, RSS एक सांप है. ऐसे बात करना ये ठीक नहीं है. ये एक्स चीफ मिनिस्टर सिद्धरामैया के बेटा होने के बाद भी और RSS के बारे में जानना चाहिए, और विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बारे में, हमारे परिवार के बारे में जानना चाहिए. ऐसे RSS के बारे में स्नेक को, सांप को कंपेयर करना ये ठीक नहीं है. ये बहुत खतरनाक स्टेटमेंट है.
Well, there you see, RSS argues that one really needs to understand the history of the RSS and its contribution to the nation whenever there have been a need for that matter. Before not understanding that history, one is really not supposed to talk something ill like this. But how one needs to be seen, looks like this whole matter refuses to die down here in Karnataka. But let's now go across to my colleague Vijay, who will bring us more news from Tamil Nadu. Vijay, over to you.
Thank you, Ritu. That's right. We have breaking news from Tamil Nadu. It's from the Legislative Assembly. As you know, budget session of Tamil Nadu budget session is going on. We have many debates and war of words between TVK government and DMK party over various issues. As we speak today, the session is going on inside the Legislative Assembly. Even today, only the demands for discussion for grants have started. And today, during the zero-hour leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin moved the attention motion regarding law and order situation, regarding especially a Coimbatore incident where a college student was murdered hacked to death by a group of students. Even minister gave clarification regarding that, and after the discussion have started, then only there was a controversy after TVK Minister Ranjit made certain remarks regarding former Chief Minister Kalanga Karunanidhi. Immediately DMK opposed the remarks. They urged the speaker to remove certain those remarks, saying that DMK argued, saying that it is as per assembly ruling, it is not appropriate to mention former Chief Minister names. Only they should call as a former Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu. So immediately speaker also expunged a certain portion what exactly TVK Minister Ranjit mentioned inside the Legislative Assembly. Then only there was a suggestion made by the DMK senior leader, former Chief Minister O. Pannirselvam. He urged the legislative members to maintain dignity inside the Legislative Assembly while speaking, pointing out, saying that even when MGR was Chief Minister, when ADMK legislative member called Kalanga Karunanidhi as a Karunanidhi inside the Legislative Assembly, immediately MGR got frustrated over that. He urged that MLA from the ADMK to apologize and to apologize to the Kalanga Karunanidhi. So immediately this was happened during when MGR was CM. So the same scenario actually returned back in Legislative Assembly. After this, while Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay started to speak under Rule 110 to make announcement regarding farmers for loan waiver, crop loan waiver to farmers, he started his speech by apologizing on behalf of TVK Minister Rejig. He said it is not right to mention former Chief Minister, the DMK leader name inside the Legislative Assembly. He said, I am apologizing, I'm sorry on behalf of is TVK MLA. So these are all the, this is the very important happened inside the Legislative Assembly. And after that, there was immediately MLA and Minister Ramesh urged Opanneerselvam to teach dignity to the leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin. So what was this about? Udayanidhi Stalin, he pointed out, Udayanidhi Stalin remains seated whenever Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay enters the Legislative Assembly. Let's listen to what exactly happened between these leaders, the conversation between these leaders.
கண்ணியமிக்க சபைகள், இந்த சபையில் நம்மளுக்கு முன்னாலே வழிவகுத்து தந்தவர்கள் ஆட்சிய கண்ணியத்தை நாம் காப்பாற்ற வேண்டும் என்று அனைத்து உறுப்பினருக்கும் நான் கேட்டுக்கொள்கிறேன்.
அதை கையாண்டார், நாங்கள் அதில் மகிழ்ச்சி. ஆனால் நம்முடைய எங்கள் திருச்சி மாவட்டத்தில் வெற்றி பெற்ற அமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அதை எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவரை பற்றி சொல்வார். நாங்கள் கூட 5 ஆண்டு காலம் முதலமைச்சராக தளபதி அவர்கள் இருந்தார்கள். அப்படி தளபதி நம்முடைய முன்னாள் முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் இருக்கிற போது, அவர் வருகிற போது எதிர்க்கட்சியில் இருக்கிற தலைவர் எழுந்ததில்லை. இல்லை, கொஞ்சம் எழுந்ததில்லை. எனவே அது ஒரு குற்றக்குறையாக அல்ல, அவரவருடைய எண்ணம், அவருடைய நடைமுறை, அதானே தவிர.
அண்ணன் ஓபிஎஸ் அவர்கள் சட்டமன்றத்தின் கண்ணியம் குறித்து நமக்கெல்லாம் சொல்லிக் கொடுத்திருந்தார். உண்மை அதையெல்லாம் முதல் முறையாக சட்டமன்றத்திற்கு உறுப்பினராக வந்திருக்கக்கூடிய நாங்கள் கற்றுக்கொள்ள தயாராக இருக்கிறோம். அதில் எங்களுக்கு எந்த விதமான ஆட்சேபனையும் கிடையாது. அதே சமயத்தில் அண்ணா சொன்ன கடமை, கண்ணியம், கட்டுப்பாடு என்பதையே தன்னுடைய மூச்சாக வைத்திருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு முதல்வர் அவர்களும் அதற்கான கருத்தை இப்போது தெரிவித்து விட்டார். அண்ணன் அவர்களுக்கு சட்டமன்றத்தின் முதல் முறை உறுப்பினராக இருக்கக்கூடிய நான் ஒரு சிறிய வேண்டுகோளையும் வைத்துக் கொள்றேன் இந்த நேரத்தில். எப்படி கண்ணியம் குறித்து அண்ணன் எங்களுக்கு எல்லாருக்கும் சொன்னாரோ, அதே போல தங்கள் கட்சியினுடைய மாண்புமிகு எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவருக்கும் சிறிதளவு அதை நீங்கள் சொல்லிக் கொடுக்க வேண்டும் அப்படின்னு நான் கேட்டேன். காரணத்தை சொல்றேன். 8 கோடி மக்களின் பிரதிநிதியாக இருக்கக்கூடிய மாண்புமிகு முதலமைச்சர் அவர்கள் அவைக்குள்ளே வரும் பொழுது அமர்ந்திருக்கக்கூடிய எதிர்க்கட்சி தலைவருக்கு அந்த கண்ணியத்தை சொல்லிக் கொடுத்து 8 கோடி மக்களின் முதலமைச்சருக்கு அந்த மரியாதையை தர வேண்டும் என்ற கண்ணியத்தை சொல்லித்தர வேண்டும் என்பதை பேரவைத் தலைவர் வாயிலாக தெரிவித்துக் கொள்கிறேன்.
So our next story from Tamil Nadu is about the TVK governance completes the 100 days of governance in the state Tamil Nadu. Remember, it was historical people mandate for TVK as after 1977, this is the very first time after starting a party in 2 years, TVK managed to form the government in Tamil Nadu, defeating 2 Dravidian parties in Tamil Nadu. So TVK completes the 100 days of governance. Today, Chief Minister himself released a video on behalf of CMO office. They have released a video highlighting the achievements made in past 100 days under TVK party. They call this as a government for generations. Even they highlighted the closure of 717 taskmark shops close to the educational institution and religious sites, and even they highlighted the investment conclave. Very recently, it was hosted by Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay, what they call as a veterinary investment conclave, in which they attracted crores of investments to Tamil Nadu. Even TVK government highlights the breakfast scheme, which they are going to expand it, Kamaraja breakfast scheme, which they are going to expand very shortly, and also pointed out the Thai Mama scheme, Thai Mama Seer scheme, which is like a gold ring for all newborn babies in government hospital. Like this, they have listed out many schemes and also highlighted their achievements in past 100 days. They also gave outline how this government going to function in upcoming days, saying that their priorities is to give a corruptless and transparent and effective governance. On the other hand, opposition parties criticized this government, this 100 days, as a real governance, 100 days of real governance. Especially Udayanidhi Stalin pointed out inside the Legislative Assembly, in the past 100 days, the law and order situation in the Tamil Nadu has deteriorated, was not well whitened by the TVK government. He urged TVK to give more focus on law and order situation also. Let's listen into what exactly are the reactions all about this 100 days of TVK governance.
நின்னா கைது, நடந்தா கைது, பேசுனா கைது, சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் ஒரு போஸ்ட் போட்டா கைது அப்படின்னு ஒரு மோசமான பாசிச அரசாக இன்றைக்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் செயல்பட்டு வருகிறது. அந்த அளவுக்கு இந்த அரசுக்கு இன்செக்யூரிட்டி ரொம்ப அதிகம். இன்னைக்கு தூங்கி எந்திரிச்சா யாரை கைது பண்ணலான்னு கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு டைம் டேபிள் போட்டு ஷெட்யூல் போட்டு இன்னைக்கு இந்த அரசு கைது நடவடிக்கைகளை எடுத்து வருது.
100 days of kindergartens. Not sure when they are going to graduate to the school levels, high school levels, and deliver for the welfare of people of Tamil Nadu. And Mr. Vijay is the #1 student in the kindergarten, entertaining all.
They've completed 100 days. That is because of horse trading, extensively practiced by the TVK government. Without that corruption, this government would not have come into existence. And they said they are a government for change. What they have changed is only the names of the schemes. Apart from that, they have not introduced any single scheme. Compare this with what we have done in the first 100 days. In the first 100 days, we have brought in the free bus fare scheme for the women. We reduced the petrol prices to 3 rupees. We gave 4,000 rupees dole to all the persons who were affected by COVID. These are some of the minimal things what we did during the first 100 days. And what has this government done? Every day there is a murder. Every day there is an assault against women. And this is the government which came into power on the promise of giving stellar law and order. So it's an utter failure. 100 days of failure is what we can say.
These 100 days, nothing has changed.
Okay.
The same law and order issues.
All right.
And the crimes against women has not stopped. Particularly crimes against girl children has not stopped. And they have presented the first budget where there is absolutely no vision or road map for improving the economy of Tamil Nadu. So this first 100 days is definitely a big failure. The government has got no vision. Absolutely, the financial management is zero. So administrative lapses are there. So I don't think this government has got any experience or even they are willing to change anything, except for they are listening to what the Congress says, and it is becoming a slave of Congress. That is what is happening.
So yet again, former BJP leader Annamalai on spotlight. As far as yesterday, Annamalai was part of a grand, massive rally for creating awareness regarding environmental protection. He was part of a rally in Chennai. Remember, Annamalai, after resigning from the BJP, he started to strengthening his foundation called Be the Leaders. His first maiden rally was in Pollachi, where he gave outline what exactly the We the Leaders are up to ahead of 2031 election. Even yesterday, Annamalai pointed out regarding his plans for his volunteers organization. He said they are working on ground, strengthening the We the Leaders foundation, and also he criticized the opposition party, saying that they are not using stage to criticize or speak bad about any actors or anyone, father or mother, and also about women. So in a way, he tacitly criticized leader of opposition Udayanidhi Stalin and other various senior politicians who had recently get into many controversies, speaking bad about actor Trisha and other women politicians. So on the other hand, Annamalai also warned Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay, cautioned Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay regarding the corruption. He said he has audio recordings of various ministers, few ministers who have started to collect bribes from the tenders for expecting bribes from 2 to 4%. He urged the Chief Minister to give more focus on fighting against the corruption. After a year, he will start to criticize the TVK government. So in a way, he urged the opposition parties to give time for the TVK government, as they are new, as out of 108 MLAs, around 101 MLAs are new entrants to Legislative Assembly. So they need time to work for the state Tamil Nadu. But after a year, they can start to criticize them. On the other hand, Annamalai also pointed out Gen Z and millennium kids are rejecting the idea of politics, harsh politics. He also pointed out that these will the Gen Z will play a very huge role ahead of 2031 election. He reiterated saying that he will convert this We the Leaders organization into a political party at the appropriate time. Let's listen to what exactly former BJP leader Annamalai had to say.
ஒரு முதலமைச்சர் ஆட்சிக்கு வந்திருக்கிறாங்க. நான் எல்லா இடத்திலும் கூட சொல்வது, ஓராண்டு காலம் கொடுங்க, 108 எம்எல்ஏ வந்ததுல 101 எம்எல்ஏ இப்பதான் முதல் டைம் சட்டமன்றத்துக்குள்ள எட்டி பார்க்கிறாங்க. கை குழந்தையோடு வந்திருக்கின்றார். அவர்களுக்கு நான் எல்லா இடத்திலும் சொல்வது, ஒரு வருஷம் கொடுப்போம், வேலையை செய்யட்டும். அவர்கள் வேலையை சரியாக செய்யவில்லை என்றால் முதல் குற்றச்சாட்டு வைப்பவர்கள் நாமத்தான் இருப்போம். அதில் எந்த மாற்று கருத்தும் இல்லை. ஆட்சிக்கு வந்து இன்னைக்கு 100 நாள் கூட ஆகல, செய்யட்டும், பார்ப்போம். சில விஷயங்கள் சரியா செய்யறாங்க, சில விஷயங்கள் தவறா செய்யறாங்க. ஒரு வருட காலம் தப்பு பண்றாங்கன்னா நம்ம பேசுவோங்க ஐயா. எனக்கு தெரியும், தமிழகத்துல எதிர்க்கட்சி நண்பர்கள் நிறைய பேர் நம்மளை பார்த்து சொல்றாங்க, அண்ணே நீங்க அரசியலே பண்ணல. எனக்கு எதிர்க்கட்சி பண்ணக்கூடிய அரசியல் என்னன்னா, எப்படியாவது இந்த ஆளுங்கட்சியை கவுத்து ஆட்சிக்கு வர வேண்டும் என்பதுதான் எதிர்க்கட்சிகள் செய்யக்கூடிய அரசியலா இருக்கு. அதுல ஆட்சியை கவலுங்க ஐயா. தப்பா ஆட்சி பண்ணா ஆட்சியை கவலுப்புங்க ஐயா. ஒரு வருஷம் எல்லாரும் நேரம் கொடுங்க. எதற்கு காலையில வெந்நீரை ஊற்றியது போல எல்லாம் அப்படி சுத்திக்கிட்டே இருக்கிறீங்க? வேலை செய்யட்டும். அதற்கும் we the leaders அந்த அரசியலுக்காக நம்மை நாம் புதுப்பித்துக் கொள்ள வேண்டும். இந்த பல அரசியல் மேடையிலே நடிகை திட்டுறது, நடிகரை திட்டுறது, ஒருத்தருடைய தந்தை தாயை பத்தி பேசுறது, குடும்பத்தை பத்தி பேசுறது, அப்பாவை பத்தி பேசுறது, அதெல்லாம் போச்சுங்க ஐயா, அதெல்லாம் போச்சு. சட்டசபையில் அநாகரிகமாக வம்புக்கு இழுத்து ஒரு பெண்ணை நயவஞ்சகமாக தவறான வார்த்தையில சித்தரிக்கிறது. அதை வெளியே வந்து சொல்லுவாங்க, எங்க தலைவரை பாத்தீங்களா, எப்படி சொன்னாரு பாத்தீங்களா, எவ்வளவு டபுள் மீனிங்கோட சொல்லாரு பாத்தீங்க. அந்த அரசியல் போச்சுங்க ஐயா, போச்சு. 1980க்கு பிறகு பிறந்தவர்கள் ஜென்சி மில்லேனியல் 65 கோடி பேர், அவர்களுக்கு எல்லாம் பிடிக்கலீங்க ஐயா.
That's all we have from Tamil Nadu. More news from the state Karnataka. Ritu, over to you.
Thank you, Vijay. Of course, here in Karnataka, in Bengaluru specifically, you see there's a fresh controversy that has erupted at Bengaluru's National Law School of India University there, who have opposed now the presence of the CJI, Surya Kant, as well as the Bar Council of India's chairman, Manan Kumar. In fact, now this is the letter that's been signed by more than 150 students, is what we are given to understand. In this particular letter, they have, of course, been very clear about it, categorically mentioned that they do not want both of these chiefs to basically attend that convocation program of 2026 graduation a day there. And what they are really saying is that basically they are backing what really happened in Hyderabad's NAL-SAR campus there again. So they have stood for in solidarity of those students, and in fact have also demanded an apologies from both of them, and specifically from the BCI for that matter. And however, needs to be seen how this controversy is really going to snowball in the coming days, whether we will see both of them attending this program here in Bengaluru, that we will have to wait and watch out for. But meanwhile, you see what students have really said is that the convocation day for any student for that matter remains to be very important. It's a big day, not just for the students who have worked for years together, put in hard work, but also it's a big day for their family members as well. In such a scenario, they do not want both of them to really attend this convocation. But as said, you see, we'll have to wait for some more time to see what's really going to happen in the coming days, whether the university will voluntarily take a step, whether both of them will really not turn up for this particular event. That needs to be seen. But now let's just go across to my colleague Ashwin from Kerala, who will bring us more news from there. Ashwin, over to you.
Thank you, Ritu. In fact, the big story from Kerala is with regard to the movie with which Mohanlal is starring, called as Ati Manoharam. Now, earlier there was this news that came from the filmmaker side stating that the Tarun Murthy directed movie in which Mohanlal is the main cast, they have got permission from the Devasam board to shoot in the Sabrimala vicinity and the premises of Sabrimala. But however, today, interestingly, the Devasam minister K. Muralidharan himself has come forward to give on record that there is no such move that has happened. In fact, no permission will be given for the Mohanlal movie whatsoever unless the movie is about something that is connected to the historicity of the place, or if the movie is connected to a devotional theme that is connected with the deity of Sabrimala, that is Lord Ayyappa. Now, K. Muralidharan's particular statement is also come just few days after there was this information that was given that 50,000 rupees will be given as a caution deposit to the Devasam board to allow this picturization of this movie, which has reached its last schedule. In fact, the movie is slated for release on December 24th, and as per the filmmakers, the shoot in Sabrimala is one of the main important part of the second schedule of the movie. However, K. Muralidharan has said no such permission has been given. Let's hear what the minister had to say about it.
അതിനെക്കുറിച്ച് എൻ്റെ ശ്രദ്ധയിൽപ്പെട്ടിട്ടില്ല. ഞാൻ അന്വേഷിക്കാം. ഞാൻ മാധ്യമ വാർത്ത മാത്രമേ ഞാൻ അറിഞ്ഞിട്ടുള്ളൂ. അതല്ലാത്ത ഒരു കാര്യം ശ്രദ്ധയിൽപ്പെട്ടിട്ടില്ല. ശബരിമലയിലൊന്നും ഷൂട്ടിങ് അനുവദിക്കില്ല. ശബരിമലയിൽ സിനിമ ഷൂട്ടിംഗ് അനുവദിക്കില്ല. അത് ഭക്തിപരമായിട്ടുള്ള സിനിമകളാണ്. ശബരിമല അയ്യപ്പനുമായിട്ട് ബന്ധപ്പെട്ട പുരാണ സിനിമകൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ അനുവാദം കൊടുക്കാറുള്ളൂ. പൊതു സിനിമകൾ അനുവദിക്കാറില്ല. ക്ഷേത്രങ്ങൾ അങ്ങനെ അനുവദിക്കാൻ കഴിയില്ല. അത് ഗവൺമെൻറ് നയമാണ്. സിനിമകൾ ക്ഷേത്രവുമായിട്ട് കേന്ദ്രീകരിച്ചുകൊണ്ട് എന്താ പറയേണ്ടത്, സാധാരണ രീതിയിലുള്ള സിനിമകൾക്ക് അനുവാദമില്ല. പുരാണങ്ങൾക്ക് മാത്രമേ അനുവാദമുള്ളൂ.
Well, the next big story is with the rendition of Vande Mataram. In fact, the absence of rendition of Vande Mataram in Kerala during the official function at the Central Stadium in Thiruvananthapuram has led to a massive criticism from the side of the BJP. In fact, the Kerala government went to an extent that they did not even play the national song, let alone the two stanzas to be played. They completely took away the song itself. This has raised a huge bugle of protest from the BJP side, which has stated that the Chief Minister V.D. Satishan, who abide by the Constitution, who has taken an oath by the Constitution, has not followed the central laws and the constitutional values that has been put forward and decided to take away the rights of it being played. He further alleged that there is a constitutional violation that has been done, and also alleged V.D. Satishan government of pandering to the Muslim League as well as the Jamaat-e-Islami. In fact, Rajiv Chandrasekhar has stated this absolutely wrong, and in fact stated that this precedence has not even been seen even in non-BJP ruled state of Karnataka, as well as in Jammu and Kashmir and various, including Himachal Pradesh also. Let's hear what K. Muralidharan, who's the Devasam minister, had stated in support of the Congress party earlier. He said two stanzas would be played, but now Rajiv Chandrasekhar has come forward lashing out against the current government for not playing Vande Mataram at all during the 80th Independence Day function.
We are ready to sing two paragraphs. Others, we will not agreeing that one. And the parliament passed without the discussion, without voting. We don't want the certificate from BJP. They are always against the communal harmony. That is their attitude.
കേരളത്തിൽ മാത്രം ഈ ദേശീയ ഗീതം പാടാൻ ഇവിടെ സംസ്ഥാന സർക്കാർ അനുവദിച്ചില്ല. അവർ ഒരു റിട്ടൺ സർക്കുലർ പ്രകാരം അവരുടെ റിട്ടൺ സർക്കുലറിൽ എഴുതിയിരിക്കുന്നത് ദേശീയ ഗാനം മാത്രമാണ് പാടേണ്ടത്. ഇത് ചെയ്യുന്ന മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി ഭരണഘടനയുടെ ഭരണഘടനമേൽ വെച്ച് പ്രതിജ്ഞ എടുത്തതാണ്. റൂൾ ഓഫ് ലോ പാലിക്കും, ഭരണഘടനയെ ലംഘിക്കില്ല, പാലിക്കും എന്ന് പ്രതിജ്ഞ എടുത്ത വ്യക്തിയാണ് ഇന്ന് ഈ സംസ്ഥാനത്തിന്റെ മുഖ്യമന്ത്രി. ഇന്ത്യൻ യൂണിയൻ മുസ്ലിം ലീഗും ജമാഅത്തെ ഇസ്ലാമിനെയും കേരള രാഷ്ട്രീയത്തിൽ മെയിൻ സ്ട്രീം ചെയ്ത് അവര് ഭരണത്തിനെ കൺട്രോൾ ചെയ്യാൻ തുടങ്ങിയാൽ അപകടം ഇവിടെ ഉണ്ടാവും എന്ന് ഞങ്ങൾ അന്ന് പറഞ്ഞതാണ്. 80 കൊല്ലം മുമ്പേ ഈ ഇന്ത്യനെ പാർട്ടിഷൻ ചെയ്തത് ഇന്ത്യൻ മുസ്ലിം ലീഗും അത് നയിക്കുന്ന ജിന്നയായിരുന്നു.
Well, that's a wrap from the state of Kerala. In fact, there is more interesting story coming from the neighboring state of Telangana, and my colleague Ashish is bringing the latest update. Ashish, what's the big story in Telangana?
Thank you, Ashwin. Like you mentioned, the political development and political story related to Kerala. Now a story which is kind of turned into a major political controversy here in Telangana. Chief Minister Revanth Reddy on Sunday launches major scathing attack on BRS former Chief Minister K. Chandrasekhar Rao, his family, BRS working president K.T. Ramarao, and his nephew and former irrigation minister T. Harish Rao, alleging that T. Harish Rao went to Trichy in Tamil Nadu as well as Shivamogga in Karnataka and held a special black magic ritual, a special occult prayer, so that Telangana state doesn't receive ample amount of rain and farmers suffer. While addressing a public gathering in Mulugu in Telangana on Sunday, Chief Minister went on launching a scud attack on BRS. He alleged that BRS leadership is doing everything to disrupt the state government, not allowing people to get the benefit from the provided by the state government. While mentioning all these allegations, Chief Minister went on and said that BRS leader Harish Rao travelled to Tamil Nadu and Karnataka and held prayers and to stop rain in Telangana. Harish Rao, earlier we had reported that Harish Rao in fact has denied all the allegations. Previously the similar kind of allegation which CM has made now. Telangana State Congress President Mahesh Gaur had made similar kind of allegation. Two others Telangana Congress leader had made similar kind of allegation, and Harish Rao has sent legal notices to these three Congress leaders. Reacting on what Chief Minister has said, Harish Rao has said that he is free to take legal action. He is considering to take legal action against the comment made by Chief Minister, while BRS has alleged that to divert issues which are being faced by the farmer and the common people of Telangana, Congress is making false allegation. Congress is diverting the agenda. Listening to what Chief Minister said in a public meeting in Mulugu.
తండ్రి కొడుకులు ఇంట్లుంటే ఆ మేనల్లుడేమో రాష్ట్రంలో కరువు రావాలి, వర్షాలు కురవద్దు, ప్రజలు చావాలి అని తమిళనాడు కర్ణాటక రాష్ట్రాలలో పోయి అఘోర పూజలు, క్షుద్ర పూజలు, చేతబడి పూజలు చేస్తున్నాడు. ఇట్లాంటోడు ఎవడన్నా ఉంటాడా? అధికారం పోతే ప్రజల సావు కోరుకుంటాడా ఎవడన్నా? ఇంత సన్నాసులు ఈరోజు రాష్ట్రంలో ప్రతిపక్షంలో ఉన్నారు. కాబట్టి వాళ్ళు ఎన్ని పూజలు చేసినా, ఎన్ని క్షుద్ర పూజలు చేసినా, అఘోర రావు గారు అఘోర పూజలు చేసినా దేవుడు మన వైపు ఉన్నాడు. ఎందుకంటే మన ప్రయత్నానికి దైవ సంకల్పం కూడా తోడైంది. కాబట్టి ఎలినినో సందర్భంలో కూడా ఎల్లంపల్లి ప్రాజెక్టు నిండింది. ఇవాళ ఈ ప్రాంత వానలు పడ్డే హెలికాప్టర్లు వస్తుంటే సీనన్నని అడిగిన, మొత్తం ఎక్కడ చూసినా పొలాలలో చెరువులలో నీళ్లు కనిపించినాయి. నాకు సంతోషమైంది, దేవుడు మన వైపు ఉన్నాడని. ఇవాళ దేవుడు కూడా మన దిక్కే ఉన్నారు. మీరందరూ కూడా సోదరులు, మా సోదరిమణులు నాతోనే ఉన్నారు. మంచి పరిపాలనను అందించుకుందాం, పాడి పంటలు పండించుకుందాం, తెలంగాణ రాష్ట్రాన్ని సుభిక్షంగా పరిపాలన చేసుకుందాం.
Chief Minister has went on saying that while BRS is trying to disrupt the governance, Congress governance here in Telangana, God is with him, his side, the Congress side. That's what Chief Minister has said. Listening to what BRS has said on the allegation made by Chief Minister. That's a wrap for today. That's a wrap for today. More news and update after this break.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूम देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो, होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो, होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज.
To the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, calling those remarks of P. Chidambaram unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and rejected the Constitution. We also have BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statements shameful and irresponsible.
चिदम्बरम साहब जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं और देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने कहा मोदी जी मैं भी दिमागी रूप से नक्सल हूं. इसका मतलब क्या है? मिस्टर चिदम्बरम, व्हाट डू यू मीन by this utterly irresponsible comment you have made?
Huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes after Prime Minister asks how can people of his country be Dimagi.
To the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, calling those remarks of P. Chidambaram unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and rejected the Constitution. We also have BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statements shameful and irresponsible.
चिदम्बरम साहब जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं और देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने
Welcome back. The UGC NET exam has now come under scrutiny after NTA admitted multiple errors in 3 question papers. The agency has ordered a fresh examination for English, Commerce and Sociology after an expert committee flagged factual, typographical, language and translation errors. The committee also found repeated questions and issues with the wording of questions. Meanwhile, in an exclusive conversation with NDTV, NTA official assured that there will be no mistakes in retest. Rahul Gandhi slammed government over the issue and said that there should be action against NTA leadership too, and students are bearing the brunt of NTA's mistakes. Congress student body staged protest against NTA over cancellation of these exams.
So where is Mr. Joshi? These are the people who refused to let go of Mr. Dharmendra Pradhan for so many months. Lakhs of students across the country had to protest. Then very reluctantly, apparently in interest of anti-national forces not coming together, he resigned, not for the children's future. And then they replaced one with another. That time only I told you that it is old wine in new bottle. Nothing is going to happen. Mr. Joshi is also as incompetent as Mr. Pradhan. This is a proof of that.
Dimagi Paidals, they are running the government, they are at the helm of the all affairs, playing with the life of the students. Now it's very difficult, once you prepare for examination and examination, if get it postponed, if get it preponed, or if it get leaked, that gives a lot of mental harassment to the students, and it becomes very difficult to gather the same energy to reappear. And exactly the same thing happened in ReNeet also. Even after ReNeet, 3 girls in Maharashtra have committed the suicide. So this government has become a bomb for the students. This government has become a bomb for the development.
After the irregularities regarding the UGC NET paper examinations of 3 papers, English, Commerce and Sociology, the NSUI, the Congress student wing, has let out a protest right outside the National Testing Agency's headquarters here in the capital. This is the NSUI workers as well as the NSUI president present as well, tussling along with the security forces present here and the police forces right outside the barricades of the NTA office, not letting the student workers here to proceed inside the NTA office premises. And the protests are regarding these irregularities in the question paper. There were typographical errors in the question paper, faulty notes in the question papers as well, repeated questions from the last year as well. And these are the visuals that we're showing you right now from outside the NTA office. Let us see if we can get in a word from one of the protesters here. This is, right here the tussle is going on between some female student workers and female police officers as well. And the crowd here is growing unruly at this point. आप हमें अपना नाम बताएं कि इस पॉइंट पर मुद्दा क्या है प्रोटेस्ट का, यूजीसी नेट पेपर में भी इरेगुलरिटीज जो हुई है उसके बाद।
देखिए, जब से भारतीय जनता पार्टी की सरकार सत्ता में आई है, पेपर लीक की सरकार बन के सामने आती रही है। एनटी जैसी नेशनल ठग एजेंसियां जो एक के बाद एक पेपर लीक कराती रहती हैं, हर पेपर में धांधली की घटना सामने आ जाती है। इन्होंने अभी जनता मंत्र में छात्रों की आवाज की गूंज देखी, इन्हें जैन जी का आक्रोश देखा, इन्होंने अपना एजुकेशन मिनिस्टर का इस्तीफा तो करा लिया, लेकिन सिस्टम अभी भी उसी तरीके का है, अभी भी विफल सिस्टम है। इसके लिए एनएसयूआई प्रोटेस्ट कर रही है। हमारी मांग है कि प्रदीप जोशी का इस्तीफा हो और एनटी जैसे ठग एजेंसी को तत्काल प्रभाव से बैन करना चाहिए।
So clearly here the students are demanding for the NTA director Pradeep Joshi his resignation and for the paper setters also to be held accountable. The visuals here outside the NTA office are getting hostile here between the protesters of the NSUI and the police forces. They've managed to lodge themselves up on the barricades here, and protesters here also trying to stage a dharna. They're being of course let out by the police forces present here and the CISF forces too. So this is the current condition with respect to our education system in the country. This is only 3 months shy after the NEET undergrad paper leak.
Moving on, a stampede at the Ashokdham temple in Bihar's Lakhisarai has claimed at least 7 lives, with several others injured. As per officials, an electric pole and wires reportedly fell overnight, obstructing the path and triggering rumors of an electric shock. Panic then spread through the large crowd, leading to a stampede-like situation. Bihar Chief Minister Samrat Chaudhary has expressed deep sorrow over the tragic incident and also said that necessary instructions have been issued to the administration for proper and expeditious treatment of these injured. Let's get in some reactions.
एक बिजली का पोल भी स्टेशन का ही कहीं सामने में वो गिर गया राइट साइड में, तो जो पुरुष का क्यू था उसके राइट साइड में पोल था, उधर गिरा तो पुरुष सब भगदड़ मतलब एक अफवाह फैल गया कि बिजली गिरा है, हालांकि वो केबल वायर था। तो लेफ्ट साइड में महिलाओं का क्यू था, उसके ऊपर प्रेशर बढ़ा, महिलाएं एक के ऊपर एक सब गिरते चले गए क्योंकि वो खेत था। अभी 7 लोगों की 7 महिलाएं हैं।
लखीसराय के अशोक धाम में तीसरे सोमवारी के दिन अचानक भीड़ काफी बढ़ गई और एक अफवाह फैली कि बिजली का तार गिर गया है, बिजली का पोल गिर गया है, करंट आ गया है, जिसके कारण भगदड़ मची और उस भगदड़ में कई लोगों की मौत हुई है। मैं सभी मृत परिवारों के प्रति अपनी संवेदना व्यक्त करता हूँ।
हम लोग बात भी कर रहे हैं सारे प्रशासन से, लोग हॉस्पिटल में भी बात हो रही है और अभी पीड़ित परिवार के यहाँ जा रहे हैं। और इस तरह की घटना दुखद दुर्भाग्यपूर्ण है। ये घटना दोबारा नहीं दोहराई जाए। क्या कारण रहा है, क्या कमी रहा है, इसको हम लोग देखेंगे, इस पर कार्रवाई भी होगी।
मुआवजे का ऐलान कर दिया गया 4 लाख रुपए सरकार से।
देखिए, मुआवजा तो एक फॉर्मेलिटी है। माननीय मुख्यमंत्री जी से भी हमारी बात हुई थी। किसी की ज़िंदगी चली जाती है, वो मुआवजा से भरपाई नहीं हो सकता, फिर भी जो हो सकता है उनके इलाज से लेकर के बेहतर व्यवस्था बनाने का हम लोग प्रयास करेंगे।
जो दोषी होंगे उस पर कार्रवाई होगी।
निश्चित तौर पर पूरी समीक्षा की जाएगी ताकि भविष्य में इस तरह की घटना घटित नहीं हो। आपको जानकारी है कि यह अशोक धाम में 2002 में इस तरह की हुआ था। आज मैं 5 बजे सुबह में उठ करके अपने कार्यकर्ताओं से, लोगों से बात करते हैं, क्योंकि हमारा जो वहाँ चलता है शिविर कमरियों के लिए, उसको लेकर करके, और सारा सामान्य था। 6:30 बजे के बाद ये घटना घटित हुआ है, तो निश्चित तौर पर इस घटना पर थोड़ा हम और संज्ञान में विशेष डिटेल में लेंगे।
Pug has been crowned the world's ugliest dog of the year. Ginny Lu, who was rescued from the dog meat trade in South Korea before finding a home in California, took the top prize at the 50th annual contest in Santa Rosa. The win earned Ginny Lu and her owner $5,000, a trophy and a trip to New York. Take a look at this report.
Ginny Lu, a 6-year-old pug, just won the ugliest dog of the year at a contest in Santa Rosa, California. Ginny Lu was rescued from a dog meat trade in South Korea before finding a home in California. Ginny Lu and owner won $5,000, a trophy and a trip to New York for taking the top spot in the world's ugliest dog contest. The contest isn't aimed at poking fun at funny-looking dogs, rather raises awareness and encourages pet adoption while celebrating dog beauty in all shapes and sizes. The contest is in its 50th edition this year, and many come to participate from around the world. Ginny Lu was the runner-up in 2025, and this was her 4th attempt to win the top prize. With her bulging eyes and hanging tongue, this beauty loves to snuggle and barks at her own reflection in the mirror. Here's hoping Ginny Lu continues to redefine the definition of beauty in the dog world and serves her reign with dignity and grace. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV.
Huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes up.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आरती और मसाला। होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind. I pause. I reflect. I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
To the Dimagi Naxal remark that has now turned into a full-blown political face-off. We have the BJP and the Congress trading sharp attacks over the Independence Day speech that was made by Prime Minister Modi. Reacting to the warning given by the Prime Minister against the term, obviously that was used Dimagi Naxals, we have former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responding by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses. This is against the opposition. That's now triggered a strong counter by the BJP. We have Rejig, the Parliamentary Affairs Minister, calling those remarks of P. Chidambaram unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and rejected the Constitution. We also have BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad, who's hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statements shameful and irresponsible.
चिदम्बरम साहब जो कांग्रेस के नेता हैं और देश के पूर्व गृह मंत्री रहे हैं, उन्होंने कहा, मोदी जी मैं भी दिमागी रूप से नक्सल हूं. इसका मतलब क्या है? मिस्टर चिदम्बरम, व्हाट डू यू मीन बाय दिस अटरली इररिस्पॉन्सिबल कमेंट यू हैव मेड? आप तो बड़ी कड़ी अंग्रेजी बोलते हैं, तो प्रधानमंत्री ने क्या कहा, किस संदर्भ में कहा, आपको पता नहीं क्या? प्रधानमंत्री का तात्पर्य यह था कि आज नक्सलवाद और माओवाद को मोदी जी की सरकार और अमित शाह की दूरदर्शी नीति के कारण समाप्त कर दिया गया है.
यार पी चिदम्बरम जी, अब उनकी रिटायरमेंट की एज है, पर मैं एक ही प्रश्न उनसे, उनकी पार्टी से करूंगा. जब वो होम मिनिस्टर थे बनेंगे नहीं, उनके टाइम में सबसे ज्यादा, अगर आप रिकॉर्ड निकाल के देखेंगे, नक्सलाइट माओवादी सबसे ज्यादा सक्रिय थे, तो उस टाइम थे, पूरा हाथ इनका उनके साथ था. और जितनी किलिंग झारखंड, छत्तीसगढ़, उड़ीसा, महाराष्ट्र, आंध्रा, जितनी किलिंग उस टाइम हुई है कभी नहीं हुई. इसलिए ये तो ना ही बोलें अच्छा है.
And now listening to what Prime Minister Modi had said when he targeted what he termed as the Dimagi Naxals from the Red Fort, warning that while armed Naxalism has been eliminated, those harboring the ideology are still working to spread violence and discord. The Prime Minister called for identifying and isolating them and steering the youth towards the mainstream. Listen in to Prime Minister Modi.
वर्षों तक
This is NDTV, when it really matters.
welcome. You're watching NDTV. I'm Gargi Rawat. Coming up ahead, a huge controversy over the Prime Minister's remarks about Dimagi Naxals. The opposition has hit out the government and the BJP defends it. We'll get you all those details. And in other news, the National Testing Agency is under scrutiny. Yet again, it admits to errors in the UGC NET exam, has ordered a retest. A huge controversy over this as well. All that coming up ahead. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking. A huge showdown over the Prime Minister's Dimagi Naxal remark. The Congress goes after the Prime Minister, asks how can people of his own country be Dimagi Naxals? The BJP hits back, says the Prime Minister's remarks have forced Dimagi Naxals to come out in 24 hours. Congress MP Imran Masood sparks a fresh row, says he will not sing Vande Mataram, adds he will follow his religion. The National Testing Agency under scrutiny yet again after it admits to errors in the UGC NET exam. There were glaring mistakes in the question papers, orders a retest. Rahul Gandhi hits out at the testing agency. The students are bearing the brunt of the NTA's mistakes. The Congress student wing stages a protest in Delhi. Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar to meet with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay in Chennai. This meeting will be taking place on Thursday and it comes amid the shooting of alleged poachers controversy as well as the Kaveri water dispute. The CBI has filed its charge sheet in the Twisha Sharma suicide case. Her husband Samarth Singh and her mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, have been accused of dowry harassment. The fallout of the Air India flight in which the pilot was found to have marijuana in his bloodstream. Air India screens all its pilots for drugs. 2 more pilots have tested positive in the preliminary drug test, de-rostered pending final results. All right, now let's get you more clarifications coming in from the government over the Dimagi Naxal controversy after the Prime Minister hit out at what he said were Dimagi Naxals among us who have to be identified. And now Union Minister Kiren Rejig has posted on social media yet again. Remember earlier he had clarified what really constitutes a Dimagi Naxal, and now he says it would not be an exaggeration to say that the problem of Naxalism is the single biggest internal security challenge ever faced by our country. Dr. Manmohan Singh on 13th April 2006 at Congress, and he said the Congress party must apologize and say sorry to the family of a former Prime Minister. Well, let's take you through this statement that's just come in of Kiren Rejig. We'll just try and clarify exactly what it is that he has said. He's clearly quoted Dr. Manmohan Singh. Let me go across to Janendra and figure this out. Janendra, what exactly has Kiren Rejig now said?
So, Manmohan Singh had termed Naxal issue as the biggest security threat for India's internal security. And the same thing has been reminded by Kiren Rejig, and he has sought apology from P. Chidambaram and leaders like Chidambaram who are claiming that they are Dimagi Naxal and trying to make fun of the Prime Minister's statement regarding Dimagi Naxal. So, in making fun of Prime Minister or trying to corner him, these leaders are actually glorifying the term Naxal, and that is why Kiren Rejig, Parliamentary Affairs Minister, has remembered Manmohan Singh's statement regarding Naxalism, where Manmohan Singh had said that Naxalism is the biggest internal security threat for India. And quoting Manmohan Singh, Kiren Rejig have actually demanded apology from Congress leaders.
That's right. As you know, this is as this controversy continues to rage, and of course, the minister is now trying to bring out quotes of the former Prime Minister in the midst of this huge controversy with the opposition hitting out the Prime Minister. When he made his speech, he did not, really define this Dimagi Naxal. He spoke about eradicating Naxalism, but he says those who are Dimagi Naxal still remain, and that is what has created this whole controversy, this term, intellectual Naxals or Dimagi Naxals, and especially after former Home Minister Chidambaram, someone who had taken on Naxals during his time as Home Minister, also hit out over this and said that he is a Dimagi Naxal, if that is what they're now identifying as this sort of enemy in our midst.
Yes, definitely. And after the controversy, Kiran Rejig himself clarified that Prime Minister have not labelled opposition leaders as Dimagi Naxal, because earlier when Prime Minister coined this term Dimagi Naxal, then the first reaction from opposition, especially Congress party, was that he is trying to label opposition leaders as Dimagi Naxal. And also Congress tried to say that the agitating youth are Dimagi Naxal in the eyes of Prime Minister. So after the controversy, Kiran Rejig categorically clarified that the term Dimagi Naxal, Prime Minister referred to those people who do not believe in Constitution and who support violence. So, but after that, this controversy should have been ended. But we can see that more leaders are coming out and from opposition camp, they are claiming that they are Dimagi Naxal, and in that way, in fact, they are trying to blame Prime Minister and again trying to make the narrative that actually...
Janendra, do stay on with us, because as you mentioned, more and more opposition leaders are speaking out, and now you have former Delhi Chief Minister and AAP Chief Arvind Kejriwal also wading into this entire Dimagi Naxal controversy. So let's take a look at what it is that, Arvind Kejriwal has now said. And after Chidambaram, now he says that he is a Dimagi Naxal as well, an intellectual Naxal. He says, I'm a Deshbhakt, so I'm a Dimagi Naxal and proud to call myself a Dimagi Naxal. So this is, erupting into a bigger and bigger controversy, even as the government, and we've had Kiran Rejig come out and specify or really give details of what it is that the Prime Minister meant, and he means that it is people who have that, mindset of Naxalism, who are promoting it through intellectual means, through any means, in society. However, now after Mr. Chidambaram said that he is a Dimagi Naxal, now Kejriwal calls himself a Dimagi Naxal as well, and goes on to say that I'm a Deshbhakt and therefore I'm proud to call myself a Dimagi Naxal. So, Janendra, really no end to the controversy.
Yes, and in this political war of words, actually these leaders are glorifying the term Naxalism, which is a serious issue, and it was indeed a serious security threat for Indian security. But these leaders are actually trying to say that those who are opposing the central government, those who are agitating against the government, the central government is trying to label them as Dimagi Naxal. So this is actually a political move. But during the course, these leaders are, in a way, glorifying Naxal movement, and they are actually trying to replicate the Cockroach Janata Party movement, because we saw that after a comment by Chief Justice of India, the Gen Z movement erupted and the Cockroach Janata Party was formed, and that resulted in resignation of Central Minister after the NEET paper leak agitation issue. In the same way, they are trying to make this issue like Cockroach Janata Party momentum, and that is why these opposition leaders are coming out and they are claiming that they are Naxal, they are Dimagi Naxal, and this is in the eyes of Prime Minister because they are opposing the government. So they are naturally they are trying to corner government and Prime Minister, but in that course they are also they should not forget that they are also glorifying the term Naxal and the ideology of Naxalism.
All right, thanks so much, Janendra, for joining us with those details. So let's take you through this entire controversy that erupted after the Prime Minister's speech at the Red Fort on the 15th of August. Now, the Prime Minister's Dimagi Naxal remark in his speech has turned, as you can see, into a full-blown political face-off, with the BJP and Congress trading sharp attacks over the Prime Minister's Independence Day speech, reacting to his warning against what he termed as Dimagi Naxals who move among us. He said you have to be wary of them, there's a need to isolate them. Former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responded by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal, an intellectual Naxal, the opposition interpreting it as somebody who questions the government, who questions things. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called the BJP's old abuses against the opposition. Now, this triggered a strong counter from the BJP and Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rejig, Chidambaram's remarks as unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who back Maoists and reject the Constitution. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad also hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statement shameful and irresponsible. And as you can see, it's become a full-blown controversy with more and more opposition leaders really latching onto it and hitting out at the government. All right, in breaking news now coming in, the new BJP team under Nitin Nabin has been unveiled, and that is remember in the morning we were bringing you highlights of what could be expected, and now it seems that new team has been unveiled. It's a new team under the BJP president, and Smriti Irani is has found a prominent place in this new team. She's been appointed the National General Secretary for Uttar Pradesh. So I remember that is ahead of the UP election. So that is a big position for Smriti Irani. And the new team has been unveiled after Nitin Nabin has taken over. There is a big reshuffle within the BJP, and a new team has now, it's been revamped, its organization, with the national president Nitin Nabin having finalized a new team of leaders that he wants to work with. This is an overhaul really in the BJP, and remember we were reporting this morning that we could expect it today itself. It wasn't, of course, a sure thing because it never is till it actually happens. And now you have it. That new team announced Vasundhara Raje, Ram Madhav have been named vice presidents of the party. So that's the big breaking news. Former Rajasthan Chief Minister Vasundhara Raje has found a position as the new vice president in the BJP, as has Ram Madhav as well. So he's come back into the organizational structure of the BJP and has been named as a VP as well. And Smriti Irani there getting a big charge, big responsibility of Uttar Pradesh, as she has been named the Secretary for Uttar Pradesh, National General Secretary. So this was something that was expected, that Nitin Nabin, after taking charge as the president, it's been several months now, and that he needed to overhaul the organizational structure of the BJP and have a team ready. And this is a team that we are told that he finalize the names, the leaders who are going to be part of his new vision for the BJP. BL Santosh also named General Secretary. So that is the big breaking news right now. And all these leaders, remember Nitin Nabin is the youngest BJP president at 46, and now he has a whole new team, as we've been reporting since the morning, that we were expecting a lot of, the older leaders to perhaps, make way for younger leaders, more hands-on leaders in this team. And now you have Smriti Irani there finding a very, very important position. Let's go across to Vasudha, who this morning was, speculating about when this announcement would come, who could find a place, and what this new, structure, overhaul of the BJP would look like. Vasudha, take us through the highlights, what we know so far.
Well, a lot of these old guys are back. Smriti Irani, former minister for HRD and INB, is back now, and she has been made a general secretary, and that's a very important post because it's a very influential post. It has a lot of executive responsibilities. That means that the party is really happy with her work, and they also probably feel that the party needs more female aggressive voices like Smriti Irani. Remember that Smriti Irani was not part of the cabinet after she lost. Amethi elections in 2024. You also have Biplab Deb, former Chief Minister of Tripura, who was also one of the co-in-charges of West Bengal elections. Remember, West Bengal elections, BJP managed a record win, historic win. So Biplab Kumar Deb also considered amongst the younger lot of the BJP. He's also been made a general secretary. Several people have been dropped. 8 general secretaries have been appointed, and of these, 2 old general secretaries have been retained. One is Vinod Taude and Sunil Bansal. Vinod Taude is an MP now, and Sunil Bansal also seen as an architect of the BJP's UP victory in 2017, extremely influential. These are the only 2 general secretaries who have been retained. Harish Trivedi is the Brahmin face of the BJP in UP. He's somebody who lost elections from Basti, the Brahmin face, and also somebody who knows the organization in and out. He has also been recruited as the general secretary, and this is the party's way of signaling that it is preparing the organization for UP elections 2027. You have Sanjay Bhatia, who vacated his Karnal seat for Manohar Lal Khattar, former Chief Minister of Haryana, also seen as an organization man. He's also been rewarded. He's also been made a general secretary. You also have Gajendra Patel, one of the OBC leaders from, of course, Madhya Pradesh, and Satish Punia, a very important Jat Neta from Rajasthan, who was in charge of Haryana, was recently made the Rajya Sabha MP as well, and somebody who is expected to take over the party's, responsibilities as the head of Punjab, somebody who could oversee Punjab elections for the BJP as well. So these are the general secretaries. Ram Madhav is back as a vice president. Remember that vice presidents are important, but it's the general secretary who really run the organization. BL Santosh will continue to be the national organization secretary, and Piyush Goyal is back as the Rashtriya Koshadhyaksh, which is the treasurer of the BJP. You have Rajesh Mangal, he is also the co-treasurer now. And when it comes to the Rashtriya Upadhyaksh, which is the national vice president, that list is quite long. You have Tirath Singh Rawat, former Chief Minister of Uttarakhand. Vasundhara Raje is a name that has been retained. Ram Madhav is the new entrant here. He was a general secretary who was dropped from the BJP. He went back to the RSS. Now he's back in the BJP, not as a general secretary, but as a vice president. We'll have to see what responsibilities he gets. Jay Panda continues as a vice president. Purandeshwari is the vice president. She was a general secretary in charge of Chhattisgarh. Now she becomes a vice president. And you have several other people in Rashtriya Mantris, which is the secretaries. You have people like Kavita Patidar, K. Surendran. K. Surendran used to be the state president of the BJP, also fought a very important election in Manjeshwaram in Kerala, and of course lost, but then he has been made. Bhola Singh, the SE face of UP BJP, someone who has often taken on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath, has also been made the Rashtriya Mantri, and several other people. The intent seems to be very clear. Swadesh Singh, a DU academic, also considered close to Nitin Nabin, has been made Rashtriya Mantri. Rohan Gupta, the spokesperson who often comes on our shows, has also been elevated. There is clearly a sense that young people are being accommodated and being given responsibilities, and this is the party making it very clear that this list is a response to not just the Bankipur loss, but also to the Jantar Mantar protests or a certain sense of dissonance that's being witnessed in Gen Z and youngsters across. This is the party's way of telling its voters, its supporters, and younger people that they will be given opportunities in the party organization.
Well, Nitin Nabin himself is, fairly young at 46, president of the BJP. Well, we have Padmaja also joining us as she's rushing to office for this news. Padmaja, so, for you, the highlights from this revamped team of the BJP, it comes ahead, as Vasudha was saying, a very, very important elections. Uttar Pradesh, of course, the big one. Then you have Uttarakhand, Punjab, Goa, Manipur, etc. And Smriti Irani, they're being made in charge of Uttar Pradesh. So what are the big highlights for you?
The highlights, of course, are all the women who have been included. Of course, starting with the National Vice President, Vasundhara Raje continues over there. You've got Ram Madhav being made a Vice President. But since we're talking about women, B. Purandeshwari is there. Rekha Verma is an interesting name over there. But also Fangon Konyak. We're talking about a mix of youth and women. So Vasudha and I were in fact discussing just this morning the kind of diversity they've tried to get in. So take a look at some of the names as far as women are concerned. When we look at the secretaries, You've got names like Sangon Konyak, who has been brought in. Sangeeta Yadav, we had discussed in the morning as well. Then you have got people like Mriganka Dev Burman, who is coming from Assam. These are as far as the national secretaries are concerned. The national general secretaries, of course, you've discussed this at length. The biggest names that you see over there are, of course, people like Sanjay Bhatia, who have been brought in, Harish Dwivedi from Uttar Pradesh. Sanjay Bhatia, incidentally, is a very interesting name because he is from Haryana. But this will also be seen in light of the elections that are happening in Punjab in just a few months from now, because he has a fair idea of the lay of land in Punjab as well. Was believed to be quite close to Manohar Lal Khattar. That's as far as the general secretaries are concerned. Vinod Tawde, Sunil Bansal has been discussed. And among, of course, the general secretaries, the biggest name and the only lady among the general secretaries who is there is Smriti Irani. So a big comeback organizationally for Smriti Irani being the only lady general secretary who has been announced today. But among the secretaries, you see a fair bit. One important name which I want to talk about is that of Sandeep Pathak. So we are not just looking at the young blood that has been infused, but among the people who have jumped ship from other parties, Sandeep Pathak is the only one who in the organization has been brought in, Gargi. And this is very, very important because in the last election for the Aam Aadmi Party, he was doing all the legwork, the groundwork, mapping out constituencies, ticket distribution. He had a huge hand in that. So now for him, just months after he crossed over from the Aam Aadmi Party along with the other Rajya Sabha MPs, for him to be brought into the organization, a data man, a man who knows the state inside out. I think that is a very, very important name over there. The other important name, Rohan Gupta, other than, of course, being a spokesperson for the BJP, is also somebody who is from Gujarat. And again, that's an election-bound state. So, managing a lot of communications. Again, a young face has been coming from a political family. So these names, the mix of women and young blood that has been infused, these are some interesting additions there.
All right, and as you mentioned, the women are finding prominent place in this new team with the 7 out of 13, as you said, being, vice presidents being women. Ram Madhav, Padmaja, about, his comeback. Tell us a bit about that.
And in fact, just this morning, we were discussing about how there is still suspense on Ram Madhav, but eventually he has made the cut. He has been included. There was some talk also about whether he could get some kind of diplomatic position, whether he could be, sent as India's envoy. He, of course, has been involved in key organizational posts earlier as well in the Northeast and in Jammu and Kashmir. Then for a while, he was out of the organization. And there was suspense about whether he is again going to get some plum role. And, at a time, again, a fairly young face when it comes, if I'm not mistaken, the average age of this team is somewhere in the early 50s. So, there was an attempt to try and keep it in the late 40s to get more and more young people where, they would average out at, the age of below 50. But in the early 50s, still pretty young faces, but with organizational experience. And that is where Ram Madhav also plugs in. Karki.
All right, Vasudha, anything further that you've seen in this list? Any other crossovers? People who've recently joined the BJP, finding any positions? Have you, now that you managed to go through the list more thoroughly?
Well, Padmaja would agree with me, Gargi. The morchas were heavily tilted towards the south of India last time because the OBC Morcha was headed by K. Lakshman, Yuva Morcha was headed by Tejasvi Surya. And, he's from Karnataka, K. Lakshman is from Andhra, Telangana. And, of course, the Mahila Morcha was headed by Vanati Srinivasan, who is from Tamil Nadu. But now if you look at the Morcha heads, there's been a complete shift because it looks like there are more people from northern India and, western parts of India and also, states like Chhattisgarh. Yuva Morcha will be headed by Hemant Joshi, who is the Vadodara MP. Vadodara is also a seat that the Prime Minister vacated in 2014. You have Mahila Morcha being led by Roop Kumari Chaudhary. She's from Chhattisgarh. She's a Lok Sabha MP. Then OBC Morcha by Amarpal Maurya, also a key OBC face from Uttar Pradesh, so on and so forth. But mostly people from Bihar, Uttar Pradesh and Rajasthan. So this is also the BJP trying to make it very clear that while it infuses young blood, it also wants to hold on to its core voters. It's looking for newer frontiers, but at the same time consolidating what's already with it. And this probably is a lesson that the party has learned from 2024 Lok Sabha elections.
Right, and Padmaja, with a younger team as well and a revamped team, leaders, as you were discussing in the morning, that Nitin Nabin, had a big role in choosing who he wanted. At least that's what's being said. So this is a team that he is going to now be working with very, very closely, given the many elections and challenges ahead.
Absolutely. And look, this also opens up the possibility of what happens to the people who were earlier heading the Morcha. So the three names that Vasudha took earlier, Yuva Morcha, Mahila Morcha, OBC Morcha, they were all people who have for more than 5 years been at the helm, if I'm not mistaken. So when it comes to, and fairly young as well. So Tejasvi Surya was heading the Yuva Morcha. Now it has been the responsibility has been given to Hemang Joshi. So what happens to Tejasvi Surya? Could he find place? Whatever names we see today, the activity of today is also going to have an effect of what follows now, which is that cabinet reshuffle that has, is going to happen. We've discussed it multiple times. Are the people who have now left these morchas, these organizational responsibilities, somewhere going to now find a bigger role in government? That remains the next question. Vanati Srinivasan from Mahila Morcha, could she be moved? A big face from Tamil Nadu and a lady face, a woman face from Tamil Nadu, could she move there? Similarly, for the OBC Morcha, that is going to be very interesting to see.
All right, and tell us about, Vasundhara Raje there being still retaining that prominent role, former Chief Minister of Rajasthan. How do you see that?
I think that was understood that, some people, there isn't going to be a complete shake-up to completely change everything. And when it comes to the continuity, it's not just Vasundhara Raje, for example, continuing there. Also B.L. Santosh. There was a buzz about whether an organization secretary, which is a very, very key post, because that is where all the coordination happens between the party and the RSS. And in a critical year like this, when there is a lot of uncertainty, the last 3 years before you go into the Lok Sabha elections, big states coming up, key states, critical states for the BJP, like Uttar Pradesh and Punjab, eventually Gujarat as well, you want the coordination and remember what had happened before the 2024 elections, Gargi. And the BJP now wants to hunker down and ensure that the organization and the party are working in tandem. There should be absolutely no cracks. There should be no tremors even. So the post of the organizational secretary becomes very, very important. And that is where you have continuity in the form of B.L. Santosh.
All right, so Vasudha, some continuity, some new faces, experience as well as youth there. And this is Nitin Nabin's answer in a sense to take on challenges. There are lots of young voters and then the recent Gen Z protests and the prominence that we've seen to, this new group of, Gen Z that the BJP is very conscious of.
That's right. In fact, there are three big takeaways. One, of course, the BJP is wanting to consolidate its position. So if you look at the list of general secretaries, there's nobody from south of India, which means that the party is very clear that it wants to consolidate its strength. We've always had Banti Sanjay and D. Purandeshwari, kind of candidates in the past. But this time they're making it clear that somebody who understands the organization, somebody who also basically has shown his or her potency is somebody who will be rewarded. And also the second big takeaway is the fact that it is infusing a lot of new energy, which is why you see a lot of young people, Sandeep Pathak, like Padmaja pointed out, Hemang Joshi, Biplab Deb, Smriti Irani, somebody who's been vociferously defending the government, at the face of Gen Z protests. So these guys have been rewarded, and the ones who actually worked well, Vinod Tavde, Sunil Bansal, Tarun Chugh is also part of the list, but in a different responsibility now. Those people have also been rewarded. Most importantly, this is the party sending out a message that it will consolidate its strength because it needs to prepare for 2029, and looking at what happened in 2024, it needs to put in that extra preparation. Although it has been winning a lot of assembly elections, it does not want to take any chance.
All right, and Padmaja, now that this reshuffle, this BJP 3.0 team under Nitin Nabin has been announced. Yes, Padmaja, so you were referring to the cabinet reshuffle that we've been talking about for the longest time. So do you think now that is the next, big news that we're going to see maybe in a few days, weeks? We don't know. We never know. But yes, now the cabinet reshuffle becomes the big focus.
I think Vasudha and Aishwarya know better than me that it's the most dangerous thing to hazard a guess about whether a reshuffle is going to take place and when it's going to happen. We've been hearing about this new team also ever since February, ever since Nitin Nabin was made the president. But yes, it does seem imminent for the simple reason that you've got vacancies, right? After Dharmendra Pradhan's resignation, the additional charge has been given to Prahlad Patel. You've got at least 2 vacancies because you had 2 MPs whose Rajya Sabha term has expired. So those positions need to be filled. Ravneet Bittu's term, he's still the MOS Railways, but he hasn't been given a Rajya Sabha again. So similarly, 2 Rajya Sabha are free, so 2 MOS posts are empty over there. Plus, whether the additional charge will stay with Prahlad Patel for the rest of the term as well, that remains a big question. And perhaps the same infusion of young blood that has been done in the organization will be reflected in the government as well. But one part I want to point out, we spoke about the women, we spoke about the faces from the north and south, the young blood, but Uttar Pradesh in particular, Gargi, given that it is perhaps the most big ticket election that the BJP is scheduled to go into next year. I mean, the state is set to go into election. So they will want a strong presence from Uttar Pradesh. Rekha Verma has been retained as the vice president. You've got an important addition in the form of Harish Dwivedi. He is a member of parliament from Basti, and he's a big Brahmin face. At this time, when you've got the issue of Ram Mandir Chanda Chori, Akhilesh Yadav is reaching out to the upper caste as well in Uttar Pradesh. He recently said that in my PDA, P stands for Panditji. So at a time like this, when such outreach is happening, you've got Harish Dwivedi being brought in, and then you've got the Minority Morcha head, which is Tariq Mansoor. He has been the Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. So these names representing Uttar Pradesh, I think, is also something that is significant.
All right, let's go across to Aishwarya now for more. And, UP elections is what Padmaja was talking about, keeping that in mind, this new team under Nitin Nabin. In fact, 2027 is a big year, and the upcoming elections, not just UP, Uttarakhand, etc., also being kept in mind as the BJP announces this new team.
Well, that's right. And some leaders retained in the influential roles, Vasundhara Raje, Ram Madhav, Vijayanta Panda, Purandeshwari, Smriti Irani, Piyush Goyal, BL Santosh. This clearly indicates that BJP leadership is not experimenting ahead of crucial state elections and the 2029 roadmap as well. There are strong women representation as far as the key names are concerned. Vasundhara Raje, Purandeshwari, Rekha Verma, Bharti Pawar, Smriti Irani, Kavita Patidar amongst those. From Mahila Morcha, of course, Roopkumari Chaudhary. It is very, very significant that reflects BJP's, continued emphasis on women voters after the passage of and Prime Minister urging different political parties also to support the women reservation bill and outreach strategy amongst the women beneficiaries as well. What very interesting as far as the young faces are concerned, Nitin Nabin himself is a young BJP president that was appointed, and certainly it is also OBC representations, SC outreach, ST outreach, minority outreach as well. Kuwar Basit Ali retained as Minority Morcha chief. It is Sikh face Manpreet Singh Badal who has been appointed as well. There are Tariq Mansoor among vice presidents, who is a Muslim representation in Nitin Nabin's team, and of course the focus, remains to Uttar Pradesh as rightly pointed out. There are big names that have been retained and new names also emerging, and that clearly underscores that despite the setback in 2024, Bharatiya Janata Party still views Uttar Pradesh as the key battleground for 2027 and 2029 as well. There are combinations that have been put forward who had an experience in the state organizations and who can lead the state in the near future as well.
Right, Padmaja, let's focus on Smriti Irani for a moment, because, her being appointed in charge of Uttar Pradesh and given that she is somebody who defeated Rahul Gandhi in Amethi. Yes, she lost the last time around. So bringing her back in this very, very prominent role is very interesting.
Exactly. And at a time, and this works at multiple levels. The fact that, Smriti Irani is a very fiery and a good orator. We have seen in the recent past, even though she was not, in parliament or in the organization in that sense, She has been one of their primary campaigners. Most recently, we had seen her in West Bengal. And by the way, because she's half Bengali, half Punjabi, she's also going to be utilized as a key campaigner in Punjab. She speaks, incidentally, very fluent Punjabi, Hindi, and Bengali. So, in all likelihood, you're going to see her on the campaign trail in Punjab as well. So, that's one factor. Second, a young face, a comparatively young face, a woman. So on both of these issues, she checks both of the boxes. The fact that, on these sticky issues, she can be the face of the party. And third, of course, the fact that she went up against Rahul Gandhi and did defeat him in Amethi. So that's the other thing. With Rahul Gandhi spearheading the opposition charge on every single issue, whether it be, the NEET issue or the whole PDA issue, Smriti Irani as a counter from the party, from the BJP, is likely to be quite effective, or at least that may have been the thought process behind that. But yes, a big comeback. The fact that she has been brought into the organization will be interesting to see if perhaps at some stage she might even get a Rajya Sabha seat.
All right, we also have with us Rahul Srivastav joining in. And, Rahul, from you, I'd like to hear, do you see this as a genuine generational change in the BJP with the announcement of this new team, or is it just, simply a reshuffle of the existing leadership that the BJP has?
Gargi, see, one thing which is very interesting is that among the national vice presidents, if you see 13, out of them, if I'm not wrong, 5 of them are women. Now, Prime Minister Narendra Modi made a push from the Red Fort asking the opposition to help pass the women reservation or put in place the women reservation bill. And the BJP, among its top positions, as far as the office bearer are concerned, 5 out of 13 is women. That's a signal definitely that has been sent out. Younger people brought in. Ram Madhav being brought in, very interesting, because this is something that the RSS wanted for a certain period of time, especially when he was ousted, whatever the reasons were at that time. The return of Ram Madhav, especially an articulate presence of the RSS, has deep inroads into the social media and is known to be tackling. And there are certain issues which the BJP will like Mr. Ram Madhav to be working on in future. I think if you look at this, that the younger people, Smriti Irani, as Padmaja was also saying, is that Smriti Irani defeated Rahul Gandhi once, then she lost to Rahul Gandhi, but she cannot be kept in the wilderness for very long, because eventually you want Smriti Irani to take on Rahul Gandhi again in 29, because Rahul Gandhi is going to be there, and the BJP will find it very difficult to create a candidate in a very short time against Rahul Gandhi. So that eminence given to Smriti Irani, that she'll be campaigning all over the country, she'll be crafting a position for herself within the party structure, and also as far as the national political landscape is concerned, that makes the appointment extremely important. We were discussing with Dr. Satish Punia about Satish Punia in the morning. There was initial reports that he may be going to the Council of Ministers, but it now seems that he has had a few meetings with Amit Shah in the last few days of the Parliament session, and that is somebody who is very trusted as far as Amit Shah is concerned, and also it's all said that likely that he will be handling Punjab elections, as he'll be the Prabhari for Punjab elections in the coming days. Biplab Deb, very interesting addition again. There were anticipation that he may come in. He's a young leader. He led Tripura, and that's a signal to the northeastern states that there is a certain degree of eminence again to leaders being provided there. I think there is a continuity with Vinod Tawade and Sunil Bansal. Sunil Bansal can be credited as a giant killer as far as the BJP's office bearer pantheon is concerned, because he delivered at one time Uttar Pradesh, which was difficult, and then as Padmaja in the morning said, West Bengal.
There, I just want to read out what Nitin Nabin has now put out this message to, the new people in his team, and he has posted on X. Our heartiest congratulations and best wishes to all the newly appointed office bearers of the BJP's national team. With a blend of experience and energy, this team will give new momentum to the organization under the guidance of Honorable Prime Minister. I am confident that every member with the spirit of a dedicated Karyakarta will further strengthen the organization to take forward the resolve of a Viksit Bharat and commitment to nation building to new heights. So Rahul, this team that has been announced 3.0, it is a mix of the old and the new. There is experience and old leaders who've been kept there, but also a host of new leaders, also new names also announced. And the fact that BL Santosh, somebody that in the morning clearly all of you were speculating whether he is going to be kept or not in the team, the fact that he is kept there, that indicates a certain amount of continuity that they want.
Yes, see, we were discussing in the morning also that it will be difficult for Mr. Santosh to be removed because the BJP will like to have a certain degree of continuity from past to into the future, and that is why we find that even people like Saudan Singh and others, their presence means that the new team is not a complete overhaul of what they did at one time, say in Gujarat, that all the MLAs were new MLAs were brought in. I think it's a balance which has been tried to. Are there some very surprising, shocking new names? I don't think so. There is no hugely oomph factor which has brought in. I think it's a calibrated exercise in which people from different communities, castes have been brought in. And say, for example, the absence of a Muslim member as far as the team of office bearers were concerned, that has been rectified. The BJP, of course, earlier we had a Sikh there. But say, for example, Harish Dwivedi, he was a member of parliament in the 16th and the 17th Lok Sabha from the Basti region. And given that in Uttar Pradesh, the BJP needed to give out a signal as far as the upper caste is concerned, that is there. And then the eastern UP region is a region where the BJP needed additional focus, given the fact that the worst losses for the BJP in the 2024 Lok Sabha elections were in the eastern Uttar Pradesh section, where Akhilesh Yadav's PDA did much better than the BJP's campaign effort.
All right, we also have Vasudha back with us from the BJP headquarters there. Vasudha, more on, we were talking about the mix of the old and the new here in this new team of 3.0 that has been announced of Nitin Nabin's. But does this really answer the whole, Gen Z protests and the promise to bring in a younger, fresher team? Because it seems to be quite a balance and a lot of retaining of the older leaders.
That's right. In fact, this is for the first time that former ministers from the Modi cabinet, including Smriti Irani and a couple of other people, like at least one of them from Maharashtra, have been, brought back into the organization. This is a big comeback for Smriti Irani because she was dropped from the cabinet when she lost to Rahul Gandhi in 2024. And she has been vociferously defending the government when it comes to Gen Z protests and all. Apart from that, Biplab Deb, someone was also dropped as Tripura Chief Minister, and he was made a Rajya Sabha MP. He also is seen as somebody responsible for West Bengal wins. He's also seen as an organizational man. So he's also been brought in as a general secretary. I think the intent is to consolidate all the strengths, which is why all the Morcha presidents this time come from, the northern part of India or above the Vindhyas. This is also the BJP trying to send out a message that it has learned from the 2024 Lok Sabha elections. It wants to consolidate, its strengths, while at the same time sending out a message that it's infusing fresh faces and fresh energy.
Okay, and we just spoke about Smriti Irani and the implications of bringing her in. But Padmaja, what about Ram Madhav? I want to get you again on that, bringing Ram Madhav in this position as Vice President. What does it tell us about, what the BJP is intending, its outreach, ideology as well?
And the face from the RSS. So you've got somebody from the RSS who has been brought in again, and another person who is, believed to be quite close to the RSS is Dr. Swadesh Singh. So he has been earlier with the ABVP, which is the students' wing of the RSS, and currently he is a professor in Delhi University. So closer coordination between the RSL, the fact that Ram Madhav has been brought back, you have got Professor Dr. Swadesh Singh who's been brought in, and one little bit of statistic I want to give, because now we've got a fix on that. You were just asking about the youth, the young youthful faces. So there are 6 people in the entire team who are aged less than 40 years. You've got 15 people who are between the age of 40 to 49 years. And you've got the least number, or your second least number, 21 people who are between 50 to 59. So you've got 6 who are less than 40, fairly young. 40 to 49 in that age bracket, you've got 15 people in this new team. And you've got 21 people who are between the age bracket of 50 to 59. So all kept below the age of 60. That is as far as the young blood is concerned. And then quite a bit of diversity also has been attempted. We've spoken about people who've been brought in from West Bengal. Then you have also Biplab Deb from Tripura being brought in, and Fangong Konyak, who is being given the responsibility of a Rashtriya Sachiv. She's from Nagaland, and she, in fact, is not just a Rajya Sabha member, but if you remember, there was this entire episode where this lady had said that during one of the sessions when the Congress was sloganeering inside the house, Fangong Konyak is the one who had said that I felt very threatened because Mr. Gandhi was very aggressive inside inside Parliament, and he suddenly charged towards me. So she also has been given an organizational responsibility this time around. So a fair bit of diversity as well. From the organization, you've got names, age group that has been addressed, and then from different parts of the country, there is more representation. Right.
Rahul, in your view, what is the first big challenge Team Nabin is going to face?
See, this team has been created because of the challenges. This change is an attempt to address a lot of challenges the BJP were facing. One is the young voters, where there is a certain degree of dissent among them. The women factor, the BJP wants to consolidate on its good showing among the women voters. Remember that since 2014, it is that constituency that has worked for the NDA, especially in states like Bihar and even in Uttar Pradesh to a certain extent, where we found that the percentage of voters, of women voters, outstripped the men voters, and women voted as a separate voting entity compared to what the men were. Then there is a drift in the upper caste because of the Chanda Chori, the UGC guidelines, the equity guidelines brought about because of the exam paper leak. In every state almost, Gargi, interestingly, there are certain reasons that upper caste has reasons to be aggrieved with. Say Samrat Chaudhary being elevated, not somebody from the upper caste. Then there was the way the murder encounter case. So all this there has been an attempt in the realization in the BJP that something needs to be addressed. Then consolidating the broader base of the BJP in terms of the OBC and the MBC and create a balance between the upper caste and these caste which have larger vote share as far as the states like Uttar Pradesh and Bihar are concerned. Then Modi 3.0, if there is a general sense of things going adrift as far as the policy is concerned, will there be a change from as far as the organization structure to the Modi Council of Ministers? That one we'll have to say. Bankipur came as a great problem for the BJP, primarily because it showed what all can be wrong with a party that the party president's constituency held for a couple of decades has gone away from the BJP, and that is why the BJP needed to counter a lot of challenges. So there is a new team in place. The task is very clear. It is a signal to everybody that there is going to be a change, a certain amount of balancing act, as Padmaja was also saying, that younger blood has been drafted as far as the BJP's decision making is concerned. One will have to wait and see what about the other entities within the BJP, like the parliamentary board, the election committee is concerned, because a lot needs to be done. And I think that may send out a signal. You see, because unlike the Congress party, there is a structure difference in the BJP. There is a parliamentary board, which is a supreme decision-making body. Then you have got these office bearers who run the party. Now, one will have to wait and see that after putting in place a new working machinery, what does the BJP president do as far as the decision-making entity is concerned? I think once that is out, their picture may be clearer as far as which direction the BJP is really gone.
All right, well, for viewers who are just tuning in, let's just take them through this big breaking news that we've been reporting, and all our reporters, they're getting you all the highlights, all our editors. The BJP has finally announced its fresh team under its national chief, Nitin Nabin, ahead of elections in several states, and strong focus on regional representation, mix of seasoned leaders, younger faces also taking key positions. One of the big developments which we've all been discussing is the return of former Union Minister Smriti Irani to a core organizational role as one of the National General Secretaries. Also I think six it is, of the 30 national vice presidents are women, again indicating a push for more representation of women in the party's core roles. Let's go across to Vasudha, who's bringing us all the developments there from the headquarters. Vasudha, so what are the big highlights again for viewers who are just tuning in? The big highlights of this new team, Nitin Nabin 3.0, that has been announced, the BJP 3.0 team.
Well, after 6 months after Nitin Nabin was formally announced as the president of the party, his new team has been announced today, 8 general secretaries and also several different announcements. 2 big comebacks, one of Smriti Irani, former minister of HRD and INB. She comes back as a powerful general secretary. We need to wait and see what kind of states get allocated to her, but this is a reward for her working outside the party. Remember that she was dropped from the Modi cabinet when she lost to Rahul Gandhi from Amethi in 2024. The other big comeback is of Ram Madhav. He was the general secretary of the party. He was removed a few years ago. Now he comes back as the national vice president. You have 8 powerful general secretaries, all of them from different parts above the Vindhyas. There aren't any general secretaries in the south of India. Harish Dwivedi, a very important Brahmin face from UP, makes it, which also shows that the party is signaling to its supporters and to the organization that it takes UP 2027 very seriously. You also have 2 people retained from the older batch of general secretaries. One, of course, Vinod Tavde, and you have Sunil Bansal. So those big takeaways, apart from the vice president's list, which also has some interesting names. Bharti Pawar, former. Hello.
Yes, go ahead, Vasudha. All right, we seem to have lost the line there with Vasudha. We will return, but Padmaja, to you as well. Right, Padmaja, as we've been discussing, this is, not a total revamp in the sense that you haven't got a whole bunch of young leaders. It's a mix of the old and the new. So some, experience there, as well as, getting in some younger faces. You were taking us through the stats. Take us through that again in terms of, the balancing act that's been done, and also the interesting aspect of having so many women vice presidents there in the BJP now.
Correct. And women overall have given have been given a large share of the total organization positions. In addition to that, since we were talking about the age group, I think that is a big takeaway. You've got 6 members in the entire team of Nitin Nabin who are less than 40 years of age. Then you've got about 15 who are between 40 to 49, and you've got 21 who are between 50 to 59. It's also interesting, I was just counting, and maybe there is a couple I have missed, but I spotted close to 8 names, and Rahul perhaps will help with that. But of whatever I could get, there are about 8 names. You've got, for example, Rekha Verma. She was already a vice president. She has been retained. She's from Uttar Pradesh. Harish Dwivedi, we have already spoken about. He's a former MP from Basti. He has been brought in, and he's also been given the local body elections, which are set to take place in Rajasthan. He has been sent there with that responsibility to take care of that local body election. Then you've got Tariq Mansoor. He is the third name. He is former Vice Chancellor of Aligarh Muslim University. He's been given the responsibility of Minority Morcha. Smriti Irani, of course, also goes into the UP quota because she has fought from Uttar Pradesh, from Amethi. Bhola Singh, who has been with the SC Morcha. He's a big Dalit leader, a good, important leader, and very recently he was also in West Bengal, by the way, because you've got a large Dalit population there. So when it came to organizational work for that election, he had been deputed there. I had seen him there. Then you've got Sangeeta Yadav, who is again a young face, a woman, and she is an MP of the Rajya Sabha. And Amar Pal, Maurya. So that's a total of about 7 to 8 names that I have spotted from Uttar Pradesh. So that's the second big takeaway. You've got women getting a large role. You've got lot of names, 8 names coming in from Uttar Pradesh. And then you've got the age bracket and 4, which is what all of us have been speaking of, that there has been a continuity and yet the infusion of young blood. So the old experienced hands have retained their position. Vinod Tavade continues. You have the organization general secretary continue, so that when you're going into elections, you don't shake up the whole machine. You get the people in, you prepare your next generation, you are increasing your bench strength, and yet the experience continues to steer the course for the party. Gaji.
All right, thanks so much for that, Padmaja. So 7 months after taking charge as president of the BJP, Nitin Nabin today announced his new team. It's a fresh team under his leadership ahead of elections coming up in several states. Strong focus on regional representation, a mix, as we've been talking, of seasoned leaders and young faces, and many women, in key positions. So that has been one of the big highlights of this shake-up, of this, announcement of a new BJP team. We'll continue to bring you more on this. For the moment, slipping into a short break.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला। होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, ऐसे मत कीजिए। लोग देख रहे तो कर रहा है। Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship. The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zone.
Welcome. You're watching NDTV Newsroom. I'm Gargi Raut, and the big story right now is the new BJP team that has just been announced, BJP 3.0, under Nitin, Nabin, the youngest president of the BJP, just 46 years old. So his new team has a mix of old and new, some trusted old faces, some new blood also injected into the organizational structure of the BJP. We'll get you all the highlights. First, a look at the headlines we're tracking at this hour. BJP announces its new national team under Nitin, Nabin, Smriti Irani, Ram Madhav make a comeback. Big Nari Shakti and youth push with an eye on UP elections 2027. A huge showdown over Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal remark. Congress goes after the Prime Minister, asks how can people of his own country be Dimagi Naxals? More and more opposition leaders join in. BJP hits back, says the Prime Minister's remarks have forced Dimagi Naxals to come out in 24 hours. The National Testing Agency under scrutiny yet again. The NTA admits errors in the UGC NET exam, orders a retest. Rahul Gandhi hits out at the testing agency, says students are bearing the brunt of the NTA's mistakes. Congress student wing stages a protest in Delhi. Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar to meet with Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay in Chennai. Vijay to meet on a Thursday, and this meeting comes in the backdrop of the controversy over the shooting of alleged poachers in Karnataka, and then of course the Kaveri water sharing dispute. The CBI files its charge sheet in the Twisha Sharma suicide case. Her husband Samad Singh and her mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, accused of dowry harassment. The high pilot of fallout. Air India screening all its pilots for drugs. 2 more pilots test positive in preliminary drug tests, de-rostered pending the final results. All right, our top story and more breaking news coming in on the big story of the BJP's new organizational team being announced under the leadership of Nitin, Nabin, and our Prime Minister Narendra Modi has also he's also congratulated this new team. He's congratulated the newly appointed national office bearers of the BJP and those who've been given various responsibilities in the party. This newly appointed team brings together organizational experience, energy, and grassroots connect, is what the Prime Minister has said regarding this new team. He says, I'm confident they will give their best in strengthening our party and focusing on public services. My best wishes to them. So the Prime Minister there congratulating the new BJP team under Nitin, Nabin. Remember, that is the big breaking news that we have been bringing you, this new team that has been announced and unveiled. It is the new national team with key appointments across the organization, including several prominent leaders, women, youth, strong representation from UP. The big comeback of Smriti Irani is, of course, being talked about. She's been brought back as the General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Also, Ram Madhav has been brought back as well. Vasundhara Raje, the former Chief Minister of Rajasthan, retained as the Vice President, Vinod Tavade as a General Secretary organization. So the Prime Minister there congratulating this new team. He has written congratulations to the newly appointed national office bearers of the BJP, those who've been given various responsibilities in the party. This newly appointed team brings together organizational experience, energy, and grassroots connect. Well, let's go across to Vasudha, who has been bringing us all the highlights. We're joined by Vasudha, Rahul Srivastav, Aishwarya also joining us for more. Vasudha, first to you, give us the big highlights of this new team that has now been announced.
Sitting with the former and present media in charge of the BJP, Anil Baluni, who's also an MP from Uttarakhand, and he was just pretending to us that, he didn't know if the list is coming out, and he said, मैं lunch करके आता हूं. And by the time we all of us came back after having our lunch, the list was out. So it's been a much awaited list, Gargi, also because what has happened in the country, the mood of the youngsters, or at least a section of the youngsters, the party is cognizant and mindful of that, which is why you see a large number of these, the new appointees either being women or, hailing from an age group which is less than 50, which means that the party wants to send out a message that it's listening to youngsters. Biplab Kumar Dev, former Chief Minister of Tripura's, found a place as amongst the General Secretaries, which is also a very important post. And like you rightly pointed out, Smriti Irani is also going to be a General Secretary. And this means that the party is really happy with, the kind of work that she kept doing outside, outside the cabinet, and she was somebody who has held important portfolios, cabinet portfolios in the past, and now she in fact went back to acting, and then she's also been doing a lot of political work here and there, but she was a regular campaigner. In fact, in the last few days, she emerged as one of the most vociferous campaigners of the government, defenders of the government, and I'm told reliably that after Bankipur loss of the BJP, the list was reviewed at least twice. So there's a lot of coordination with the BJP and the RSS that has happened. Multiple times the list has undergone changes, and now what we understand is that three big takeaways. One, continuity, mix of experienced faces and new faces. Second is consolidation of strong areas, strong people, more opportunities to, people who understand the organization. And third, most important thing is, of course, emphasis on narrative so that, the message goes out that there is new energy that has been infused in the BJP, which means that the party is ready to take on any opposition aggression head on.
All right, Rahul Srivastav. Rahul, what do you think, does this new team have a stamp of Nitin Nabin, that he is somebody who has chosen this team that he wants to work with, these new faces he wants to work with, or does it very much, which is something Vasudha has already, mentioned, involves building consensus with the BJP leadership?
Nitin Nabin is new to the job, and he's young, he's being projected by the BJP as somebody, a Karyakarta, who can become the leader of tomorrow, which has been BJP's tradition. But I think one should remember that he's new. And that is why I will say that this will have the stamp of a Narendra Modi, Amit Shah, and the RSS. So I will say that it's the BJP and its parent organization, its ideological mentor, which has tried to create a new team for the BJP. I think what we were discussing with Vasudha in the morning, and Vasudha raised this issue, the interesting changes also in the BJP's morchas. the morchas, which are the frontal organizations, have seen a lot of changes. Tejasvi Surya is out and Hemang Joshi is in. Vasanthi Srinivasan is out and Roop Kumari Chaudhary is in. In place of K. Lakshman, the OBC Morcha has gone to Amarpal Maurya. The new Kisan Morcha chief is Bansilal Gujar and Rajkumar Chauhan is out. The SC Morcha, SK Ram in place of Lal Singh Arya. The crucial ST Morcha, Manalal Rawat is the new one. Samir Oram is out. And the minority Morcha is now Mr. KB Ali, Kumar Basit Ali in place of Jamal Siddiqui. And the other big news is that we are finding that there is a social media head, Deepak Mahaske, who has been given in. And there is no Amit Malviya name mentioned. So one will have to wait and see. I think Basudha may be able to tell, because Amit Malviya was holding IT cell and the social media cell. So is it a demarcation BJP is creating, or there is now just the social media cell? So I will say that the big news also is that most of the all the people as far as the BJP's morchas, and very importantly the prominent face of the Yuva Morcha, Tejasvi Surya, is out. And I think that I was saying in the morning that somewhere there was a displeasure that perhaps his services could be used better elsewhere, because right now the challenges which the BJP is facing as far as the youth are concerned, and the BJP looks at the youth not in those compartmentalized Gen Z, Alpha or any other, they look them as youth, and that is why there were like to be changes. Most of these are Rajya Sabha members. Some of them are Lok Sabha, but a lot of them are Rajya Sabha members. For example, Hemang Joshi is a 35-year-old member of parliament from Lok Sabha from Vadodara. He is now the Yuva Morcha chief, 35 years old. You've got Roop Kumari Chaudhary, who is heading the Mahila Morcha, 50 years old. She is a member of parliament for Mahasaman. So I think there is a change brought in. As if you see the 55 odd posts which have been announced today, 8 of them have gone to Uttar Pradesh. So the Uttar Pradesh emphasis is very clear. Among the vice president, 5 of the 13 are women leaders. That means 38% of them are women. I think a blend of old and new, continuity and change. The BJP is being cautious that it has to build a leadership for tomorrow. I think significant among them, the return of Ram Madhav. RSS ideologue, RSS man was
right,
part of...
We'll talk further about Ram Madhav and, the RSS influence or, in this new team. But Aishwarya, what Rahul was just talking about, the strong representation from Uttar Pradesh, because that is the big one, the upcoming elections. There's UP, there's Uttarakhand, Punjab and others. So take us through that, the emphasis on the upcoming elections.
The Uttar Pradesh, has the strongest presence in the organization now under Nitin Nabin, from Rekha Verma to Tariq Mansoor, Smriti Irani, Harish Dwivedi, Bhola Singh, Sangeeta Yadav, Amarpal Maurya, Kumar Basit Ali, all comes from the state of Uttar Pradesh. So at least 7 to 8 of those had a strong presence from Uttar Pradesh. This clearly underscores the fact that despite the setback in 2024, where Samajwadi Party won almost 37 MPs in the general elections, it is BJP who still views that Uttar Pradesh is the key battleground for 2027 and 2029, and therefore strong representation from the state of Uttar Pradesh. What we have been also witnessing is that the southern states have been given priority. The northeastern states, West Bengal, and the northeastern states have given priority. But very important, as we were also speaking about the organization that still runs through BL Santosh, one of the most significant signals in the new organization as far as Nitin Nabin is concerned, National Secretary, General Secretary.
Sorry, Aishwarya, to interrupt you there. Now, again, going back to something Rahul had just mentioned, and now we've got it in more detail, Rahul, about the social media aspect that you were talking about. So, for social media, as Rahul mentioned, in this new team of the BJP's Deepak Maske has been appointed social media convener, replacing Amit Malviya, is what we're told. Because Rahul, you were talking about whether it's been divided into social media and of course BJP IT cell, but it seems that he has replaced Amit Malviya. Then you have Preeti Gandhi, somebody who's also very active on social media, Shivanand Dwivedi, Alok Bhatt, and Arun Yadav serving as social media co-convener. So that is the big breaking news coming in right now. Vasudha, give us more details. What are you hearing?
Well, like Rahul Srivastava was pointing out, it's very important to understand that IT and social media was one department. Now they have just announced social media Sanyojak, and that is Deepak Maske, somebody who was, very closely worked with Nitin Nabin. He is from Chhattisgarh. And Preeti Gandhi, Shivanand Dwivedi is somebody who writes, extensively, has written a book on Amit Shah. And this is a person who has always been with BL Santosh, taking part in several campaigns. And he is seen as someone very good with narratives. So Shivanand Dwivedi from Devariya in Uttar Pradesh is also part of this, social media wing. And then you have Alok Bhatt and Arun Yadav as well. But we don't know if there is another department called IT that's going to come up. As of now, Amit Malviya, the co-convener of Bengal, somebody who has played an important role in crafting the BJP's online strategy, someone who's extremely active on social media, very confrontational. His name is not present in this list of, office bearers. He's also a Brahmin from UP, he's from Prayagraj, so clearly there could have been some compulsions as well, because remember that this is also at the end not just a game of representation, it's also a game of rewards, and representation is important here. Harish Dwivedi is already there, he's the Brahmin phrase from UP, so I'm sure Rahul Srivastava will be able to explain in detail about this. There could be several considerations. As of now, Amit Malviya is not part of this list of office bearers.
Right. In fact, we're hearing that Amit Malviya is out. Rahul, your remarks on this big change and what we're seeing, this rejig of the social media team of the BJP's.
You see, Gargi, I'm sorry, I was just speaking to Mr. Satish Punia, who has become just now one of the general secretaries of the party. You see, I think there is a definite rethink as far as the mass organizations of the BJP are concerned. If you look at the CJP protest period, the protest against the exam paper leak, I think somewhere there was a general impression, even among the party insiders, that the BJP game was not up as far as to meet the challenges of the one campaign launched by the rivals or the students. I think somewhere there was something found lacking. And that impression, definitely, if one will have to wait and see what the final word is, that could have definitely led to changes. Because if you want to take on the modern day 21st century challenges as far as the social media presence of a political party of the magnitude of the BJP is concerned, I think it's also not just about the kind of size of the BJP, but also the kind of transformation, ideological and others, the BJP does want to bring out in the country while it is in power. I think it needs definitely what CJP protests and the protests of the last and ensuing days have shown, that the BJP needs to up its game. Amit Malviya has done a fantastic job. For a long time, he has done very well in Bengal. He was at one time, the kind of campaign he carried out against the Trinamool Congress in Bengal, when the Trinamool Congress did win the state back, but the BJP upped his number. At that time, he was being hounded. There were TMC men looking for him, and I remember talking to him when he will speak to me in whispers and say that he will say that I cannot speak to you for very long. One will have to wait and see what exactly is in store for Amit Malviya. But yes, definitely this is a very, very telling change. Apart from this 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 Morcha chiefs which have been changed by the BJP President Nitin Nabin. Importantly, Piyush Goyal, the minister, one of the most prominent ministers, is back as the treasurer of the party in place of Mr. Radha Mohan Agarwal. I think the BJP is not worried about finances. The BJP has no dearth of money when it's compared to other political parties. I think the BJP wants to keep better accounts, and the BJP also wants to get its finances in a way that it remains more transparent, because over the last few years it has faced tremendous criticism as far as the monies which come in or the opacity over it. I think that step could be in that direction.
All right, let's go across to Aishwarya also for more now. And Aishwarya, we've spoken about, this big rejig in the social media team of the BJP's, but let's talk about Ram Madhav's return to the organization and what this means for, the BJP going forward. Also, it does mean some sort of continuity, with the RSS influence in the organization.
Well, that's right. In fact, there are 3 to 4 names which clearly are visible as far as RSS is concerned. Several names are known for strong organizational or ideological backgrounds. Ram Madhav, BL Santosh, Shiv Prakash, Sudhan Singh, Satish Punia. This clearly indicates that Sangh BJP coordination mechanism remains intact under Nitin, Nabin as well. And there are, BL Santosh name who already has run organization, and that will continue to run through Mr. BL Santosh. One of the most significant, signals in BL Santosh remains that National General Secretary organization, while, Shiv Prakash and Sudhan Singh, Professor Sudhan Singh continue to be as joint, General Secretaries organization. This suggests that organizational continuities despite the change in the top as well. So, very important coordination as far as the upcoming states of elections are concerned in Uttar Pradesh. And recently we have seen that how there were several high-level meetings that were done as far as the RSS and Bharatiya Janata Party is concerned. So coordination is something that will be looked upon. A very important name, Ram Madhav, back in the team of the BJP, national picture.
Right. Let's also talk about, we've already spoken about, the big UP representation in this reshuffle. But Rahul, if we can talk about the importance and significance of Smriti Irani being brought into this very important role. We saw her campaigning quite extensively during the Bengal elections as well. Now someone who was seen as this giant killer when she defeated Rahul Gandhi in his own family seat of Amethi. Of course, she lost that seat later, but, that was one of the, huge victories of Smriti Irani at that time, and now she's been brought back as in charge of Uttar Pradesh.
You see, Gargi, the problem is that Smriti Irani was the giant killer in 2019. She defeated Rahul Gandhi, who was virtually the prime ministerial candidate of the Congress party. And after that, if one goes by the track record of 2024, that was a terrible year or terrible election for the BJP in Uttar Pradesh. It was a terrible outing. The BJP lost ground, so much so that it trailed Samajwadi Party as far as the number of seats was concerned. Samajwadi Party won 37 odd seats. With the Congress, it had 43, while the BJP was restricted to 33. So at a time when the BJP did very badly, and the Samajwadi Party Congress India Bloc Alliance did better, riding a wave, a campaign by the Congress and the Samajwadi Party that the 400 Par slogan was largely an attempt by the BJP to create a monopoly in the Lok Sabha so that reservations and the quotas can be abolished. They succeeded in that, convincing the voters. And there was, I think, definitely a disarray in the BJP. There was unemployment, several other factors which contributed. So Smriti Irani can't be punished continually, and she can't be kept into the wilderness for very long, because if she has...
All right, sorry to interrupt you there. We're just going to cut across to where Devendra Fadnavis is speaking.
और कोषाध्यक्ष के रूप में पीयूष जी गोयल, इनके जैसे हमारे जो दिग्गज नेता है, इनको भी इस टीम में जगह मिली है. मैं उनको बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ, पूरी टीम को बधाई देता हूँ. और मुझे विश्वास है कि ये जो हमारी टीम है, ये पूरे देश में भारतीय जनता पार्टी को बढ़ाने के लिए, जन जन तक पहुंचाने का कार्य करेगी. प्रधानमंत्री मोदी जी के जो कार्य है, उन कार्यों को लोगों तक पहुंचाने के लिए एक सेतु का काम ये टीम करेगी, ये मेरा विश्वास है. थैंक यू सर. थैंक यू.
All right, so that was the first reaction by the Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, praising this new team, saying it is a team that's going to take the party forward and, bridge various aspects that the BJP is wanting to take on going forward. But Rahul Srivastava, we were talking about Smriti Irani, and I want to ask you, as an old UP hand and someone who knows, the politics there very closely, what is the equation between Smriti Irani and the UP Chief Minister? Do they work well together?
You see, I don't think there is much of a problem, because even if there are functional or other problems or ego hassles, eventually Yogi Adityanath and Smriti Irani know that if they are together, if they fight together, it's a mutually beneficial thing. As I was saying earlier, that Smriti Irani can't be kept in the wilderness by the BJP for a long time, because one, she's young. Second, she's a very visible face. She's a very influential political leader. There are leaders who may be mass leaders. She's an influential political leader, speaks multiple languages. And in Uttar Pradesh, say tomorrow, if you keep Smriti Irani in the wilderness and you keep her out of the decision-making system, you're going to need somebody to fight Rahul Gandhi in 2029. Will you create a new leader today? Before Smriti Irani, there was nobody. And if you keep Smriti Irani out, where do you find that one leader who will take on Rahul Gandhi again and have a chance of winning? Now, if there have to be a chance, so you need to have a sense of continuity in Smriti Irani as a candidate. And also, Smriti Irani needs to be given a position, because Rahul Gandhi has a position of eminence in the Congress party. The Akhilesh Yadav and Rahul Gandhi may not say it, but if India Bloc comes to power, the understanding is he will become Prime Minister. So, against a candidate like that, you can't have a leader who does not even hold a political position or a ministerial berth in the government. Now, the BJP is not bringing her through Rajya Sabha, making her a minister, but has given her a responsibility at a cutting edge. Now, you see, remember, general secretaries in a BJP are like the DCPs, the Commissioner of Police, District Commissioner of Police. They are the people on the ground giving feedback and executing the policies of the party. And that is why Smriti Irani comes in here. She can campaign all over the country, create a pan-national image, and then will be a challenger to Rahul Gandhi. And she is young, she speaks multiple languages, and extremely popular among the masses.
All right, Aishwarya, now, the representation of women is another talking point in this new team that has been announced. So take us through the big, women representation, as well as the young leaders who've been brought in.
Women occupy several key positions in Nitin Nabin's new team. There are names like Vasundhara Raje, D. Purendeshwari, who comes from the state of Andhra Pradesh, Rekha Verma, Bharti Pawar, Smriti Irani, Kavita Patidar, Sangeeta Yadav, again, a name which has a huge significance, Roop Kumari Chaudhary from the Mahila Morcha. So at least 8 to 9, and specifically 38% in representation of women. This clearly reflects, I think, BJP's continued emphasis on women's voters after the repeated appeals being made by Prime Minister Narendra Modi to and urging all different political parties to come together to get women reservation bill passed in the parliament as well. And it is an outreach strategy amongst women beneficiaries as well. A huge space being given to women where in Nitin Nabin's team, their representation would be out and large from senior positions to junior positions. This clearly reflects the idea of how the emphasis has been given to women all across different morchas and the positions in vice presidents and the general secretaries under Nitin Nabin's new team as well.
That's right. Rahul Srivastava, what is the immediate big challenge for this new team going forward? What is the first 2-3 big challenges they're going to face?
I think the BJP is going through, or the leadership is going through, one of the worst times since 2014. There was a bad time in 2015 when they lost Delhi and Bihar. But I think this is a time when things are really, really problematic for the BJP. You see, the BJP over the last few years, say for example, the last time when Mr. JP Nadda brought about announced his new team on the 18th of August 2022, things were fantastic. Remember, the BJP had won more seats than in 2014 and 2019. It had the brute delight of having large numbers in the Lok Sabha. The BJP right now has no clear majority in the Lok Sabha. The BJP has managed to get a sizable demographic shift as far as vote base is concerned, getting MBC, a lot of OBC and SC caste on its side. But there has been a general disarray as far as or disconnect between the BJP and a lot of SC communities, especially seen in 2024 elections. Then you have got the upper caste on the warpath. It does not like the idea of really the manner in which the BJP has been changing its loyal vote bank support base. They feel that they have been loyal to the BJP for a very long time and now they are being shortchanged. The UGC equity issue, the Chanda Chori, the exam paper leak, all of them have created a sense of unrest. You remember that something like a NEET, maximum number of candidates who are coming from the upper caste. Now, these are the people who take on these kind of exams, and that is why there is a sense of disarray. There is also a feeling that the middle class, which is again a lot of upper caste, has not been addressed by the Modi government. I think at a time when Akhilesh Yadav is chasing PDA in Uttar Pradesh, very challenging time for the BJP, and that is why this team really has its tasks cut out. No great signaling has been done, but I think bringing in of Ram Madhav, a very articulate RSS ideologue, the presence of Sunil Bansal, somebody who was delivered in UP in 2017 and West Bengal this year. I think these are interesting changes that the BJP has brought about. One will have to wait and see what lies in store for them in future.
Right. Also, Pathak, him being brought into the organization, someone who's come from the Aam Aadmi Party, someone who was very key part of, planning the election. Then, you had Arvind Kejriwal actually crediting him with a lot of the, very substantial part of the victory in a sense. And he has been given an organizational role. You're one of the few people who has recently changed over and found a role for himself in the BJP organization.
You see, for the last 2-3 days, there was speculation whether the BJP will be really rewarding the turncoats. But it needs, but also the BJP, remember, you see, it's a political party. Politics is a very transactional place, Gargi, in which if you don't reward people, then people don't stay with you. And that's why perhaps, for example, a Pathak came over or a Raghav Chadda moved away from the Aam Aadmi Party. The fact is that in Delhi, after the new team was put in place, as far as the Delhi BJP is concerned, a signal had to be sent. And interestingly, somebody like Mr. Pathak has been brought into the system. Say, for example, in Punjab, if you see, Mr. Badal has been brought in. Now, he was somebody who was part of the Akali Dal structure, is part of the Badal, larger Badal family, and is known to be an erudite man who knows a thing or two about Punjab. So I think there are few changes which are very, very interesting. But if you look at it, changes like Himang Joshi, for example, I think that's a very interesting change because 35-year-old Lok Sabha MP from Vadodara is being brought in lead the BJP's march as far as the students and youth is concerned.
All right, Rahul. Well, Smriti Irani, one of the big talking points after this overhaul in the BJP's organizational, the change that has been brought in, she's been made in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Well, NDTV's Shiv Arur did speak to her last year. At that time, there was no clear path of what next for Smriti Irani. Let's listen into that interview.
Like life comes full circle.
Do you miss active politics?
Politics
goes up and down.
Not in active
are you still? Do you still consider yourself a politician?
I'm a politician first, but they used to earlier say actor turned politician.
Yeah.
Somebody last night in some newsroom said, "Well, actor turned politician turned actor turned what?"
Yeah.
The idea that a human being could do both and successfully so is an idea which will be very difficult to grasp because I'm the only one who's done it.
No, because I know you keep in touch with Amethi.
I
you
don't
keep
keep in
visiting.
touch. I am working.
You've got a base there. You're still working
But
there.
I'm working not only in Amethi, I'm working. I was last dispatched. You're given assignments within your organization. My last assignment was in Bikaner.
Right.
Before that, I was dispatched to Ranchi, Jharkhand. So the organization keeps giving you work, and you have to work according to whatever your leadership decides.
Right now, in front of you, Ms. Irani, is this big TV project. It's obviously going to be a big thing. It's going to run for a while. It's going to take up a lot of your time and energy. Do you see actor turning back into a full-time politician at some point?
I am a full-time politician and a part-time actor.
So this is just a side project then?
It is a side project. For most consumers, the project is not one individual. It's always a group of actors coming together, a group of writers coming together. I am, yes, very humbly so, the most recognizable face out of that mix of people. But I'm a full-time politician, a part-time actor, just like many politicians are part-time lawyers, part-time teachers, part-time journalists. I just happen to be a bit...
So you're a full-time politician who's taking some time out to do this show?
No, I've done it simultaneously, which is what I think is difficult to grasp. But like I said, the only difference between me and my other political colleagues is they are part-time lawyers and there's no videographer along with them. There's no makeup person along with them. There's no script writer. It's just that we're all from different vocations. I'm just the one in the spotlight.
Imagine that interview just a year ago, and now Smriti Irani is back, so you can never say never in politics. With that, we'll slip into a short break. More on the other side.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला। होम फल से रैप करो, क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो। होम फल से पैक करो, फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो। होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to...
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir." People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद ये तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा राजा और मसाला।
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal.
Welcome back. You're watching NDTV Newsroom. Now let's focus on the massive controversy that has broken out over the Prime Minister's Dimagi Naxal remarks that were made during his Independence Day speech. It's become a huge controversy with the opposition and the BJP trading charges over this, a full-blown political face-off, reacting to the Prime Minister's warning against what he termed as Dimagi Naxals. Remember, he said that Naxals have been removed. However, Dimagi Naxals, intellectual Naxals, still remain among us and they need to be identified and isolated. Reacting to that, former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responded by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal, taking it as, something, an accusation against the opposition and intellectual Naxals, people who question the government. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called the BJP's old abuses against the opposition. This triggered a strong BJP counter, and you had Parliamentary Affairs Minister Kiran Rejig calling Chidambaram's remarks as unfortunate and highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called the opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who backed Maoists and reject the Constitution. In fact, he put a post in which he detailed what this Dimagi Naxal term, which is a very loose term used by the Prime Minister, what it actually means. Now, BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad also hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statement shameful and irresponsible. But this even as more and more opposition leaders are now referring to themselves as Dimagi Naxals, including AAP chief Arvind Kejriwal.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह ने 13 अप्रैल 2006 को कहा था, मैं कोट कर रहा हूं, it would not be an exaggeration to say that the problem of Naxalism is the single biggest internal security challenge ever faced by our country. और 31 मार्च 2026 प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने उस चीज को जो डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह समझ गए थे, मगर जिस विवशता के चंगुल में जकड़कर और नक्सली दिमाग वालों से भरी हुई सुपर कैबिनेट यानी एनईसी के द्वारा उनको कुछ करने नहीं दिया गया था, यदि वह कार्य सिद्ध करके दिखाया तो प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। मगर देश का एक ऐसा गृह मंत्री है जिसे इसमें गर्व का अनुभव नहीं हो रहा है, उसे इस बात में गर्व का अनुभव हो रहा है कि वह दिमागी नक्सली हैं। तो मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह सही हैं या आज के आपके स्वघोषित दिमागी नक्सली चिदंबरम साहब?
अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी जरा सी नजरें झुका के देख लें तो अपने इर्द गिर्द अपने चारों तरफ वही मिलेंगे जो संविधान को नहीं मानते, वही मिलेंगे जो देश के अंदर नफरत बांटते हैं, वही मिलेंगे जो धर्म देख करके लोगों के साथ व्यवहार करते हैं, वही मिलेंगे जो दूसरों के धार्मिक स्थलों को तोड़ने का काम करते हैं, वही सब लोग मिलेंगे जो जाति देख करके उनकी बारात नहीं निकलने देते, वही सब लोग मिलेंगे जो आदिवासियों को उजाड़ने के अंदर विश्वास रखते हैं। सब लोग प्रधानमंत्री के इर्द गिर्द आपको मिल जाएंगे।
In fact, my colleague Vasudha spoke exclusively with the Union Minister Kiran Rejig for more on this entire controversy and what really constitutes a Dimagi Naxal.
Prime Minister's mention of Dimagi Naxals has made a lot of people think. The opposition is saying that this is an attempt to shun criticism down, and they're saying that, this should not be done, while the Prime Minister has also announced a lot of things for youngsters. How would you summarize what the Prime Minister was intending to say?
I think everybody should welcome Prime Minister's address, especially when he says that the armed Naxals are almost extinct. During our government, Modi ji has made a very clear statement that the armed struggle of the Naxals, which is basically against the Constitution of India, must be put to end. And Home Minister Amit Shah ji had clearly stated on the floor of the House that the armed Maoist movement is almost done. They are no more a threat to the nation. But however, some intellectuals who propagate the Maoist ideology, the Naxalism, they are still available in some of the urban areas. That is what Honorable Prime Minister Narendra Modi ji had referred to. So every genuine Indian citizen should welcome Prime Minister's remark, because this Maoist and this Naxalism, it is extremely dangerous for India's unity and integrity. Because this Maoism and Naxalism is basically same. They don't believe in rule of law or the constitution. They believe in their own system. And their ideology is the power grows from the barrel of the gun. They want to throw the legitimate elected government and install their own the jungle Raj. So basically, when you call somebody as Dimagi Naxal, means those brains, those people who support separatism, who always stand for the Maoist and the Naxalite movement and their violent activities, they protect them. And those who support this Tukre gang, those who want to cut the chicken neck and separate Northeast from India, and those who support separatism in Jammu and Kashmir, those who are against Article 370 to be removed. So if you are supporting 370 article, if you support the Maoist movement, if you support the separatists, then definitely you are Dimagi Naxal. So that must be handled. And we are not saying that we will shoot down. We will handle and take down through our ideological battle.
All right, Kiran Rejig there explaining what a Dimagi Naxal actually means. With that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, a diplomatic storm has erupted between India and Bangladesh. Stay with us.
Home fun se rap karo, crispy veggies pack karo. Home fun se pack karo, freshness ko trap karo. Home fun rap karo, unwrap karo. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir." People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad sahab, ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal. New possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha.
Welcome back. Now, diplomatic storm has erupted between India and Bangladesh, and this comes after Sheikh Hasina's address from Delhi, and this comes ahead of the purported visit or the visit that was expected of the Bangladesh Prime Minister. However, this has thrown all that into a bit of a tizzy. Now, this is after the Bangladesh Foreign Ministry issued a sharp statement linking Sheikh Hasina's address from New Delhi to the proposed visit of Prime Minister Tariq Rahman. Dhaka says a conducive environment must first be created for that visit. So will it even happen? Here's a report.
A fresh showdown is underway between New Delhi and Dhaka. And at the center of that effort was a possible visit by Bangladesh Prime Minister Tariq Rahman to India. Officials from both sides had been in contact for weeks over the proposed visit. In a sharply worded statement, Bangladesh said Hasina's address disrupted Rahman's proposed India visit. Dhaka called for a conducive environment while linking it to Hasina's extradition. It also reiterated its Bangladesh first policy, calling for ties based on mutual respect. Former Indian envoy to Bangladesh, Veena Sikri, was quick to push back against the statement.
This note or press release or something that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Bangladesh has posted on their Facebook in Dhaka today, a little while ago, is very rude. It is unacceptable to do diplomacy through the media in this fashion.
Speaking from exile on August 5, Sheikh Hasina said she wants to return to Bangladesh despite knowing the legal consequences awaiting her. And that address has now become the latest flashpoint between New Delhi and Dhaka. Hasina said she knows what awaits her but would not abandon her country.
From the beginning, my government tried to resolve the issue peacefully through dialogue, legal process and patience. False propaganda was spread in a planned way, while organized groups used their movement as cover for violence and regime change. Muhammad Yunus himself said this was a meticulously designed movement led by a mastermind.
New Delhi distanced itself from Hasina's address immediately, making it clear that the event was not organized or endorsed by the Indian government. But Dhaka was not satisfied. Bangladesh renewed its demand for Hasina's extradition, turning the issue into a central test for the proposed reset. At the same time, diplomatic channels have remained open. Indian High Commissioner Dinesh Trivedi met Tariq Rahman in Dhaka, who called for further cooperation. So while both sides continue to speak of a reset, Sheikh Hasina's presence in India remains the defining fault line. The proposed Tariq Rahman visit is still being discussed, but Dhaka has made its position clear. The ball remains in Bangladesh's court now. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
And finally, some lighter news. A 6-year-old pug, Ginny Lou, has been crowned the world's ugliest dog of the year. Yes, there is such a competition. Ginny Lou is a pug who was rescued from the meat trade in North Korea before finding a home in California. And don't feel too bad that she's been found to be the ugliest dog of the year, because she wins $5,000, she and her owner, and a trip to New York.
Ginny Lou, a 6-year-old pug, just won the ugliest dog of the year at a contest in Santa Rosa, California. Ginny Lou was rescued from a dog meat trade in South Korea before finding a home in California. Ginny Lou and owner won $5,000, a trophy, and a trip to New York for taking the top spot in the world's ugliest dog contest. The contest isn't aimed at poking fun at funny-looking dogs, rather raises awareness and encourages pet adoption while celebrating dog beauty in all shapes and sizes. The contest is in its 50th edition this year, and many come to participate from around the world. Ginny Lou was the runner-up in 2025, and this was her 4th attempt to win the top prize. With her bulging eyes and hanging tongue, this beauty loves to snuggle and barks at her own reflection in the mirror. Here's hoping Ginny Lou continues to redefine the definition of beauty in the dog world and serves her reign with dignity and grace. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with Rejig. What's that today? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir." People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster.
Hello and welcome. You're watching Prime 5. I'm Gargi Rawat. The big story we're going to bring you is the new BJP Team 3.0 that has been announced. It's Nitin Nabin's new team. Who's in, who's out? What is the significance? Has there really been a big revamp or is it more cosmetic? That's coming up. Also coming up ahead, a huge controversy over the Prime Minister's remarks about intellectual Naxals, Dimagi Naxals. More and more opposition leaders are now speaking out over that. The BJP hitting back, all that and more. First, a look at the headlines. The BJP announces a new national team under Nitin Nabin. Smriti Irani and Ram Madhav make a comeback. Big Nari Shakti and youth push with an eye on UP election 2027. A huge showdown over the Prime Minister's Dimagi Naxal remark. The Congress goes after the Prime Minister, says how can people of his own country be Dimagi Naxals? The BJP hits back, says the Prime Minister's remarks have forced Dimagi Naxals to come out in 24 hours. The National Testing Agency in the news again after it admits to errors in the UGC NET exam. There were wrong questions that were put into the paper. It orders a retest. Rahul Gandhi hits out, says students are bearing the brunt of the NTA's mistakes. The Congress holds a stir in Delhi. Finally, a meeting will take place between Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar and Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Rejig. This will be in Chennai on Thursday, and the meeting comes in the backdrop of the massive controversy over the shooting of alleged poachers in Karnataka and, of course, the Kaveri water sharing dispute. The CBI files a charge sheet in the Twisha Sharma suicide case. Her husband Samarth Singh and her mother-in-law, former Judge Giribala Singh, have been accused of dowry harassment. And the Air India pilot fallout. Air India is screening all its pilots for drugs now. 2 more pilots have tested positive in the preliminary drug test, de-rostered pending the final results. All right, so the big story we're tracking, the BJP has finally unveiled its new national team with key appointments across organization, including several prominent leaders. Women have found, a lot of women leaders have found space there, youth as well as strong representation from Uttar Pradesh. Smriti Irani is back as the General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. Ram Madhav has also been found a space there in the organization, while Vasundhara Raje, former Chief Minister of Rajasthan, has been retained as Vice President. Vinod Tavre is a General Secretary organization. Piyush Goyal gets the treasurer's post, while former AAP leader Sandeep Pathak has been appointed as the national secretary, perhaps with an eye on Punjab elections. Continuing with the women leaders in Nitin Nabin's new team, the BJP has several prominent faces across key organizational positions, including, as we mentioned, Smriti Irani, Vasundhara Raje, D. Purandeshwari. Uttar Pradesh focus is also seen in this revamped team. The BJP giving the state several key organizational posts, including general secretaries, vice presidents, national secretaries, and both OBC and minority Morcha leadership. There's also a mix of youth and experience. Remember, the BJP keeping an eye on the recent Jantar Mantar protests and this, this rising up of Gen Z. So the BJP there has kept it as a mix. It's retained Vinod Tare and Sunil Bansal as general secretaries. 3 former chief ministers also feature prominently in the new team. Prime Minister Modi congratulated Nitin Nabin on his new team, and in his post on X, he said congratulations to the newly appointed national office bearers of the BJP and those who have been given various responsibilities in the party. This newly appointed team brings together organizational experience, energy, and grassroots connect. I am confident they will give their best in strengthening our party and focusing on public service, is what the Prime Minister wrote.
मैं तो बहुत एक्साइटेड हूँ बीजेपी का नेशनल टीम का सूची जब पब्लिश हुआ तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का अब सोच देखिए किस तरीके से अपना टीम बनाते हैं, और हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, समाज के अलग अलग वर्ग और तजुर्बे वाले एक्सपीरियंस और ऊर्जावान नए चेहरा किस तरीके से मिश्रण करके टीम बनाते हैं। तो हम तो हमेशा अपने आप को हम किस्मत वाला इंसान मानते हैं कि मोदी जी के साथ में काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है।
बहुत खुशी की बात है कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी श्री नितिन नबीन जी ने अपनी टीम का ऐलान किया है। एक बहुत ही अच्छी टीम तैयार हुई है। इसमें अनुभवी लोग भी हैं, युवा रक्त भी हमको इसमें दिखाई पड़ता है, और विशेष रूप से मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि महाराष्ट्र से उपाध्यक्ष के रूप में डॉक्टर भारती पवार, महामंत्री के रूप में विनोद जी तावड़े और कोषाध्यक्ष के रूप में पीयूष जी गोयल, इनके जैसे हमारे जो दिग्गज नेता हैं, इनको भी इस टीम में जगह मिली है।
जी, सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार अदा करता हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का, पार्टी अध्यक्ष नितिन नबीन जी का, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी का, बाकी और वरिष्ठ नेताओं का, जेपी नड्डा जी का, राजनाथ सिंह जी का, नितिन गडकरी जी का, जिन्होंने हमारे ऊपर भरोसा किया है और दोबारा से हमारी नियुक्ति की है। जो भी पार्टी का आदेश होगा उसके हिसाब से काम किया जाएगा।
All right, so for more on this new team that's been announced, let's go across to Padmaja for more. And Padmaja, a mix of old and new, some continuity as well as an overall in some aspects. Take us through the highlights of this new team.
Things that one can see from the names that we have seen so far. Point number one, you've got a big representation given to women. You've got as many as 12 women who are a part of Team Nitin Nabin. So that's as far as the M factor is concerned. Remember, this is not for the first time, but election after election, and largely in the BJP's politics, you would have seen the MY factor, Mahila and Yuva factor being reflected. This time around in the new team also, you've got 12 women who have been brought in, and of course the biggest name among them is that of Smriti Irani, who is the only lady among the general secretaries. That is where most of the heavy lifting happens. Second, you've got a large number of people who are youthful. So you've got as many as 6 who are under the age of 40. That's point number 2. Point number 3, you've got names from the RSS who've been brought in. The biggest comeback from an RSS background is that of Ram Madhav. He has been included in Nitin Nabin's team. 4, like you said, there is continuity and then there is young blood. If you'll see, the biggest rehaul has happened at the level of secretaries. So barring Anil Antony, I think practically all the secretaries have been changed. This is the BJP now preparing for the next generation. So you have the general secretaries where the more experienced people are there, and then very, very young people who have been made secretaries, and over there you will see names reflected from across the country, right from Nagaland, Uttar Pradesh, Rajasthan. So in every state you are trying to blood a younger leadership. And finally, fifth, the old war horses, they have continued, people like Vinod Tavre, Sunil Bansal, who are intrinsic to the BJP's election machinery, to their performance in election after election. West Bengal, Sunil Bansal, very important role that he played. So there, that performance has been rewarded, and there is also a recognition that you will need their experience with election management, ground level management in the days to come as well. So the 5 takeaways there, Gargi.
All right, Padmaja, so let's take you through that MY factor as Padmaja describes it, the Mahila and the youth. So let's talk about the youth push and what we have seen in this new team that has been announced. You have 6 members who are below the age of 40. Remember, Nitin Nabin himself is very young, youngest president of the BJP, 46 years old. So 6 members who are below the age of 40, 15 members who are aged between 40 to 49 years of age. You also have young leaders from across regions. That's another regional representation emphasis that we have seen. And the new team blends experience as well as generational shift. So it's not just getting in new faces and doing away with the old experienced hands. Ram Madhav has been brought back, returning as a vice president. That's fairly significant as well. You have Gajendra Patel appointed as a general secretary. And of course, Vasundhara Raje there has been retained, the former chief minister of Rajasthan there retained. So social, regional representation, a mix of old and new. 40% members are from marginalized communities, and you have names such as Phang Nong Konyak, who's got the position of a national secretary. So several aspects clearly kept in mind in appointing this new team, this BJP 3.0, former chief ministers, as you saw there in the team. 40% members are from marginalized communities, and as I mentioned earlier, Phang Nong Konyak has got the position of national secretary. So tribal representation, northeast representation as well, with tribal leaders being given key positions. Bharti Pawar has been appointed as vice president, and Gajendra Patel represents the tribal community. Then you have Purandeshwari, who has been appointed a vice president as well, and M. Venkatesan from Tamil Nadu as secretary, though the emphasis we've seen has been mainly on the northeast, also getting some representation in this new team as well. Well, let's go across to NDTV's Rahul Srivastav now for more on these big changes. And Rahul, obviously a lot of the changes are with keeping an eye on upcoming elections, Uttar Pradesh being the big one. You have Punjab, you have Uttarakhand. Take us through that aspect of this. A lot of emphasis, a lot of leaders from UP finding place in this new team.
You see, Gargi, getting people from Uttar Pradesh was a given, primarily because the roads to Delhi pass through Lucknow. And if there are going to be a crucial election in 2029 and BJP has to look for a Modi 4.0, then you have to win Uttar Pradesh. And 2027, right now, UP is not the happiest of the hunting grounds for the BJP. It used to be in 2017, 2019, but not certainly now. And in that, it has to do a tremendous amount of caste balancing and others. And I think Smriti Irani, for example, being elevated into the top team of the BJP is a significant sign that you're creating a leader who will take on the principal challenger to Narendra Modi, Rahul Gandhi, in 2027. You need to back her up with a party position or a ministerial berth so that stature that she's taking on somebody like Rahul Gandhi has to maintain. And the BJP definitely can't find a better candidate suddenly against Rahul Gandhi. She has defeated him in 2019, was a giant killer. She lost because of the ground that the BJP lost. It could be that some reason that the public may be unhappy, voter may be unhappy in the constituency because of what Smriti Irani didn't do. But the fact is that in 2024, the BJP lost ground in Uttar Pradesh. And that is why Smriti Irani's loss can't be factored in as a thing against her. So she's a good candidate against Rahul Gandhi. She will campaign all over the country. So she is there now as a General Secretary, young leader, extremely influential leader. When she speaks on multiple issues in multiple languages, she has a following. And that is why if you want to carry a message to the voter or the public or the young, or the women in the home, Smriti Irani is tailor-made for that. She is cut in the right cloth for it. Then you have got the return of Ram Madhav. We are showing him on the screen. He is who's a thinker, writer, has been running a very successful foundation as a think tank for the BJP. And remember that sometime he joined the RSS in 1981. He's not very old. He joined in 1981. From 2003 to 14. For credible 11 years, he was a spokesperson of the RSS. One of the toughest jobs in the country, I think, is to be a spokesperson of the RSS because, you know, you have to say what you really need to say, what the RSS wants to say, and it cannot have meanings and fine prints and others. Then 2014 to 2020, he was part of the BJP team. And there, he was the go-to man for the Northeast and the Kashmir talks that the government was critically holding. If we had abrogation of Article 370, Ram Madhav in his early years did a lot of work in trying to create linkages with various groups, send the feedback. So Ram Madhav, good choice. Vinod Tavade, definitely somebody who is been a good go-to man in the BJP. You have Mr. Bansal, definitely somebody who has done well in UP, did wonders in Bengal. So the BJP is leaned on his experience. But I think interesting, like Sandeep Pathak, for example, it's a catch for the future. Why I say that, Gargi? Remember, he is ex-assistant professor IIT, been to Oxford, and all that is fine. But he is the behind-the-scene man in 2022 in Punjab for the Aam Aadmi Party's success. Yes. Not only that, he was looking after Himachal Pradesh, he was also looking after Gujarat. So the BJP gets the AAP's insight on AAP's plans in Gujarat and Himachal Pradesh also.
Right,
so
and he's the data man as well. Sorry to interrupt you there, Rahul. We got some breaking news coming in because one of the places we have seen a big overhaul has been the social media team of the BJP. So let's talk about that. And Deepak Maske has replaced Amit Malviya as the head of the BJP social media department. Now, Malviya in his statement, he's put out a statement on social media where he has congratulated Maske and the newly appointed office bearers, saying he's confident that the new team will take the BJP's digital communication to newer milestones. He thanked the BJP's large social media support base, acknowledging their contribution to shaping the party's digital outreach and India's public discourse. And Deepak Maske will now lead the social media team. Let's go across to Padmaja for more on this story. And Padmaja, so that has been one of the big overhauls that we've seen, and possibly Amit Malviya will find a place perhaps in some different role now.
Maybe he will. There are some very interesting positions and names. For example, Amit Malviya being removed as the social media coordinator. It's not just Deepak Maske as the new coordinator, but also the ones who are assisting him. Alok Bhatt, Preeti Gandhi. These are all people who've been very prominent and strident voices for the BJP. Preeti Gandhi was a part of the organization earlier, but now she's been given this post. So that is interesting. Even in terms of media. So Anil Baluni continues as the main media coordinator, but he's got two very young faces to assist him there in the form of Siddharth Yadav and Pradeep Bhandari, both of whom have been spokespersons as well. One wonders if they are going to continue in that role. Another interesting thing is how Piyush Goyal, and I wonder how Rahul Srivastav sees this, Tarun Chugh being made office in charge, and Piyush Goyal, who's currently in the ministry and is the Union Minister for Commerce, being made the treasurer. I wonder what this means for the future. Will he then continue? Will, Tarun Chugh was just given a Rajya Sabha seat, and after that for him to be made the office in charge, and Piyush Goyal, while being minister, can he continue in both of the posts as treasurer and as minister as well?
Right, Rahul, would you like to, a quick response to that?
Radhamohan Agarwal was was the treasurer of the BJP. Remember, Piyush Goyal was a treasurer before Radhamohan Agarwal. So Piyush Goyal has been there. He see, a lot of people who are right now part of the various entities within the BJP are people who hold ministerial posts. Say, for example, JP Nadda, Amit Shah, Prime Minister Modi, they all are holding posts. So these are decision-making entities. A treasurer perhaps is a similar entity. So it's not considered those kind of posts. And that is why there is a possibility that he will continue. But I think the reason being that over the last few years, the BJP has faced criticism over the kind of funds. See, any ruling party, especially say the BJP after the various electoral bond controversy, was under facing fire. And till date, the rivals say that all the monies go to the BJP. I think Piyush Goyal's presence will definitely be. He's a trained chartered accountant, though remember that he has deep roots in the RSS, and his family had people who were treasurers of the party. And that is where it comes in that Piyush Goyal's entry means that there could well be a BJP's attempt to create better transparency as far as its accounting issues are concerned, and its funds and the fund management issues are concerned. I remember at one time that when Piyush Goyal was looking after the accounts and started looking after the accounts, he was in deep consultations with Arun Jaitley, and they both told me at one time that in one election, they actually spent nearly 70% of the money for the election via checks. That means they made everything as transparent as that. Of course, the BJP had more money to spend at that time, but the fact remains that they tried to introduce greater transparency. I think that could well be one of the reasons that they want to have somebody like Piyush Goyal. Yes, definitely Amit Malviya. I think it's not really it's not something a slur on Amit Malviya. Amit Malviya has been holding this post since 2015.
Yes.
Did very well. I think he kept the BJP game up there. But I think in the last 1.5, 2 months, somewhere the BJP felt that the onslaught of the rivals, the students, the social media activity overwhelmed the BJP. And that overwhelming definitely has given the BJP an idea that it needs to have somebody younger and somebody definitely more, maybe fresher as far as its social media outings are concerned. And that is why Hemang Joshi, the Lok Sabha member of parliament, 35-year-old from Gujarat, has been brought in.
All right. Thanks so much, both. And do stay on. But the big, talking point has been Smriti Irani. And she's been, a guest here at NDTV several times over these years when she's not been a minister and she's, returned to acting as well. Here's a recent exclusive conversation that took place between Padmaja and Smriti Irani over a political roadmap. Listen in to what she said on August 7th, 2026.
Very interesting times that we live in.
Very interesting demeanor with which I come to the buck stops here. I look like Gen X ki ma right now, but my apologies, I'm on a break from work. That's how I can sneak in an interview.
Very, very stern. I think that's your demeanor for Gen Z. But as a mother yourself, what are your reflections on what Gen Z wants after all of these events that we've seen?
So I have kids who fit that age category. I think it's very essential to in some way bifurcate or segregate certain realities. What we saw at Jantar Mantar was an assimilation of various political groups that were positioning themselves as new political pressure groups. There was the ultra-left, the left liberals, and the Aam Aadmi Party. So to presume that the congregation at Jantar Mantar was an assimilation of the regular Gen Z, firstly, is to belie certain facts which were staring at us in the face. That being said, if you look at the population size that is termed Gen Z today, most of them are either winning medals for the country, serving the country in the armed forces, serving the country in certain state police forces, serving as doctors, as engineers, as teachers. Hence, to presume that everybody who congregated at Jantar Mantar is a reflection of an entire generation would be to not only lie to yourself, but also show great disrespect to such citizens. My belief is what you saw at Jantar Mantar, and I'm saying this in my individual capacity, is a complete playbook of a political scientist who's known as the Machiavelli of such activism, Gene Sharp. So if somebody actually did a cross-reference of what you saw at Jantar Mantar and what you saw this gentleman who had authored many such prescriptions, you will find many similarities. So I think the greatest advantage of this this conversation, Padmaja, has to be one has to denote what that congregation at Jantar Mantar was, an assimilation of SFI, ISA, Aam Aadmi Party, and a few who were part of the India Alliance and wanted to possibly get away from the Congress Party tutelage.
All right, so let's take a look now at the BJP General Secretaries. We just saw Smriti Irani there, who spoke to us earlier, and now she's been given the charge of Uttar Pradesh. The other big names are Vinod Tavde, who is retained there, Biplab Kumar Deb, former Chief Minister, Sunil Bansal is there as well, has been named as a secretary, Satish Punia. And then you have Gajendra Patel, Harish Dwivedi and Sanjay Bhatia as well. So let's go back to Padmaja for more on this. And Padmaja, take us through, the significance of the names that have been now announced as the General Secretaries.
Well, actually, these general secretaries are the ones who do the maximum heavy lifting when it comes to organizational work. They are put in charge of various states, the elections that take place. They are in touch with the organization there, and which is why the return of Smriti Irani in this group of general secretaries, she's the only woman there, and she has been now given the job of a general secretary, makes it even more significant. If you look at the names which are present here, two names really stand out. One is that of Sunil Bansal, the other one is of Vinod Tavde, because state after state, they have taken up the responsibility of being prabharis, prabharis of various state elections, and they have delivered the result. The most recent one, of course, is of West Bengal, and that is why you have Vinod Bansal being given the responsibility of remaining the General Secretary in the party.
All right. Thanks so much, Padmaja and Rahul, for joining us on this big story as the BJP announces its, next team, a revamp really of the BJP's organization. There, some old names, some new names brought in, a lot of women representation, regional representation as well. But with that, we'll slip into a short break. Coming up on the other side, we'll get you the big news coming in from Tamil Nadu. Do stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
होम फल से रैप करो क्रिस्पी वेजीज पैक करो होम फल से पैक करो फ्रेशनेस को ट्रैप करो होम फल रैप करो अनरैप करो।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Sashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Sashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Launch control, 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby.
Welcome back to Prime 5, and let's now focus on Tamil Nadu, where Vijay's government has completed its first 100 days in office, with Chief Minister Vijay highlighting a series of initiatives and investment commitments that he's made. The government says Tamil Nadu secured 67,542 crore in investments during the first 100 days, while also announcing a 1 lakh crore investment conclave. Among the achievements listed are the closures of 717 liquor shops, a women's safety task force, anti-narcotic measures, skill training for 12 lakh people, and expanded welfare schemes. Meanwhile, Tamil Nadu leader of opposition Udayinidhi Stalin, the former deputy chief minister of the state, said that the ground reality is different than what Chief Minister Vijay has listed as achievements. Not only DMK but AIADMK and BJP also have taken a jibe at the chief minister and called his 100 days of real government. That's REEL.
நின்னா கைது, நடந்தா கைது, பேசினா கைது, சோஷியல் மீடியாவில் ஒரு போஸ்ட் போட்டா கைது அப்படின்னு ஒரு மோசமான பாசிச அரசாக இன்றைக்கு இந்த அரசாங்கம் செயல்பட்டு வருகிறது. அந்த அளவுக்கு இந்த அரசுக்கு இன்செக்யூரிட்டி ரொம்ப அதிகம். இன்னைக்கு தூங்கி எந்திரிச்சா யாரை கைது பண்ணலான்னு கிட்டத்தட்ட ஒரு டைம் டேபிள் போட்டு ஷெட்யூல் போட்டு இன்னைக்கு இந்த அரசு கைது நடவடிக்கைகளை எடுத்து வருது.
100 days of kindergartens. Not sure when they are going to graduate to the school levels, high school levels, and deliver for the welfare of people of Tamil Nadu. And Mr. Vijay is the #1 student in the kindergarten, entertaining all.
All right, so let's do a bit of a reality check on what Vijay had promised and what has been delivered in these first 100 days. Lots of promises when it comes to electricity, so a lot of freebies there, as well as on women's security and of course the war against drugs. So 200 units of free power promised, free electricity every 2 months. What was delivered, scheme implemented, and in the billing system. Let's take a look at what else was promised for domestic consumers using up to 500 units. What's delivered, eligible consumers identified automatically. So somewhat, delivering on this promise. 1,730 crore annual subsidy allocated for this free power that was promised to the public, delivered. 1,545.14 crore provisional subsidy also approved by the Vijay government. So that is one of the promises that have been made. 1.46 crore consumers expected to benefit. The benefit is limited to consumption of up to 500 units. So there was that little bit of, in fact, gap in the sense of what was promised and what people expected, but it does go up only to a certain amount. Promise dedicated force for women and children's safety. This was a big promise about safety for the public. The force formally launched on the 9th of June. Patrol, surveillance body, cameras and drones were promised, but critics are questioning limited field strength. That a lot was promised. However, when it comes to the field strength, it hasn't been exactly up to the mark. This is the Singapen Special Task Force that was promised for the safety of women and children. Sanction strength of 2,545 personnel. 354 crore allocated for the first phase of this force that is going to be there. Then, of course, anti-narcotics task force. That was another big promise by the Vijay government when he came to power. He promised 65 anti-narcotics task force units, delivered 65 dedicated units sanctioned. They have been sanctioned at least by the government. Promised a focus on drug consumption and peddling. Delivered 273 arrested. Over 10 kilos of ganja was also seized in these 100 days. Promised drug-free Tamil Nadu campaign, delivered. Opposition is questioning the drug control on the ground, claiming that it's not really been up to the mark as far as practicality goes on the ground. Impact. Let's go across to our reporters now. Vasudha joining us from the newsroom, also Vijay Gopal joining us from Chennai. Vasudha, first to you. The government has faced several questions over the promises and what has been delivered, especially if you talk about a lot of promises made on welfare promises, safety as well, the war on drugs. In your view, what has it been like? There have also been challenges with allegations of corruption also dogging Vijay's government.
I think, Gargi, also because Vijay and TVK found it a little difficult to get hold of those numbers, and it took them 5 strong days, to get that majority. The DMK is quite aggressive, and it's a very aggressive party when it is in the opposition. In fact, people in Tamil Nadu really joke that DMK is best when it's the opposition party. In fact, Congress also has a lot to learn from DMK. So DMK is aggressive, but when it comes to Vijay's performance as the Chief Minister, I would say that last 100 days have been rather smooth because there hasn't been any major controversy. There have been a few controversies here and there, and he's also managed to actually announce many schemes, including the Time Aman scheme, which is, promising that, which is delivering that gold ring for, little children, or the Singapen initiative, which is putting in place that special task force for women. This was one of his biggest poll promises, and women really voted for him in huge numbers. So this is his way of honoring their love and affection for him. But yes, the DMK continues to say that this is a reals government. That's also one way of caricaturing this government, because he's an actor turned politician, and DMK has a strong ideological base. So that is one thing that they keep hitting out on. But Vijay, unlike any other chief minister, has gone on to say that he will not allow any corruption. Yes, we've had people like Narendra Modi and Arvind Kejriwal also say the same thing. Tamil Nadu is a big state. If he manages to achieve even a part of what he is promising, it could be significant, is what I feel.
Right, Vijay Gopal, your view of this and the honeymoon phase, the initial phase when a new leader takes charge, that seems to be continuing in Tamil Nadu, despite DMK, saying that things like Vijay is putting stickers on old schemes. Also, the Kaveri water sharing has been one of the big challenges he's faced.
Gargi, that's right. Meghalaya and Kaveri water issue have been a challenging phase for TVK party and also Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay over legal issues also. Before TVK government filed a case in Supreme Court, DMK was the party who filed case against Karnataka government for not releasing Kaveri water to the Tamil Nadu as per order from the CW, Kaveri Water Management Authority. So these are all the legally they are facing a few setbacks. So, but as far as schemes and welfare schemes are concerned, TVK has been performing in a really great way because they are targeting youth voters and also women voters, like Vasudha mentioning. Many schemes targeting women and youth voters, especially in the budget. There were many parts of free bicycles to the class 11 students. It was an existing scheme, but now they are providing a branded bicycle, modernized bicycles, and also laptop to the class 12 students. So these are all some of the important announcements made in the part of budget 2026 and 2027, and very interestingly, they are not leaving any schemes which was implemented by ADMK and DMK. Even Chief Minister Vijay made it very clear, if there are good schemes, they will continue with those good schemes, especially the breakfast scheme which was introduced by the DMK. Now they are extending the breakfast scheme to till class 8. On the other hand, Chief Minister ordered to revamp the Amma Unavagam, which was a visionary scheme introduced by the former Chief Minister Jayalalitha. It was well received among public because it was then helped many poor people across Tamil Nadu. So these are all the important announcements made by Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay in past 100 days, and also Singapen scheme to ensure women's safety, and also targeting farmers. He has announced farm loan waiver also. So these are all some important announcements made by Chief Minister. On the other hand, they are facing a few setbacks as for during crisis-like situation, especially over delimitation, like they called for all party MP meeting, which was boycotted by DMK, and also over Kaveri water and Meghalaya the issue. There were some setbacks, but some ministry also got into a few controversy over some videos. But TVK Chief and Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay and his team continue to manage many crisis situations.
All right. Thanks so much, Vasudha and Vijay Gopal, for joining us. With that, now 100 days of the Vijay government, the Chief Minister's office of Tamil Nadu has also released a video of Vijay's government's journey over these last 100 days since it came to power. Take a look.
See Joseph Vijay enum naan வாங்க எல்லாருமா சேர்ந்து ஒரு fresh governance, ஒரு new governance ஒன்னு கொடுப்போம். This is a new beginning, a new era. பெண்கள் பாதுகாப்பு ரொம்ப ஸ்ட்ரிக்ட்டா வச்சிருப்பேன்.
போதைப் பொருள் கலாச்சாரம் நம்ம பசங்களை அதிலிருந்து காப்பாற்ற வேண்டியது நம்ம அரசனுடைய பொறுப்பு. கல்வி, ரேஷன், மருத்துவம், குடிநீர், பஸ் வசதி, இந்த மாதிரி விஷயங்கள்ல தான் என்னுடைய முதல் கவனம். இது உங்களுடைய ஆட்சி, உங்களுக்கு அதில் எந்த விதமான சந்தேகமும் வேணாம். இந்த நேரத்தில் இதை நான் சொல்லணும். அரசியலுக்கு வந்த உங்க விஜய் தம்பி, விஜய் தம்பி, அண்ணா நீ வாடா நண்பா, நீ வா நண்பா, நாங்களா இருக்கோம்னு சொல்லி அவ்வளவு உறவா என்ன ஏத்துக்கிட்டீங்க. 8 கோடி மக்களும் என் மக்கள் தானே. கான்ஃபிடென்ட்டா இருக்கு.
All right, so a dramatic video marking 100 days of Vijay's government. But let's shift focus to a controversy that has also erupted vis-a-vis Tamil Nadu and Karnataka. Fresh political confrontation between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka over the killing of 3 alleged poachers from Tamil Nadu in a Karnataka forest. The 3 Tamil Nadu residents were killed in an encounter, following which Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Vijay strongly condemned the incident. This was an encounter with the Forest Department. Vijay has questioned the circumstances surrounding the killings. He stated that the explanation given by the Karnataka Forest Department is unacceptable, and that explanation being that the poachers first shot at the Forest Department officials. Meanwhile, Karnataka government rejected the allegation, saying a judicial inquiry into the incident is underway. The issue has escalated into a political face-off, with DMK also stepping in, and the party has demanded a CBI inquiry.
There is already an judicial inquiry that is happening, and I'm not sure if the Honorable Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu is aware of the facts of the case. So I'm sure if he's aware, he might change his stand on that. But whatever it is, it's a matter pertaining to Karnataka, and I would request anybody else refrain from commenting on that without knowing the facts.
Definitely, it is a wrongful doing. How can the Karnataka forest officials kill 3 people when they are not involved in any kind of poaching or something? They were taking rest. But they being Tamil, the Karnataka Forest Department had killed them. There should be a severe punishment for those people, officials. The central government should intervene, their agencies, CBI should investigate and book them and put them in jail.
Here in Ground Zero to really find out for ourselves what has transpired and why the standoff right now is taking place between the 2 states. I'm standing in a small village. This is near Hannur Taluk. This is in Chamarajnagar district in Karnataka, very close to Mysuru. Bordering these villages, of course, are the Kaveri Wildlife Forest Ranges. And here I'm at a small church where the 3 mortal remains of the people who were shot dead in this encounter have been brought. And you can see hundreds of people from the village and nearby villages have all turned up here for the final rites that's taking place at a small church. Family members are completely distraught. Whoever have been speaking to Vedika, they are saying that these were farmers. People to earn a living here need to graze cattle. They were just taking, the cattle towards the forest, and they, landed up spending the night there. And in the morning, they were encountered, and the entire thing was staged, managed by the forest officials to really put deer meat there and, have weapons. And they say the forest officials never even showed the body to the locals before taking it far away from here.
All right, so huge controversy there between Tamil Nadu and Karnataka with different versions, as you can see there, with Tamil Nadu claiming that these 3 men were farmers who went into the forest. So let's take a look at what the Forest Department recovered, because the Forest Department claims they went on a raid. They had information of poachers there, and that's when they went there and found these men who fired on them. The victims are Anthony, Sammy, John, Rose, and as well as Kumar. So 3 of them were killed by the Forest Department, who claims that they were fired upon first. Guns and other materials were seized by the Forest Department. Remember, there is also going to be a judicial inquiry into this. 2 bags of wild animal meat was seized from these alleged poachers. That is what the Karnataka Forest Department says. And they also claim that one of the suspected poachers allegedly escaped during this firefight that took place. Now, Karnataka Chief Minister D.K. Shivkumar has ordered a magisterial inquiry, given that it's become a huge controversy with so much anger in Tamil Nadu and a very different version doing the rounds there. Well, moving on to other news from Karnataka, and the Karnataka Congress leaders have launched a sharp attack on the RSS again, triggering a fresh political row in the state. Karnataka Minister Yatindra Siddaramaiah has stepped up the attack, comparing RSS to a 1,000-headed venomous snake. Yatindra alleged that the organization is filled with the poison of casteism and accused it of posing a threat to society and the country. Meanwhile, KPCC Chief B.K. Hariprasad has made another controversial comparison, saying there is no difference between the RSS and the Taliban. Hariprasad also compared the RSS with terror outfits, alleging that the organization is not registered like such groups.
ಈ RSS ಅನ್ನೋದಿದೆಯಲ್ಲ, ಇದು ಒಂದು 1000 ಹೆಡೆಗಳಿರುವಂತ ವಿಷ ನಾಗರ. ಆದ್ರೆ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು ಜಾತಿವಾದ, ಕೋಮುವಾದ, ಮನುವಾದದ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬಿಕೊಂಡಿರುವಂತದ್ದು. ಇದು ಇಡೀ ಸಮಾಜಕ್ಕೆ ವಿಷ ತುಂಬುವಂತ, ವಿಷ ಕಕ್ಕುವಂತ ಒಂದು ನಾಗರ. ಇದನ್ನ ನಾವು ಹೀಗೆ ಬಿಟ್ರೆ ನಮ್ಮ ಸಮಾಜ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ, ನಮ್ಮ ದೇಶನೂ ಹಾಳಾಗುತ್ತೆ. ಹಾಗಾಗಿ ಯಾರ್ಯಾರು ಪ್ರಜ್ಞಾವಂತರಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಯಾರು ಈ ಜಾತಿ ವ್ಯವಸ್ಥೆಯನ್ನ ತೊಡೆದು ಹಾಕ್ಬೇಕು ಅಂತ ಭಾವಿಸಿರ್ತಾರೆ, ಅವರೆಲ್ಲರೂ ಕೂಡ ಇವತ್ತು ಈ RSS ನ ಹೀನ ಮನಸ್ಥಿತಿಯನ್ನ ನಾವು ಖಂಡಿಸಬೇಕು. ಅದ್ರ ವಿರುದ್ಧ ನಾವು ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮಾಡಬೇಕು. RSS ಅವರು, BJP ಅವರು, ಶ್ರೀರಾಮ್ ಸೇನೆಯವರು ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಪಕ್ಷದ ಅಧ್ಯಕ್ಷರಾದಂತ ಮಲ್ಲಿಕಾರ್ಜುನ್ ಖರ್ಗೆ ಅವರ ಹತ್ರ ಅವರು ಸಾರ್ವಜನಿಕವಾಗಿ ಕ್ಷಮೆ ಕೇಳಲೇಬೇಕು. ಅಲ್ಲಿ ತನಕ ನಾವು ಈ ಪ್ರತಿಭಟನೆ ಮುಂದುವರಿಸಬೇಕು, ಬಿಡಬಾರ್ದು ಅಂತ ಹೇಳಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕಾಂಗ್ರೆಸ್ ಕಾರ್ಯಕರ್ತರು ನಾನು ಮನವಿ ಮಾಡ್ತಾ ಇದ್ದೇನೆ.
There is no difference between, because it is an unregistered organization. Jaish-e-Mohammed, Taliban, all these organizations are unregistered. There is no difference between Jaish-e-Mohammed, Taliban and RSS, because all the three are not registered in this country.
What should I say? Only 1,000 more. I don't think it's a 1,000-headed snake. There are millions of people across whom they have brainwashed, whom they have let loose to sow seeds of discontentment, to sow communal seeds, and it is evident. It is extremely evident. You please see their history. The problem is nobody has read their history properly. Zero contribution with respect to nation building, but 100% contribution to create chaos within the country.
RSS एक जातिवाद है, RSS एक सांप है, ऐसे बात करना ये ठीक नहीं है. ये एक्स चीफ मिनिस्टर सिद्धरामैया के बेटा होने के बाद भी और RSS के बारे में जानना चाहिए, और विश्व हिंदू परिषद के बारे में, हमारे परिवार के बारे में जानना चाहिए. ऐसे RSS के बारे में स्नेक को, सांप को कंपेयर करना ये ठीक नहीं है. ये बहुत खतरनाक स्टेटमेंट है.
All right, some breaking news now coming in over the Jharkhand protest, where students have been protesting. Now, Chief Minister Hemant Soren will hold a crucial meeting with ministers at Project Bhavan, and students also waiting a meeting with the ministers as the Chief Minister's meeting will take place. These are the protesting students who have been demanding, remember, the cancellation of the exam, and they've been claiming that there were, several issues with the JPSC recruitment exam, and they have been sitting on a hunger strike as well as protests, and they've been asking for the JSSC exam, these exams to be cancelled, and also been asking that there should be a CBI probe into this entire matter. And Chief Minister Hemant Soren at the meeting with ministers, and students continue to wait at Project Bhavan for a meeting with ministers. Hemant Soren's arrival has delayed the ministers' interaction with the students. The Chief Minister and the ministers' meeting will take place, and following that is a meeting between students and ministers expected. All eyes on Project Bhavan as students await the ministers' meeting after the Chief Minister holds discussions with them. So will there be a breakthrough in the Jharkhand student protest? That is the big question. Well, that's it from me for the moment. Thanks so much for watching. Keep watching NDTV for all the latest updates. Goodbye. BJP announces new national team under Nitin, Nabin, Smriti Irani, Ram Madhav make a comeback. Huge showdown over. Prime Minister Modi's Dimagi Naxal
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूं? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, or 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
Home for se wrap karo, crispy veggies pack karo. Home for se pack karo, freshness ko trap karo. Home for wrap karo, unwrap karo.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. Gaikwad साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए. Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Sashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue. 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Sashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, ideas across borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindhu.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Center.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine and France in Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Launch control, 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Across the country.
He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network. 3 decades of watching the world change. Of asking the questions that couldn't wait. Of telling the stories that couldn't be ignored. Of holding the line when it mattered most. Times change, our purpose doesn't. NDTV 24/7 is now NDTV, when it really matters.
A very good evening, viewers. You're watching Nationwide at 6 with me, Gauri Dwivedi. The big story that we have for you this Monday evening is the new team by BJP Chief Nitin Nabin. What does that team's appointments now look like? What is the reason for the change? And more importantly, the big electoral battlegrounds that are lined up early next year. Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand. Which of those team picks will decide and be a game changer for the upcoming elections? We get you all those details, but let me first tell you in terms of what really was the big shake-up that took place. The BJP has unveiled its new national team, key appointments across organization that includes several prominent leaders, women, youth, and a strong representation coming in from Uttar Pradesh, the big electoral test early next year. In fact, Smriti Irani is now back as the General Secretary of the party, focused on the state where she won from 2019 from Amethi, which was Rahul Gandhi and essentially the Gandhi Parivar's borough. Ram Madhav has also been roped in along with Vasundhara Raje as vice presidents. Vinod Tavre retained as the general secretary organization. Piyush Goyal is now the treasurer of the BJP, while former Aam Aadmi Party leader Sandeep Pathak has been appointed as national secretary. Some of the big headline appointments that have been made in Team Nitin Nabin. In fact, continuing with the women leaders in this new team, the BJP has now several prominent faces across key organizational posts. That, of course, includes Smriti Irani and Vasundhara Raje, as I mentioned, but also D. Purandeshwari. Uttar Pradesh remains the key focus, where, given the fact that BJP has given several key state organizational posts, including general secretaries, vice presidents, and national secretaries, two important stakeholders and office bearers. In fact, both the OBC and Minority Morcha leadership also now go to the state of Uttar Pradesh. There's also a mix of both youth and experience. The BJP has retained Vinod Tavre and Sunil Bansal as general secretaries. Three former chief ministers also feature prominently in this new team. Prime Minister Modi also congratulated the new BJP chief on his new team in the post on X, where he said that congratulations to the newly appointed national office bearers of the BJP and those who have been given various responsibilities in the party. This newly appointed team brings together organizational experience, energy, and grassroots connect. Prime Minister Modi also went on to say that I'm confident that they will give their best in strengthening the party and focusing on public services, and wish them best of luck ahead of those crucial, as I said, important electoral contests, let's say, next year. Before we go any further, let's listen into some of those important sound bites for you, and then we tell you why this new team Nitin Nabin is going to be so crucial for the upcoming elections next year.
सबसे पहले तो मैं आभार अदा करता हूँ माननीय प्रधानमंत्री जी का, नरेंद्र भाई मोदी का, पार्टी अध्यक्ष नितिन नबीन जी का, गृह मंत्री अमित शाह जी का, बाकी और वरिष्ठ नेताओं का, जेपी नड्डा जी का, राजनाथ सिंह जी का, नितिन गडकरी जी का, जिन्होंने हमारे ऊपर भरोसा किया है और दोबारा से हमारी नियुक्ति की है। जो भी पार्टी का आदेश होगा उसके हिसाब से काम किया जाएगा।
एक्साइटेड हूँ। बीजेपी का नेशनल टीम का सूची जब पब्लिश हुआ तो बहुत अच्छा लगा, क्योंकि प्राइम मिनिस्टर नरेंद्र मोदी जी का अब सोच देखिए किस तरीके से अपना टीम बनाते हैं, और हर स्टेट, हर रीजन, समाज के अलग अलग वर्ग और तजुर्बे वाले एक्सपीरियंस और ऊर्जावान नए चेहरा किस तरीके से मिश्रण करके टीम बनाते हैं। तो हम तो हमेशा अपने आप को हम किस्मत वाला इंसान मानते हैं कि मोदी जी के साथ में काम करने का मौका मिल रहा है।
बहुत खुशी की बात है कि हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष जी श्री नितिन नबीन जी ने अपनी टीम का ऐलान किया है। एक बहुत ही अच्छी टीम तैयार हुई है। इसमें अनुभवी लोग भी हैं, युवा रक्त भी हमको इसमें दिखाई पड़ता है, और विशेष रूप से मुझे इस बात की खुशी है कि महाराष्ट्र से उपाध्यक्ष के रूप में डॉक्टर भारती पवार, महामंत्री के रूप में विनोद जी तावड़े और कोषाध्यक्ष के रूप में पीयूष जी गोयल, इनके जैसे हमारे जो दिग्गज नेता हैं, इनको भी इस टीम में जगह मिली है।
मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं हमारे नेतृत्व को। राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष हमारे जो माननीय नितिन नबीन जी हैं, जो बिहार से ही हैं, मैं उनका विशेष रूप से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। और जो शीर्ष नेतृत्व है, माननीय नरेंद्र मोदी जी हों, माननीय अमित शाह जी हों, और जितने सीनियर हमारे लीडर्स हैं, संगठन के महामंत्री सभी हमारे BL संतोष जी हों, बिहार के जो भी लोग हैं, सभी का मैं आभार व्यक्त करता हूं कि मुझे ये दायित्व का दिया गया है और मैं उसे अच्छे से निर्वहन करूँगा।
All right, to talk more on this and to really help us decode Team Nitin Nabin, Rahul Srivastav joins me for more on this. He's consulting editor with NDTV, but someone who's tracked the political landscape for the better part of 40 years. Rahul, a very important set of announcements made by the BJP today. Your first thoughts on some of these big names that are coming together, some, of course, very prominent names as well, like Smriti Irani. But first, your big picture take on the new team.
Gauri, the key factor is that the BJP is perhaps at its weakest
or faces the maximum number of challenges since 2014. We had a bit of a period in 2015 when Delhi and Bihar were lost and the BJP had to go back to the drawing board. But after that, it's been a relatively easy walk. Then came the 2024 elections, where in a state like Uttar Pradesh, especially the BJP suffered setbacks, so much so that Samajwadi Party became the #1 party in terms of seats and the BJP #2. And since then, there have been events which have led to tremendous problems for the BJP in terms of their vote share also, and also the demographic support to the BJP. Then you had these students' protest. So now, given these challenges, the Prime Minister from the Red Fort speech indicated that the BJP had heard all the problems and the voices against it and was preparing for a change and a challenge. Now, if you look at it, what are the key factors? It's definitely a team for tomorrow, 2029 and 27 UP. A large number of the office bearers come from Uttar Pradesh. You have Smriti Irani coming in from Uttar Pradesh, Harsh Dwivedi coming in from Uttar Pradesh. You have somebody like Ram Madhav, one of the most prominent faces of the RSS after the Sarsang Chalak. He joined RSS in 1981. From 2003 to 14, for 11 years, he was the most visible spokesperson face of the RSS. He was part of the BJP as a General Secretary between 2014 to 2020. And then he was edged out. He was the go-to man for Kashmir and for Northeast, where the BJP rather carried out major steps and has scored major successes. Now, in that scenario, the return of these people, Smriti Irani, one must remember, Smriti Irani suffered a setback in 2024, but she was a giant killer in 2019. Absolutely. Does the BJP have a better candidate to take on Rahul Gandhi in Amethi? Certainly not. I'll say she's the best choice because she's been there. Second, in 2024, she lost not just because she was Smriti Irani, also because the BJP lost ground in Uttar Pradesh. So to prepare a new candidate against what is virtual Prime Ministerial candidate of the India bloc, Rahul Gandhi, you have to have Smriti Irani backed by a party position, backed by a status, and also in the coming days she'll be campaigning all over the country.
Just hold that thought. Let's tell our viewers just exactly how significant some of these announcements are and how important and the focus really as far as Uttar Pradesh is concerned. Some of those big names, as Rahul was pointing out, Smriti Irani, who's now the National General Secretary. She was a giant killer in 2019, defeated Rahul Gandhi from Amethi by upwards of 55,000 votes. Lost in 24 to Kishori Lal Sharma, and then of course now significant how she takes the party together in Uttar Pradesh. The other important name, Harsh Dwivedi, National General Secretary, someone who comes from Eastern UP. He's been a two-time MP, 2014 and 2019. Basti and that entire region of Eastern UP is where Brahmin outreach is going to be significant. Rekha Verma, National Vice President, a prominent OBC face for the party and also a Mahila face. Remember, Tariq Mansoor, in fact, you heard the soundbite also of Tariq Mansoor a short while back. He's also been appointed as the Vice President, former AMU Chancellor, a very prominent voice of the Muslim community in the BJP. Then there is Bhola Singh, who comes from Bulandshahr, Sangeeta Yadav, National Secretary, and Amarpal Maurya, another important OBC voice. In fact, the OBC Morcha president also now this time comes from UP, and so does the Minority Morcha chief, which is Kunwar Basit Ali. So these are some of the important set of picks for the UP team that have been identified and are now part of Team Nitin Nabin. Let me also welcome Shantanu Gupta, author and political analyst, into this broadcast, someone who's been writing very regularly on Uttar Pradesh, on Chief Minister Yogi Adityanath for the last several years. How do you see, Shantanu, some of these very important set of appointments in Team BJP ahead of crucial elections in UP?
I think, Gauri, I see 3-4 trends emerging. One is the performers are being rewarded, and also the inclusion, the proportionate inclusion is given to the states which are going to elections. That's being one. And a lot of new overhaul also. Even if the person is doing good, you need new energy. So if you see general secretaries, apart from Sunil Bansal and Anod Tavade, rest all the 6 names are new. There are some interesting dropouts also. Like we are seeing Piyush Goyal now coming, like dropout from the ministry. He's going out of the government and now participating in the party. And I was wondering where will Dharmendra Pradhan's name will figure out. So I think now Dharmendra Pradhan's name will be in the ministry reshuffle. I also see Amit Malviya's dropout. Now the position is given to Deepak Masre, who was very consequential in the Chhattisgarh election. We also see a Dr. Hemant Joshi as now the Yuva Morcha face instead of Tejasvi Surya, and he was the Yuva Morcha face in Gujarat, and he was quite performing there. And now, as we rightly said, youth is the new voice that is emerging from last couple of months. So these two people, the social media head and the Yuva Morcha head, I'll pay special attention. Last point, I think the names which are still we are grappling with, where they will settle. We still have the parliamentary board, we still have the cabinet reshuffle, we have the executive, and we also have the expansion of the morchas, right? Because morchas are not filled yet.
All of that we'll come to. Shantanu, you've raised important points. And before I get Rahul Shri also for more on this, let's now just walk our viewers through why Uttar Pradesh is now so prominent in the new team that has been announced. First and foremost, clearly this is BJP's 2027 playbook with an eye on Uttar Pradesh. Smriti Irani, a name that we've been speaking about, General Secretary in charge of Uttar Pradesh. But that's not it. Sunil Bansal, who's back, someone who's been the architect of the 2017 sweep of the BJP, where it got upwards of 300 in a 402 assembly. He is there back. Remember, Uttar Pradesh, along with Punjab and Uttarakhand, will go to polls early next year. And this is a team that has been built for that. Women and youth push is going to be extremely important. And these are the largest voter blocks in Uttar Pradesh. Women, in fact, is a very large block simply because of law and order being a very major issue. And battleground Uttar Pradesh is going to be Nitin Nabin's next big electoral test, which is why this is so significant in terms of the names. And let's also just quickly tell our viewers, what do some of these names really bring? Smriti Irani, the national star power that she brings to the entire campaign, the heft that she brings from a star power point of view. Sunil Bansal, man who is a booth level strategist like none other, someone who understands just how important ground level strategy is. He is there now. Harish Trivedi is a Brahmin face push for the entire eastern UP belt, where the BJP actually suffered its massive losses in 2024. In eastern UP is also a borough where Brahmins constitute about 14 to 15% of the overall population. Rekha Verma, we've been saying, is an OBC woman face, comes from Kanpur. In the entire central Uttar Pradesh region, she's important. Tariq Mansoor is a former AMU Vice Chancellor, and he's going to be important for the BJP in the Pasmanda vote bank outreach, which is your extremely backward Muslims in Uttar Pradesh. And in fact, Rahul Shri, let me come back to you on just that point. Some of these specific names that we are highlighting in terms of outreach, in terms of the overall caste calculations, how significant are some of these names that we are bringing out?
You see, every one of them is significant. See, that's what I was speaking about Smriti Irani. She's young. Not only she may not be a mass leader in the classical terms, but Smriti Irani is an influential leader. When she speaks in multiple languages, and in those multiple languages, she has a following. Now, this is what the BJP really wants, because BJP has entered a political phase in which the party needs to communicate better to a segment in which it perhaps failed to communicate better in the last few months. And that is where the need for somebody like a Smriti Irani, or you have got somebody like, say, Hemant Joshi. We need to talk about the fact that Yuva Morcha chief Tejasvi Surya is out, and you have got Hemant Joshi, a 35-year-old member of parliament, Lok Sabha from Vadodara, has come in. That's not an ordinary thing to brush off, because remember, the BJP, when it talks Yuva Morcha, it talks about a consolidated students or young youth element as far as the demography is concerned. It never differentiated or created those compartments that this is Alpha, this is Gen Z, this is XYZ. Yeah. And that is why the BJP will like to have a fresh look into this youth segment. The Kisan Morcha, given the fact that it has been running into trouble with the farmers, it's a significant move that the BJP has virtually changed each and every Morcha leader, which is the frontal mass organization of the BJP. The IT cell, Amit Malviya moving out, giving way to Deepak Maase, it's an important thing because Amit Malviya was around since 2015, 11 years. A tremendous job done, I must say that, because at one time, barring those last 2-3 months, when even the common man was a part of a movement,
yes,
the BJP was an undefeatable had an undefeatable social media or a formidable social media presence. So I think a wonderful blend of old, experienced hands, as Shantanu said, that people who have done well. For example, somebody like Mr. Bansal, he worked hard in Uttar Pradesh, and then in West Bengal, which was mission impossible for the BJP at one time. He is the factor which worked there. So you now have, say for example, even in the parliamentary board, in the vice presidents, you have 6 women out of 5-6 women out of 13, which means 38-39% have been given to women. That's another bit of signaling happening. So I think multiple signals.
And just on that woman part, that woman Mahila vote, which is now of course very significant. Shantanu, you want to come in on just that? I know law and order has been one of the biggest issues and one of the biggest poll planks for the Chief Minister. Yogi Adityanath's big campaign around law and order has found resonance with the women of Uttar Pradesh. Your thoughts on what Rahul Shri is just talking about, the Mahila vote being a decisive factor?
Exactly. This is the first time I think so many women politicians are inducted in the BJP in the central team, and I think more to come when we expand the morchas. And I think one thing on Sunil Bansal, I think we forget that he was also in 2024, he was also the Prabhari for Odisha, which BJP won for the first time. And the number of MPs coming from Odisha kind of saved Modi's government in the third term. And also he was the Prabhari for Telangana, where they doubled the seat from 4 to 8. So he was the Prabhari for 3 states, West Bengal, where they did not do good in 2024, but from the state government recently. So I think performance being rewarded, that's the highlight. And induction of women, as you rightly said, that's a main issue. And also in the run-up to the Mahila Arakshan bill also, that's important, that how are you doing it internally? The law will come and it will come. But how are you doing it internally? And that will put pressure to all other dispensation to include equal number of, or if not equal, at least substantial number of women. Currently, we see only in the vice president, I see almost 50% are women. So that's a welcome sign.
Indeed.
Sorry, one point I'd like to talk about, which Shantanu also mentioned, about Piyush Goyal. Goyal being made treasurer, it's the second time he has become treasurer. Coincidentally, his father, an old RSS hand, was also a treasurer of the BJP. Now, the interesting fact is that there is already anticipation that he will resign because of the one man, one post criteria. But I think there is a catch here. The catch is that the BJP may be wanting a more accounting-friendly man, as he is a chartered accountant. Remember, India is in the middle of a very tricky deal with the US.
Yeah.
And Piyush Goyal is heading it. Gauri, you know this better than I do, that how tricky it is. In that scenario, to remove Piyush Goyal from the ministry, will the BJP stick to the one man, one post, or make an exception like it did in the case of JP Nadda, when JP Nadda was given an extension as president and he continued as health minister? It is only when Nitin Nabin came in that he became a full-time health minister. Indeed,
India is in the midst of negotiating that very important but very tricky FTA with the US. So in that backdrop, Rahul Shri, what you're saying is going to be extremely important. Let's also now talk about the nuts and bolts with regard to the Uttar Pradesh election, because that's very important. First and foremost, the caste arithmetic, which is that when some of these appointments you look at, it is a direct counter to the PDA formula, the Pishra Dalit Adivasi formula, as far as SP is concerned. The fact that the OBC Morcha chief comes from UP, the fact that Rekha Verma, who's an important OBC Mahila candidate, is now finding place in the team, are all efforts to counter that narrative from Samajwadi Party. The second important part that we made a reference to earlier, the Brahmin outreach, it's important because there is a sense that the upper caste vote bank, which has been the traditional core vote base of the BJP, may be tethering, to address that concerns, to address some of those narratives, is why you have Mr. Dwivedi from who's been a former Lok Sabha MP 2-time from Basti being there. Basti, again, as I said, is one of the boroughs where Brahmins are significant in fact, early double digits. It is also aimed to address the post-Ram Mandir Chanda Chori narrative. That is very important, something that SP has made its poll blank, and some of this may help address those issues as well for the BJP. Let's now talk about the Eastern UP numbers, because this is where it's going to be most important. This is behind the rebuild to some extent that is taking place. Let's now tell you the basic arithmetic here. UP brings about 80 Lok Sabha MPs. In 2019, BJP won 62, and that figure fell to just 33 in 2024. In fact, SP became the single largest party from UP. In terms of the NDA numbers also, you see that it fell down significantly. From 64, it came down to 36. As far as Purvanchal is concerned, this is where the maximum number of losses were actually taken by the BJP. In 2019, out of 26 seats, BJP won about 18 odd seats, and that figure fell down to 10. Let's now look at Awadh. Awadh is where, of course, the most prominent seat is Faizabad, which is Ayodhya, and BJP lost that seat to SP, where SP decided to contest, and in fact, on a general seat, it gave the ticket to a Dalit candidate. And those caste calculations are likely to be addressed through some of these changes made. On that note, switching focus to more news coming in. All right, more details coming in as far as the new team huddle is concerned, where first introductory meeting of the BJP's new team is likely to be held this Saturday, that is on the 22nd of August. So the new team that has been constituted today, that has been announced, will meet and hold its first huddle with the BJP chief will be on this Saturday, that is the 22nd of August. And that is when its charter will be identified. All right, on that note, let's in fact play out this very recent exclusive conversation that Smriti Irani had with NDTV's managing editor Shivaroor, where she spoke about the political roadmap that she thinks lies ahead for her. Listen in to a slice of that conversation.
Like life comes full circle.
Do you miss active politics? You know, politics goes up and down. Are you still? Do you still consider yourself a politician?
I'm a politician first, but they used to earlier say actor turned politician.
Yeah.
Somebody last night in some newsroom said, "Well, actor turned politician turned actor turned what?"
Yeah.
The idea that a human being could do both, and successfully so, is an idea which will be very difficult to grasp, because I'm the only one who's done it.
No, because I know you keep in touch with Amethi.
I
you
don't
keep visiting.
in touch. I am working.
You've got a base there. You're still working
But
there.
I'm working, not only in Amethi, I'm working. I was last dispatched. You're given assignments within your organization. My last assignment was in Bikaner.
Right.
Before that, I was dispatched to Ranchi, Jharkhand. So the organization keeps giving you work, and you have to work according to whatever your leadership decides.
Right now in front of you, Ms. Irani, is this big TV project. It's obviously going to be a big thing. You know, it's going to run for a while. It's going to take up a lot of your time and energy. Do you see actor turning back into a full-time politician at some point?
I am a full-time politician and a part-time actor.
So this is just a side project then?
It is a side project. For most consumers, the project is not one individual. It's always a group of actors coming together, a group of writers coming together. I am, yes, very humbly so, the most recognizable face out of that mix of people. But I'm a full-time politician, a part-time actor, just like many politicians are part-time lawyers, part-time teachers, part-time journalists. I just happen to be a bit...
So you're a full-time politician who's taking some time out to do this show?
No, I've done it simultaneously, which is what I think is difficult to grasp. But like I said, the only difference between me and my other political colleagues is they are part-time lawyers and there's no videographer along with them. There's no makeup person along with them. There's no script writer. It's just that we're all from different vocations. I'm just the one in the spotlight.
The other major shake-up in the new team BJP, well, that is party's social media team that has undergone a complete overhaul. Amit Malviya has been replaced by Deepak Maske, who is from Madhya Pradesh, has a 15-year-long experience in BJP's IT and social media cell. He led BJP's social media campaigns in Bihar, Chhattisgarh, and West Bengal Assembly elections. He's a first-generation BJP leader who's never contested an election so far. He will now oversee the BJP's digital strategy ahead of those crucial elections that are lined up next year: Uttar Pradesh, Punjab, Uttarakhand. So that, of course, is the big change that has happened in the BJP, which is the social media team has undergone a complete overhaul. All right, on that note, a quick break. We return with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way. थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा। सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala, delicious, healthy, every day.
होम फल से रैप करो, crispy veggies पैक करो, होम फल से पैक करो, freshness को ट्रैप करो, होम फल रैप करो, अनरैप करो, सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से, धूप का टुकड़ा, धूप का टुकड़ा, हमसे खेलेगा, हमसे खेलेगा, देश का मुखड़ा।
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ है सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir." People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground.
Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling.
They're now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. गायकवाड़ साहब, ऐसे मत कीजिए। लोग देख रहे तो कर रहा है। Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do.
And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude.
We're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship.
The line of control, Shiv Arur, NDTV.
A world of questions. Ideas that challenge the ordinary. Conversations that connect countries and cultures. Where different worlds find common ground. NDTV World brings Nepal's ideas to the world. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. A new Nepal, new possibilities. A new opportunity for regional cooperation. NDTV World brings together the voices defining the next chapter of India-Nepal relations. Nepal's Foreign Minister, Shishir Khanal, Finance Minister, Dr. Swarnim Wagle, Dr. Shashi Tharoor, actor Manisha Koirala, and Dr. Ram Madhav. Diplomacy, commerce, security, infrastructure, tourism, soft power. NDTV Anviksha, Ideas Across Borders. The Nepal Dialogue, 27th August, Kathmandu, Nepal. The front lines of Kargil. The fury of Operation Sindoor.
So many attacks.
The chaos and cries of disaster zones. To fighter jet cockpits. And the world's most defining interviews.
It's incredible.
He has seen history break. Live, unfiltered. 20,000 hours of live broadcasting.
Welcome to Left, Right and Centre.
Hard facts.
War-struck country.
Hard questions.
In the Ukraine.
30 years of trust.
In the Kargil area. North Ukraine. In France. In Italy. At Srinagar. Vishnu Shom for NDTV.
Vishnu Shom. Only on NDTV.
What seems settled for me is unfinished business. So I rewind, I pause, I reflect, I dig until what's buried stands up to be counted. Breaking ground, not just headlines, the meaning behind them. This is Breaking Ground with me, Vedika Sood.
Launch control, 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move. This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense. What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
Across the country. He has tracked the pulse of power from Washington to Korea. Witnessed history being made in global capitals and conflict zones. Brought clarity to complex issues of national security and international affairs. Aditya Raj Kaul, covering international affairs like no one else. Only on NDTV Network.
Welcome back. You're watching Nationwide at 6 with me, Gauri Dwivedi. The other big controversy this week, in fact, the Prime Minister's Dimagi Naxal remark has now turned into a full-blown political face-off, with the BJP and Congress now trading sharp attacks over Prime Minister's Independence Day speech, reacting to Prime Minister Modi's warning against what he termed Dimagi Naxal, or intellectual leftists and Naxalites. Former Home Minister P. Chidambaram responded by declaring himself to be a proud Dimagi Naxal. He dismissed the term as a new variant of what he called BJP's old abuses against the opposition. And that triggered a sharp reaction from the BJP. Parliamentary Affairs Minister Rejig called the former Home Minister's remark unfortunate and in fact highly damaging, insisting that the Prime Minister had not called opposition leaders Dimagi Naxals, but those who back Maoists and reject the Constitution of India. BJP MP Ravi Shankar Prasad also hit out at Chidambaram, calling his statement both shameful and irresponsible. Listen in to some of those reactions coming in, and then we take the story forward.
पूर्व प्रधानमंत्री डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह ने 13 अप्रैल 2006 को कहा था, मैं कोट कर रहा हूं, It would not be an exaggeration to say that the problem of Naxalism is the single biggest internal security challenge ever faced by our country. और 31 मार्च 2026 प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी की सरकार ने उस चीज को जो डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह समझ गए थे, मगर जिस विवशता के चंगुल में जकड़कर और नक्सली दिमाग वालों से भरी हुई सुपर कैबिनेट यानी एनईसी के द्वारा उनको कुछ करने नहीं दिया गया था, यदि वह कार्य सिद्ध करके दिखाया तो प्रधानमंत्री श्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने। मगर देश का एक ऐसा गृह मंत्री है जिसे इसमें गर्व का अनुभव नहीं हो रहा है, उसे इस बात में गर्व का अनुभव हो रहा है कि वह दिमागी नक्सली हैं। तो मैं कांग्रेस से पूछना चाहता हूं कि डॉक्टर मनमोहन सिंह सही हैं या आज के आपके स्वघोषित दिमागी नक्सली चिदंबरम साहब?
अगर प्रधानमंत्री जी जरा सी नजरें झुका के देख लें तो अपने इर्द गिर्द अपने चारों तरफ वही मिलेंगे जो संविधान को नहीं मानते, वही मिलेंगे जो देश के अंदर नफरत बांटते हैं, वही मिलेंगे जो धर्म देख करके लोगों के साथ व्यवहार करते हैं, वही मिलेंगे जो दूसरों के धार्मिक स्थलों को तोड़ने का काम करते हैं, वही सब लोग मिलेंगे जो जाति देख करके उनकी बारात नहीं निकलने देते, वही सब लोग मिलेंगे जो आदिवासियों को उजाड़ने के अंदर विश्वास रखते हैं। सब लोग प्रधानमंत्री के इर्द गिर्द आपको मिल जाएंगे।
Brijesh Kalappa representing the Congress, RP Singh representing the BJP join me on the broadcast. Brijesh Kalappa, let me start with you there. Why is it that the Home Minister, the former Home Minister, P. Chidambaram, made that comment saying that he is also a Dimagi Naxal at a time when there is a lot of focus in India at the end of the day that Maoism has and Naxalism has largely been removed? And why is it that the former Home Minister chose to come out with that comment?
See, Gauri, as far as the Prime Minister is concerned, his various speeches have had various connotations regarding urban Naxals, and now he has now spoken about the Dimagi Naxals, and so on and so forth. So continuously his mind is focused on trying to give the people of India an image that, look, the people who are opposing his policies are either urban Naxals or Dimagi Naxals, and so on and so forth. First thing is that as far as the Indian National Congress is concerned, we have also been in power for fairly long, since 2004 till 2014. And during that time, we also had the feeling that the Naxals were rooted out. But in 2013, the entire leadership of the Congress party was wiped out by an attack in Jiram Ghati in Chhattisgarh, and that is something which we are living with. So therefore, as far as the Naxal
what happened that time same to what is happening right now, Brijesh Kalappa? You are saying that the success that the UPA also achieved as far as Naxalism is concerned, is that what you are saying?
No. We were also under the impression that Naxalism was finished off, was wiped out, right? So I don't think it behoves the Prime Minister to come and say that, look, we have finished off Naxalism. See, it's a continuous war. As far as the Naxals are concerned, it's a continuous war. One.
You are saying that the government is under an impression that it has been able to defeat Naxalism. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah. No, that is the wrong thing, because you need not pat yourself on the back. I think the truth is there for all to see. And it's very important for us to be circumspect in each thing we do. But that's besides the point. That's not
what has that got to do
Naxalism.
with the comment made by the former Home Minister?
That's the point. See, point is this, that Prime Minister has earlier spoken about the urban Naxals, right? Now he's speaking of Dimagi Naxals. He has also earlier spoken about various other connotations where he's trying to target the opposition one way or another. But Dimagi Naxal, to my mind, appears to be a direct challenge to Gen Z, right? And I think the largely when you see the social media and so on and so forth, it appears clearly.
Did the Prime Minister say that?
Prime Minister is rattled by the impact that the Gen Z has had on him, and has also been able to achieve its target of having one of the ministers to resign. So I think this is something which is bearing on his mind.
I'll get RP Singh to respond to everything that you are saying, but there's only one thing I will say. If, according to you, the comment was actually aimed at the Gen Zs, then I don't think that it should be septuagenarians and octogenarians in your party who should be responding to that. Be that as it may, RP Singh, respond to what Congress party spokesperson is saying.
Well, Viresh Kalpa is a learned lawyer also, and a very seasoned person also. But Kalpa sir, who's Yugandhar Yadav? Is he supporter of the Rahul Gandhi or not? Was he participant in the Rahul Gandhi's yatra or not? What does he say? कि लड़ाई सड़कों से होगी, पार्लियामेंट में नहीं होगी अब. So what does that reflect? Does it reflect the democratic way of the system institutions being run, or democratically the institutions being run, or through the protest or through unrest in the creating unrest? When Sonia Gandhi ji during CA protest just before, a day before that, all that ruckus which happened in Delhi, all that danga which happened in Delhi, she said आर पार की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे. On CA protest, आर पार की लड़ाई लड़ेंगे from the Ramlila ground. So what was that? So there is a set of people who support the ideology of nationalism and who believes creating unrest in the system. And I remember person named Farhan Naqvi also. What did he say, and what did Mr. Harish Mandar said? Do you remember that? They all are supporters of...
So RP Singh, the opposition and the Congress is saying, well, who are you really targeting? Who exactly is it that you are referring to when the Prime Minister said about Dimagi Naxals? Who are these people?
I just named people. I just named Aruna Rai, Jean Reyes and Harish Mandar.
Because the opposition says it is about the opposition parties. It is about the Congress.
No. If they think they are supporting such activities, the Prime Minister said that during the UPA regime, there was a complete set of people who used to support the Naxal ideology, and Rahul Gandhi was supportive of the ideology which was being when the slogans were being chanted in GNU. हमें क्या चाहिए आज़ादी, बस्तर को क्या चाहिए आज़ादी, कश्मीर को क्या चाहिए आज़ादी. When there were people within the Congress and Rahul Gandhi too who went in support of them, and the person who was promoting or who was seen with their ideology is part of the Congress today.
Brijesh Kalappa, at no point of time the Prime Minister made a reference to anybody specifically. The government also went on to say very clearly that this is at no point of time directed to any political party. Hence, I asked you the question I asked you at the beginning of this discussion. Why did the former Home Minister say that? Put that out as a comment.
See, you just mentioned that septuagenarians, octogenarians, they ought not to speak about Gen Z. I don't know who gives you the right to say that. We are all supporters of Gen Z. We feel that they are the future, right? And we feel that whether you're a septuagenarian or an octogenarian or a nonagenarian, one has to have the interests of the future in mind, and that's the most important thing in our country today. Now, if you're going to say that, no, let the septuagenarians not speak about Gen Z, I think I totally disagree with you, right? First. Second, if Mr. Chidambaram has a point of view, he's welcome to state it. He's a former Home Minister of the country. He has fought the Naxals. Now, I just heard Mr. Singh, who's a dear friend of mine otherwise, saying that, no, Rahul Gandhi is supporting the Naxals and so on and so forth. How will he support the Naxals?
People who support the Naxal ideology was in support of
One minute, thanks. I didn't speak when you were speaking. So the point is, we didn't ever say that, look, we have lost our entire rank and file in Chhattisgarh in one massive attack in 2013, right? It's like saying that Rahul Gandhi has made an alliance with the terrorists. He lost his grandmother to terrorism. He lost his father to terrorism. Now, after that, if you're still going to question that, look, is Mr. Rahul Gandhi going to stand against terrorism and Naxalism? I think you're really dumbing down the debate. And I think NDTV ought not to dumb down the debate. And let's try to think of, something a little higher first. Second part is, who are the ones who said that urban Naxal? Who's the one who spoke about Tukde gang? Where does the Prime Minister come up with all these choice expletives? Let him speak of who it is.
Let's elevate the debate. Let's not dumb it down. Brijesh Kalappa, I have a question for you. If that comment is not directed towards any opposition parties, any political parties, it is not directed towards any specific political stakeholder, then why is the opposition assuming it is directed towards them?
So do we let this go? Do we let this pass? The Prime Minister makes a statement and do we keep quiet about it? What is the role of the opposition, Gauri? I didn't say that.
I didn't say that at all.
No, I asked myself the question, Gauri. Am I going to ask you, Gauri, whether we ought to react to something? We will, as a political party, react to an issue. Now you say that, no, we ought to ignore this. It's the Prime Minister's words. Prime Minister has consistently been making these choice expletives. Who has he been making expletives at? He has been speaking continuously about Pandit Nehru. He has been speaking continuously about the Gandhi family. Are we going to ignore everything the Prime Minister said?
But now you are dumping everything together. Those comments, those are political comments, and this is a generic comment. You are only now clubbing everything together, Brijesh Kalappa.
No, I'd like to say this much. Please allow us to do our politics the way we see it. When we want your advice, Gauri, we'll come and consult you.
I'm not giving advice. I was asking a very specific question. But okay, I am completely out of time.
No, 5 seconds.
But I will give RP Singh 30 seconds, sir. Completely out of time.
Yeah. Well, Brijesh Kalappa, guilty needs no accusers. I mean, चोर की दाढ़ी में तिनके वाली कहावत याद होगी. वो तो I remember Mr. Chidambaram saying in GNU, you don't have to lay down arms, you don't have to surrender, you don't have to disband your outfits, you don't have to give up your ideology either. This was after the swiping of the complete leadership in Chhattisgarh. And killing of 76 CRPF Jawans जब शहीद हुए थे उसके बाद. So after the martyrdom of 76 Jawans in Dantawade. So, and then there was a lot of cheer, he was cheered like anything. So this is the guilt conscience which is coming up, and then he's trying to cover up his by saying that, okay, I am the Dimagi Naxal.
All right. Okay, who is or who isn't a Dimagi Naxal, and what really does Dimagi Naxal really entail? This conversation isn't going to end, because this is a year when India has been able to largely stamp out Naxalism. The scourge of the Red Corridor has almost but gone, which is why the political standoff is far from over. We're slipping into a quick break. We come back with more stories on the other side. Stay with us.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे, केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार, विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
Electricity bill paid.
Really?
Your mobile recharge is done.
How?
Make all kinds of payments using the Bheem Payments app and get cashback of up to ₹300 every month. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way. सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से, धूप का टुकड़ा, हमसे खेल गया, देश का मुखड़ा।
रिन्यू बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी, और इसके साथ हैं सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles, और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी, एवरीडे.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Rejig. What's happening? How to
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir. People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered.
More news coming in on the broadcast. BJP's big social media overhaul has taken place, and the new BJP social media chief has offered prayers. In fact, he's thanked his party for this opportunity. Listen in.
देखिए, निश्चित ही बहुत बड़ी जवाबदारी है और गर्व भी महसूस होता है. एक सामान्य से कार्यकर्ता को राष्ट्रीय स्तर की जवाबदारी दी गई है. मैं प्रदेश के संगठन को, राष्ट्रीय संगठन को, हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी, हमारे राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष नितिन नवीन जी, माननीय मोदी जी और सभी वरिष्ठ नेताओं का और कार्यकर्ता भाइयों का आभार व्यक्त करता हूं और इस जिम्मेदारी पे प्राण से जुटकर इसको पूरा करने का प्रयास करेंगे.
Aishwarya joins for more on this. Aishwarya, now this is an extremely significant appointment given the role that social media now plays in terms of shaping political narratives.
Well, that's right. Deepak Maske, he is associated with the Chhattisgarh IT cell since 2009 and being an ordinary member of the Bharatiya Janata Party, worked for Chhattisgarh government, spokesperson of Chhattisgarh government in the past as well. But certainly his interest clearly lies in the electoral data analyst, and certainly numbers are very close to him, is something that he has said in the past as well. Thanking BJP top leadership after his appointment, stating that an ordinary Karyakarta has been given a role to lead the entire social media team of the Bharatiya Janata Party, previously held by Amit Malviya, who was significant enough to take BJP to the heights of making such a party which have highest followers in the entire country if compared to different political parties. A big role for Deepak Maske. How this transpires in the upcoming few months will be very interesting to see.
All right, we'll leave it there. Aishwarya Jain fitting us in with what lies ahead in terms of BJP's social media strategy from here on. Well, on that note, we wrap things up on this edition of Nationwide at 6. Viewers, thanks so much for watching. Up ahead is my colleague Vasudha Venugopal with the Southern View.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे. केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार. विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी.
So many payment apps, but which one is safe? Then switch to Bheem. It is completely safe and reliable, and you keep getting rewards as well. You can also get 20 rupees cashback on your first payment above 20 rupees. Use Bheem app to pay.
It's the Mahi way.
सबके हिस्से, सबके हिस्से, धूप का टुकड़ा, धूप का टुकड़ा, हमसे खेलेगा, हमसे खेलेगा, देश का मुखड़ा.
Renew बदल रहा है इंडिया की क्लीन एनर्जी की कहानी और इसके साथ हैं सूरज, हवा और पानी। रिन्यू क्लीन एनर्जी हमसे है।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, मसाला।
जानते हैं मैं एलीट मैट्रिमोनी क्यों रेकमेंड करता हूँ? 17 years of experience, largest database of elite profiles और 100% confidentiality. Elite Matrimony, India's most successful matchmaking service for the elite.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, delicious, healthy, every day.
New rules of engagement. Ambitions crossing borders. Voices refusing to wait their turn. India is chasing gears. Faster, bolder, more restless. It doesn't stop. Neither do we. NDTV, when it really matters.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Saigal. What's happening? How to do?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Saigal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV.
"21 days in Kashmir." People have bombarded me, friends, with requests for an unfiltered list of things I saw and observed on the ground. Very special ground report from the line of control. There were some children who've lost limbs in the shelling. They are now India's smallest but possibly the most powerful crime family. Cough syrup has killed at least 25 children. गायकवाड़ साहब ऐसे मत कीजिए, लोग देख रहे तो कर रहा है। Suddenly people are wondering about the weaponization of India-Pakistan cricket. We live and breathe elections. You will not believe your eyes or ears when I show you what I'm about to do. And for a country that has fought so many wars in the mountains and at high altitude, we're standing on the Indian Navy's newest warship, the line of control, Shiv Arun, NDTV.
Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay's first 100 days in office, the TVK says, is a report card, an excellent report card of investment, welfare and governance. But the opposition says that the reality on the ground tells a very different story. But just as Chief Minister Vijay faces attacks over his 100-day report card, another confrontation is brewing in the state, with this time neighbouring Karnataka asking several questions. The killing of 3 alleged Tamil Nadu poachers in a Karnataka forest has now triggered a sharp political face-off, with TVK questioning the circumstances of the encounter and calling Karnataka's explanation completely unacceptable. So from Vijay's 100-day report card to a Tamil Nadu-Karnataka border and law and order showdown, and more importantly, the BJP's new list. Is this the team of general secretaries and office bearers that's going to propel the BJP to a record victory in 2029, or have there been some hits and some misses? Before we dive into all of this, first let's get you some headlines. BJP announces national team under Nitin, Nabin, Smriti Irani and Ram Madhav make a comeback.